Welcome back, everyone, for Flavor One More 3 Genesis Day 2. I didn't actually think that this would even get here. I know we were getting through Day 1, but it feels weird to know that all the work that everyone's put in has finally come together to make this. We've got our top 6 teams ready to go, already planning out their picks, bans, perks, and all kinds of strategy. I'm joined today by Cloakoak and Lego Mage to start off the day. And I'm curious to get a little bit into talking about today's matchup, the first one on stream, which is going to be between Liari's team and the Joker's team. So we were talking about it a bit before we went live, but I'll turn it over to you guys. Let's chit chat a little bit. Talk to me about what you're thinking is going to go on today.
So I had a prediction for the general flow of the match. I think that both of these teams have some solid win conditions under their belt, especially after watching the way that these teams got to play yesterday. And so there's kind of two possibilities that I see this happening with. One is that Bun Bun Hook Mental, their game plan is, as we saw yesterday, was essentially we're just going to keep possession on offense long enough that the goalie cracks, right? And I think they could totally replicate that here. You just gotta, win a few midfield interactions, and then Liari and Scyther are so good at just maintaining possession on offense and applying pressure without losing control of the core, right? And if they can replicate that enough times, then totally Bun Bun Hook Mental goes through this, takes it all. But we've also got an Eye Royal Flush. On paper, this team is absolutely incredible. They, got incredible NASL stacked roster under their belt, right? And we have Chianzu in the midfield for this. This is theoretically on paper a fantastic team that can just, through consistent performance, I think win this game. If Shianzu is consistently winning interactions in the midfield, it's going to of course shift the flow of the match, and then you have fantastic brawlers on offense, and you can't dish out on Frightfully Fresh in the goal box. You can't. It's difficult to see this team getting completely rolled over because they're just stacked with fantastic players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been saying it kind of all weekend about this team, but I think a thing to note here as well, just looking in at game one, a big component of what was making this team so strong is that you had Shianzu and Joker playing that forward duo together. And at least for game one, Joker's not going to be in here. The rosters, neither of the captains are present in game one. So things are a little bit shaken up, right? Katone, a great player, but not going to obviously have the same forward synergy with Shianzu that Joker does. So I think it's going to be a little bit more work on Shianzu's part to keep up that level of play going. And Bun Bun Hook resets, or Bun Bun Hook Mental, whatever that name is. You know what I'm saying?
Mouthful.
a lot of words. They have what is it, 2 Preventa bans, and 2 Preventa bans and 4 Chrono Breaks. So they're kind of guaranteed almost to get something a good start for their team. They're almost never gonna have the situation of oh well, we were playing good, but it was it was a prize fighter start or something, and we didn't
It's funny you mentioned that too. I'm gonna chime in there because you mentioned how many ways they can use perks. They've actually used one of them already. It kind of ties into that midfield matchup. The original start was a Chrono Boost start, which, if you can consider the Joker and Shianzu for what they're known for, probably not what you want to play against if you're the side of the Liari squad. So they did a fast Chrono Break. They just slammed it down immediately. There was no hesitation. It was the first thing typed, I think within 10 seconds. So the perks you're seeing on screen are the rerolled perks. For chat, if you're not aware, the Chronobake perk allows the team that uses it to just re-roll their awakenings one time, like a slot machine. So instead, we're going to see actually a Happy Star Egoist start. Not sure which team prefers that more, but it definitely takes away from... I'm worried about the Shianzu Kai, the Shianzu now, and obviously the Joker's Octavia. You just don't want to mess with those potential threats when those two players are so good at using speed, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The Happy Star coming up, the first thing that you think of is the Luna, which of course got banned out, which totally makes sense here. But the Egoist start Fresh and Judgmental are both like melee goalie players. And Egoist is a really good awakening for melee goalies because it gives you that speed to get up and play aggressive, especially with Mom Boots being not as like useful of an awakening anymore. They have that option to work with. And I'm curious, looking at these characters, we see Rasmus, Asher, and now it looks like for the side of Royal Flush, and Atlas, Kai, and something else on Bun. So this very well might just be honestly, this might just be a 6-stack Egoist game. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what ends up coming out here.
I can see that coming for sure. One thing important to note is this Luna ban in the phase by Royal. The extra special start really benefits Judgmental. A bit of a player who hasn't been recently competitive, but has had a great standout performance today, is known for Luna. He was originally a Luna 1 trick, has been opting into more of the Atlas and Asher today, but definitely a respect ban, especially on Atlas's lab. You don't want to give a happy star Luna, and some especially who's so good at it. I like the opt-in for the Asher to take away that potential pick for the Joker if he is playing. I don't think he is. If I'm not mistaken, the team's handshook for Kotone and Hook resets to be in. But either way, Asher is just a character that first impression seems to be just dominating the brawler position. I completely understand wanting to take away and also locking in a Gula for yourself. And in terms of the potential starting trainings, it might... there is a world where I can see Atlas going extra special, just because he utilizes, I mean, the ult is just such a powerful tool. Energy generation, KO denial, so many useful things to be had. But I think Lego, you're on the ball too. I would not be surprised if there's 6 Egoist stacks. And I think we're going to be loading into games shortly, but I'm curious if our third member of the desk has any thoughts on any of the potential picks or which trainings they might be seeing on those picks.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely like eyeing the Atlas because something that we've been noticing about Atlas lately. First of all, we all been underestimating Atlas. I think Barcode has proven that, right? And other fantastic players of Atlas have been doing a lot with the character as well. And we talked a lot yesterday on the desk about how the Awakening pool is so favorable for this guy right now. He has a lot of CDR here. Twin Drive is back on cooldown reduction as well. So like it's even better than it already was on him. There's so much to love about having an Atlas in the goal box. And the other thing that's nice about Atlas is that he does really well against these teams that just occasionally KO, right? They're not going to be focusing on damage the whole game. They definitely like the main goal is, hey, we're going to core control. Maybe we get some collateral damage here and there that results in a KO, but it's not their main focus. And so I think that having this Atlas in the back line for Bun Hook Mental is going to be a really nice asset in this match. And speak of the devil, we're jumping right in.
Yeah, I think you raised a good point about this Atlas. You're going to see it a lot as this game goes on. I think Atlas versus those teams that really only get like accidental chip damage, it almost completely mitigates almost all of their KO potential. Atlas into the full KO teams, you're going to see less of an impact because of how much pure pressure they're going to output. But I'm excited to see how it turns out with this Atlas pick going into the match, guys.
Already some KOs coming out from Bun, Hook, Mental. And I've got the open goal as well. Xianzu just coming back on time, just in time to be able to save that. But just Mental pushed way up into the midfield, making some crazy offense. Luckily, Royal Flush is able to get out of there and get something go for themselves. Scyther 12 with a crazy dash punch, little redirect there. But I mean, both sides opened up now and kind of put it back to even. We'll see if Scyther 12 is able to make something happen here. He is down at the bottom. A nice shot. It will be Royal Flush first on the board here. A bit of a crazy start to this. I didn't necessarily expect to see Judgmental walk up like as aggressively as he did on round 1, but I guess when you're able to get a good KO like that, things can happen. And he's gonna have Egoist up this round as well, and with another power play, it might just be another big push here from Bun.
Yeah, I think something that is important to note here, I'm gonna piggyback off that while we get through these opening rounds, guys, is it shows a different change in how Atlas is played. Atlas is gonna opt into those strike shots, while that is a nice confirm from Julie. And the thing that's important to note about that is he's missing out on a lot of speed that previously Mom Boots gave them. So you're going to see a lot of times these melee goalies, if they're not positioning Pixel perfectly, on Asher or Atlas, there's a lot of option into opting for Strike Shot, especially after the Mom Boots nerf. So the best way for these teams to abuse that option at the highest level, utilizing that egoist speed and just trying to run circles around those melee goalies you do.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that even more to that point, looking at Katone on this Rasmus pickup, something that we saw yesterday is that the Rasmus having so much mobility, as well as like the Leisure being able to stay at a range away from this Atlas. Like right there, he didn't have to rush in, he didn't have to get up in the Atlas's face in order to make that play. Katone is able to stand back, link up with Xianzhu for the passing play, and that's something that Erasmus has the opportunity to do that not a lot of these forwards have. Like Scyther definitely is not going to have that option against this Asher. And so it's a big win for Katone. Can definitely dribble a lot more around hook middle, move the core around a lot more effectively than Scyther can. But I wouldn't be surprised if we could see some flashy plays from Scyther, even in spite of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing some flashy stuff from Scyther on the Juliet. We saw like you know, the dash punch, kind of almost a little Borg flick type move with it earlier, as well as a couple nice KOs. Like this guy can just pilot really any character to a pretty high level, even if they're somewhat limited in their skills. But I mean, yeah, we'll see, especially with the Egoist start, what other neat things he can pull out. Of course, it is Royal Flush who ends up taking the first set here pretty decisively. And with this Rasmus the MVP, it could be a little bit of a scary draft. Luckily, no Catalyst showing up immediately, but we do have some size on the board. We do have both the orb options. It's going to be an interesting one. It will be a 1-2 punch, though.
Yeah, I want to touch on something as well. It's important. As a resident midfielder guy, expert in question, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, like I mentioned, the speed on the goalies, but it's really about which midfielder is going to be able to pick up more stats and let them outspeed the other. I think the Super Surge pick by Hook Resets is actually exactly what he needs. There's been kind of a question mark on the RS team as a whole. Hook Resets has been a bit absent from the competitive scene, Judgmental as well. I think they've come out very strongly in Game 1, but this is a bit of an ultimate test, especially for Hook Resets, to see if he can match up against a midfielder that he has almost zero competitive experience playing against in a matchup that's very nuanced in the Kaya now. So I believe that he's going to be able to figure it out. Picking up the Super Surge will give him more options. If you're in the audience especially, I want your eyes to be on this Kai and this Now, and how they navigate the field when they're clearly like the fastest players with their characters, with their trainings. It's going to matter a lot. So that's where you're going to want to keep your eyes on it, because that's going to dictate a lot of the pace of this match.
Yeah, and I mean, last set we did see quite a few times, just piggybacking off of that, Xianzhu was able to actually outspeed Hook Resets with that Now Mine. And you get a little burst of speed right there. But Hook Resets, with this Super Surge, now has a much more consistent burst of speed. In this case, Xianzhu and Katone doing a fantastic job keeping offensive pressure up. That will result in a goal, but Hook Resets over the course of this set is going to have a lot more opportunities to set up Scyther than he did last set. It's going to be a big buff for him.
Yeah, and well, now Egos are pretty much coming up across the board. We see 4 or 5 coming up right now. In fact, Royal Flush kind of speeding around the field at the moment. Katone able to get one barrier and kind of even it up. Fresh dashing in. Gonna find the big KO there onto Scyther 12. Now core flip getting burned from Xianzhu. Gets it around the back and the barrier's gone. It's an open goal for the side of Bun Bung and Hook Mental. I'm just gonna call him Bun because I'm gonna keep messing that up. I'll be real, but see if Hook Resets is trying to get something. Just buying some time, really, for Scyther to come back online. And they can get a little bit of offense going, but Xianzhu makes it really hard. But this guy does not miss these KO options. Xianzhu has gotten knocked out so many times so far, and another power play here for Bun Bun. Hook Resets just going to work. A nice little back pass there. Try and get it around Katone. Hopefully, Xianzhu will come back. Core flip burnt. Isn't going to quite find it. We head into overtime. Rightfully Fresh a bit on the ropes here, trying to find a way to get it around these forwards. Get back to Judgmental, pass up to Katone, dribble off the corner. The Expanse will shut it down, though, and go for it once more. Xianzhu to Katone, lining it up, and Katone has been finding some really nice shots this game. That's another one for Royal Flush.
I will say, something that the side of Royal Flush is doing well is You mentioned Scyther on the Julia getting KOs. Something I really like seeing is Frightfully Fresh, making sure that they're patient with their ability usage. Fresh understands after a lot of gameplay and the highest level that sometimes you just need to make sure you mitigate your losses, and doesn't want an ad rush or egoist, speeded Julie to get into his net. And even then, like, the goal is scored, but that's just a bit of a collapse on the forward side of things. So I'm really enjoying how Fresh is approaching this game and picking and choosing his moments to strike. In that last point, for example, KOing with his own combo in the midfield line. I think just some really solid exemplary like melee goalie play out of him on this Asher. So really looking good for Royal Flush in their debut match on day 2, guys.
Yeah, for sure. And something else that I'm enjoying here is the holding of the core flips. It's a little bit of a rarer thing to happen with Egoists. Usually you want to, burn those pretty quickly so you can start generating a new one and make the most of the speed boost that you get. But these people have been using them opportunistically. It looks like Shianzu is actually going to go in and try to make a play with it right here. Gets defended away by all 3 members of Bun Bun Hook Mental in the net, but not for much longer. Katone will be there to finish it off and finish the set. But yeah, the energy usage is really masterful from these players because they're not afraid to wait for the right opportunity to use that valuable energy burst as a tool. And moving into this draft, how do y'all see this going?
Well, I've got some ideas. If I'll take a little control. I see a Chrono. I'm not really actually sure if now Monu is as deniable as required, but I respect the fact that there's been an identifier from the side of Bun Bun that this Rasmus is just strike warring them for a lot of these goals. I'm okay with that size being taken away. And Rasmus, though, still has some good options, but it seems like on the side of Bun Bun, there was a definite strategy of let's deny and try to cut our losses and just maybe reevaluate how we're approaching it. Not really any powerful pickups for any of their players, but more of an approach of we need to stop the bleeding guys and let's make sure that they don't get too out of control, and bit of a reset for this final point and set as well. Curious to see how it's going to actually pan out with this more defensively minded draft strategy.
Yeah, well, so far it's seeming to pay off. They've got the open goal, and they've got some offense lining up now. Hook resets is winning some strike wars in the midfield, trying to get it through. This Katone guy with the Chrono boost is able to kind of move and make things a little bit difficult here. We do have a core flip up. Doesn't even need it, though. Just gets it right past Fresh. Can't quite find the strike shot there. That extra speed actually came in pretty big for Scyther to just kind of run up and be able to hit it before Fresh could get to it in time. And that's Bun Bun finally able to put themselves on the board. And maybe some hope for them to bring this one back.
Yeah, they didn't actually need to even burn the Scyther 12 core flip. It'll be the thing that secures a KO here in the first 10 seconds of this point. But Shianzu does manage to find the breakaway on the reverse power play, grabs a barrier for it. Scyther 12 up in Fresh's face, finds the boys' angle, but will be rewarded with a barrier of their own. That'll be an even trade here, and now Katone is back on the menu as the goals open up for Royal Flush.
Nice save from Shianzu as well to get out of that dash punch. Flurry's coming out, but energy coming online for pretty much everyone again. There's hook resets running fast. Going to burn the flip, trying to get it up to Scyther 12. Fresh able to flip in return, though, and get it out of that corner. They can't get it past Judgmental quite yet. Shianzu looking to convert in this corner. Goes for the flip. Judgmental flip in return. Will be able to save it away. Scyther 12 pushing up hard in the corner. The pass player's got to come out there. Dribbling with the dash punch to just keep it held in the midfield. Goes for the flip, but Katone is able to block that one. Continue back and forth now. Fresh able to clear that one back, and Katone looking to try and capitalize, pushing up hard. The expanse, though, is just too big. Scyther 12 once again trying to dribble. Give hook resets a little time to get up there. Keeping it in the corner. The dash punch through Shianzu. Was that a dash into strike? I need to see that. Yeah, I think it was. That was really nice. I think it was
as well. Yeah, it was very clean.
I definitely like seeing him bust that out, especially because the most recent Julie change actually lowered her dash cooldown. It feels like Juliet players have taken that in stride and been more willing to potentially use that secondary for things other than dash punch, maybe mix up some creative scoring options. That was a good play by him for sure, guys.
Yeah, really the barriers in a turn of fate are now down for Judgmental. He was able to keep him up last point, but won't be able to protect them here. The hook from Katone, that Death's Touch, will ensure that nothing can be done by Judgmental. I don't think the Atlas Expanse would have grabbed it anyways, but good to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this Katone guy has been giving Judgmental a real run for his money this entire match. He's been finding a lot of really good angles, just like shot placement in general. And now both barriers down again. Scyther 12 trying to make some trades happen, but Cora inevitably going to go back around to Xianzu in the bottom side. The hook up to the top. Judgmental will be able to save that one off. A great evade from Katone. That's the second one that he's been able to avoid the dash punch and not die. But Xianzu is trying to work his way back up the field here. Luckily, Hook Resets is able to hold it down a bit. Fresh going speed mode with the Egoist right now. Going up the midfield. Burns the flip. Hook Resets will be able to block that one down. And they're able to get it through with Fresh out of the goal net. Both sides open now. Katone trying to make a play. The hook coming through, but not quite enough. As Scyther 12 now looking for a shot to the top. A great save with Fresh with the dash. But now once again, Judgmental looking for a pass up to Scyther. Not going to be able to find too much. This can go back to neutral a little bit here.
This Egoist right here might give Scyther 12 the edge to close off the point, but the flip is burned. Katone's shot will be blocked away by the Atlas Expanse there. Scyther 12 and Hook Resets making passing plays in front of the net, but Xianzu with Egoist now has plenty of room to work with. Will flip in front of Hook Resets and send it on through. That puts Royal Flush now on game point, but the set is tied 2-2. Hook Mental still have a chance to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, matches like this are always incredibly scary, especially when you have like Egoist up and core flips can really change the pace of anything when they're used properly. A missed strike shot there from Judgmental, but is luckily able to recover it and keep the barrier up. Both sides not committing super hard, but both barriers now down for the side of Bun Bun. Looking a little bit rough, a bit of an unfortunate spin there. We'll see a barrier fall from Royal Flush. Hook Resets looking for more, though. The barrage on the bottom. Xianzu trying to get it through. Core flip coming out. It's going to get stalled out. Going for the dash punch. Scyther 12 doesn't quite find it, though. It's Katone off the black hole, but Judgmental will be able to get that one away. Hook Resets looking to send it back in here. It will get through Fresh. Now a core flip coming through. Scyther 12. The punch is good to force it through Xianzu. And Bun Bun, they'll stay in. They'll keep this competitive. And I think we have a game on our hands.
I think the real reason this game is even getting close, Scyther had a nice confirm there, but I really want to focus once again on that Hook Resets. If you've noticed, he has saved his Giga Blast almost every time for an additional a sneaky strike. And when it comes out in melee range, it just is so hard to deal with, and he properly realized that he couldn't force it through that Rasmus hook that Kotoni pretty expertly placed to help on defense. So some really pivotal ball movement from the Kai made sure to set up Juliet for that goal, and now pays dividends. I mean, I see a Catalyst Egoist on a Julie. Every time that she's going to start ulting someone, she's going to generate an insane amount of energy. More evades, more flips, more Egoist procs.
Well, and actually a little bit of a sneaky draft from that Awakening carousel that I want to call out is Hook Resets picking up Built Different, even more size than he already has. He's now the biggest man in the midfield, and I'm going to be honest, I think that provides him a really, really nice buff. We're seeing him just straight up outstrike War Katone twice in a row to clear it there. This is a fast and big Kai, and you can do a lot with those stats.
It's definitely going to help for dealing with the strike, because we were seeing it earlier. That's kind of how Katone was winning a lot of things, was just winning strike wars. So it's really going to help a lot for that, and it just keeps size away from the Rasmus as well, which is just generally nice. You have a power play here to work with Royal Flush. We'll be able to capitalize, get that second barrier. And now they're just trying to close this out, get this point here. Xianzu has the core flip up. Frightfully Fresh got to work it around now. Katone dribbling on the top side. He's going to go backwards just a little bit off of the flip, but Xianzu now pushing up. Burns the flip. The Expanse comes out. Pass up to the top. Katone not quite there, though. Might have another opportunity here. Katone to the top side. Pendulum comes out. The core flip saves it, but Katone is too fast and gets back up there in time. Shot to the bottom will confirm it. Royal Flush, once again, going to be first on the board.
How does Xianzu get goal credit for that? Was that just a weird bug with Katone striking it out of the now primary? Or did Xianzu do something that I didn't see there?
I think maybe the now primary must have hit it first or something. I actually don't know. I'd have to rewatch that one to say for sure.
Well, Frightfully Fresh is actually pushing all the way up to the midfield now with Scyther 12 at his back. The Egoist proc will come through now as Xianzu and Katone keeping possession on offense, but Scyther will catch a breakaway with a clear from Hook Resets. Judgmental having to burn a few cooldowns to get Xianzu off his back, but the core is not fully cleared. It's sent back in. Judgmental still with one barrier left to go. Shianzu will get the Egoist proc here. Hook resets. Holding it in place, making sure that the Egoist can't make any progress, but Shianzu manages to find a sneaky KO onto Scyther in just the split second that it's available. That'll be another power play for Royal Flush.
And Judgmental burning the course of what a demon angle. It curved off the black hole, like, just slightly. And Fresh's strike shot, like, either barely missed or, like, didn't quite reach.
Yeah, he definitely put the strike shot where it would have perfectly hit if the black hole hadn't affected the trajectory. Like, I think that was just absolute perfect shot placement from Judgmental. Like, I literally couldn't even contain like how impressive that was. I had to say something because that was really cool. I like that goal a lot from him. It's rare that an Atlas can score like that, but it's not rare that a Rasmus can score like that. Immediate fire back while I'm talking about how cool the first goal was. Nice goal from Katoni there.
Yeah,
Yep, and we're seeing another set point here for Royal Flush. Sorry, Lego, what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just gonna say Katone, his positioning for like scoring those goals has just been like really, really consistent, where he literally just stands like dead center. And I mean, that's just how you beat Atlas, right? Because you either shoot it to the top or the bottom, and there's nothing he can do if he doesn't have Expanse up. And Katone has just done that like every single time, basically, and it's worked. There's been not too many like crazy fancy things, which is what you want to see when you're just trying to win, really. And well, now with core flips getting burnt here, both sides keeping it relatively close on the one barrier to one barrier mark. Judgmental does have a flip up. Fresh can have some energy to work with shortly as well. Burn it in the midfield, but Shianzu's primary was right there. He's gonna be shutting that down as both sides now, once again, kind of looking for an opportunity. The speed boost from Shianzu should be enough. The core flip will confirm it. The second barrier will fall down. And this might be it. Royal Flush is in a really good position to just close this one out. If Shianzu can just, be patient and get it through. The black hole's gone. That's a lot of extra room to work with now. And Fresh is going to be able to push up in just a second. Katone as well, going to have some energy. We'll see going into overtime here. Scyther burns it and actually gets it through Fresh. A really crazy shot there for that barrier. Shianzu pushing up with hook resets. Nice strike war win. Pass up to Scyther, trying to get it around, but not quite enough to capitalize it. Core flip from Katone. Gets it through the flurries and hook resets. That was really perfect timing. Got it just past the Expanse, just past the actual projection, and through the flurries to take the game. That's for Royal Flush. They'll take game one.
Yeah, I don't think that there's too much more can be said other than they had like a really consistent flow going there. Shianzu and Katone keeping possession on offense so consistently. Shianzu rocking no surprises here, 228 redirects in the midfield, far more than anyone else in the lobby. I will say though, hook resets holding his own with number 2 in redirects at 183, and both of them doing a pretty good job in the saves department, helping their goalies out as well. But I mean, the Rasmus into Atlas matchup was just a little too much to handle. It was just a really favorable matchup for Royal Flush. And when you've got Shianzu at your back feeding that Rasmus, that's a recipe for a victory.
Yeah,
I definitely agree. And again, I think the name of that game was the fact that both of the forwards on either side had additional speed from Egoist made it really stressful for both the goalies to keep their barriers up. And I think the difference was we saw the challenge that Juliet has versus Asher to try to stuff it through versus how Rasmus can dance around the Atlas abilities. Atlas is, I know a lot of times as a community we like to joke that these melee goalies are so easy, but Atlas has some pretty niche, tricky applications of making sure his abilities aren't wasted. If that Expanse doesn't hit anything, it's gone. That primary only has that one single instance that can be struck war, but instead you've got Asher on the other side just boom, primary, boom, passive, boom, my ult's out. You can't get through it at all, or else you're taking 40% of your HP as chip damage as you munch on the ult. So I don't really necessarily think one of the defensive side played too much better than the other. I think Fresh did a fine job holding it down, and I think that Judgmental definitely suffered from the Atlas, like the Atlas curse of I'm just too slow to keep up with the ball. Definitely a nightmare matchup as well. Like Rasmus probably is the brawler with, in my head, the best 1v1 potential on the character, which we saw. So now these teams are going to have to go back to the drawing board. Remember, it's a best of 3, but there are rules about every player having to play. So this means that this game that Liari and Huss have to play. The Joker and Liari will be in. We'll have to see what positions they'll play. It's a potential for always the Joker to potentially flex midfield. I can't imagine they'd sub out Shianzu, though. And then Liari showed she could play some Brawler yesterday, but I'd be curious as well to see if they chose anything but sticking with the Bun Bun NASL pairing versus the Showtime NASL playing. Two teams that have climbed almost the entire summit, having third and second places respectively in NASL. So I'm sure we're going to see that be the name of the game as the teams decide on their perks, guys. And it looks like also the map we're going to is, I think, Tycho, which I love that map. I think that map's awesome. I think it's hella fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. What do you guys think? We might get a treat on this Tycho Temple. What do you think? Predictions for picks that these forward pairs are going to bust out on the map.
It's got to be a pick ban against Joker's Asher, without a doubt.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think Joker's just gonna play Asher, because like, I mean they did it in NASL to obviously incredible effects, and like when you think of like Tycho Temple, like Asher is just such a strong character on that map in general that it seems silly to think that they would do. They wouldn't pick it, right? Like that has to be like somewhere on the block. As for like the rest of the team, I think Shianzu can literally just play. Shianzu can kind of just play any midfielder, really. But I would imagine it's just going to be the Now again. And Fresh is probably just going to go like Mako or something. I think Bun Bun is in a bit more of a tricky situation, right? Where they want to. They got to get rid of something important, but they also need to, obviously pick up something. Well, and honestly, I'm not sure what that is. I think you got Judgmental on the Atlas, but I'm not sure what they're going for the midfield.
So I'll weigh in on that a little bit because I've competed against both these midfielders in NASL, and something that I want to bring attention to is a lot of times if you watched Showtime's games or if you've watched the Joker's Royal Flush, his team, play these games, they only look very comfortable when Shianzu is on a speed-based character. If you look back through all their matches, what are they winning on? It's the Kai, it's the Now, very occasionally the Era, but if you're familiar with Showtime's run through the playoff bracket, they did not pick a single character that did not have a speed boost on their secondary. That's the name of the game. So if I'm the side of Bun, I would probably look to maybe take away the Now just because Kai isn't I personally don't enjoy playing Kai on Tycho Temple. It doesn't feel like he's in control. He has very short range and no blink, and I think that if you're playing a midfielder on that map, you need one of those or a creation. He doesn't really have any of them, and it seems like when this team is against an equally potentially matched forward pair, the passing between Shianzu and the Joker really is at its best when Shianzu is playing a character with some speed behind it. So I've got a bit of an update on the perk situation, which obviously is the name of the game. Bun Bun has opted into a prevent a ban. So I'm curious what that's going to look like. And at the same time, it looks like on the flip side that Royal Flush has opted to skip a ban for Game 2. Reminder that bans have to carry over throughout the entire day. So this is just a statement by them that they want to save their perks for potentially getting this 2 out of the way and then influencing that for winners finals, potentially even grants. So the preventive ban has come down, which means that Royal Flush will not get to ban a character in this ban phase.
I mean, yeah, that's that's a good point.
No, go ahead, Lego. Yeah.
Well, no, I was just thinking back to the like Shianzu character pool thing, and yeah, I don't think I've ever outside of Estelle, I think is the only like blink character that I've ever really seen him.
He's whipped out the rune a couple
He's got
times.
naming.
Oh, that's true. You know what? No,
but in playoffs, he had a
well.
0% pick rate for anything that wasn't Now or
yeah.
Kai. He didn't pick anything else. It's definitely the things that Huss and him or the Joker and him work best on. So he's got some other stuff, don't get me wrong, but sorry, I'll let you keep going. But he does have an Amy and he has a serviceable Estelle as well. So keep going on that though.
Yeah, no, it's true. But yeah, you bring up the rune cloak, and that was like before Shianzu was ever like in NASA or any of that stuff. That was kind of like the thing he was known for, which is kind of funny because like it's been so long, I forgot about it. But that would be, I depending what is it, Rampage Reverb? Okay, I guess that actually
Nah,
doesn't.
not a good
Nah,
rune start.
yeah,
He
never
doesn't like
mind.
stagger
I
being in the
lied.
pool.
I
Yeah.
lied.
I'm gonna imagine if the side of Bun Bun doesn't pick the now, he'll just immediately snap it up, which I think that they just did,
Yeah, they did.
picking up that now plus Mako on the red
Yep.
side. It looks like the side of Liari's team, the whole Bun Bun team, maybe the preventive ban is to make sure they can get Erasmus or potentially match this now with a Juno. But Liari is known for her Estelle. Like that was the character she had her breakout season on in season 3. Really put Bun Bun on the map behind. Honestly, her it's on her card as well. Good matchup into the now. I think it's a solid strategy if they use this preventive ban to make sure that she can get it. Defending against Estelle plus Rasmus is probably the hardest thing you can do in the game, but instead opts for the Amy, something she's practiced a lot. I'm excited to see her use it as well because I think her Amy is actually quite solid. Another difficult forward midfield pair to defend against as a goalie. Amy Turret backing up Erasmus and Amy Blink can always punish a missed clear. Very difficult to navigate, so it's going to be up to Fresh to see if he can lock that down on the Mako.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty difficult here, especially with the Rampage start. Right? Scyther can get out of control really quick on this map, like especially where it's really easy to get. Well, not really easy, but it's relatively common to get a double barrier compared to like some other maps, other than maybe like Atlas Lab. Yeah, it could be a bit of a scary situation for sure. And size on Amy, I know they were talking about it a little bit yesterday, where she's kind of like one of the midfielders that benefits from it more than like other ranged midfielders. You get the size on the blink, makes it take up a lot of space, and especially when you're against. I guess now it's going to be helpful as well, just for like winning strike wars and whatnot. So yeah, Fresh is going to have his word cut out for him on the Mako. Once both the barriers are gone, it's going to be very difficult. Shianzu's going to have to put in a lot of defensive work once the goal is open, because I think Scyther is going to be able to have kind of a field day once locks are gone. Specifically, it could be rough. So I'm curious to see what the game plan ends up being there. I was not expecting the X to come out from Joker. I will say that I
like it though.
Yeah, the
really
Asher's
like
banned, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting pick, Cloak. What about it? Like, do you really like?
Well, so for one thing, it's kind of the same logic as like X on Night Market, where he just has like Bell Ringer in particular, in addition to the fact that X just picks up a million size awakenings throughout the match, allows him to lock down the laned setup that Tycho has, right? So he can like he can influence the midfield a lot, because there becomes a point where like you can't stand near the edge out of fear of X just coming and like knocking your lights out, right? And I mean, you kind of have to play near the edge in Tycho to influence the map at times. So it gives him a lot of control over the midfield, similar to a Julie or an Asher being able to dash punch. And he's got Rampage on the board, so he's already got a guaranteed size awakening here, which means he's already taking up more space than he normally would be. And I think that between those two things, it's just going to provide him a lot of influence over maintaining possession, just off of sheer taking up space.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Size Exodia as well is a real thing. To get in with a Rampage start, it's going to be definitely contested between Scyther and Joker, of like who's gonna get Might, who's gonna get Big Fish, that kind of stuff. I think Big Fish as well is actually like kind of important here, because that's just a lot of stagger to have, as well as the size that you really don't want the other team to have, like specifically, because both teams can deal a fair bit of just damage throughout. The Joker just getting kind of double buffed, like pseudo kitten comp almost. It's kind of close, right? You just have the now instead of the era for a little bit more like mobility, and just better like midfielding presence. So I'm curious to see where this ends up going. Looking at the Awakenings, though, it is Rampage for Scyther, Joker, and Fresh. Everyone else opted in for the Reverb, which makes sense. So no crazy surprises there. We'll see how this ends up going. It is an open goal for the side of Bun Bun right now, so we'll see if they're able to hold on for this first point.
I will say, there we go. There's the goal right there. Wonderful passing play from Joker to Xianzhu, and Judgmental has no cooldowns to respond. I will say we are looking at 2 strike shot goalies, and in my opinion, this is one of the maps where strike shot doesn't shine as much. Like it's a little weirder to make it work. I've been seeing a lot of melee goalies pick up mom boots on this map with the eventual goal of essentially being able to walk up and play second midfielder. But yeah, I mean, Judgmental is locked in the goal box here, and Joker is able to just get up in his face, and Brawlers get it done, I guess.
Yeah, that was a frame-perfect strike. I'm pretty sure the Joker just struck where 2 people on a flip from the other side of the team. Hey, he's here to win. He's won a lot of S tiers. And one last thing I want to point out that is actually pretty unique in OS, which maybe could be explored a bit more. I want you to watch every time on kickoff what Scyther and Liara do. They're opting to swap which player they're playing, and then they completely go to the opposite sides. They really value the Amy playing into this now on kickoff, and they also want Scyther into the X. They've definitely got some sort of plan idea or some plan or motivational aspect of how they want these players to position themselves for that kickoff. And I think that's a secret added bonus of if you play with your NASL pair. These two have so much practice together that this is, for them, another executional walk in the park. And on the flip side, you also are going to have that from Scyther and Xianzhu, who are just putting on an offensive masterclass.
Well, and I mean, as they take the set here, I want to call out a play that we saw Xianzhu do pretty consistently throughout that set, which is we talked about now having speed at her own back, but she can also give it to her teammates. And we saw Xianzhu buff the Joker quite a few times throughout that set. And it was just a massive, fast X that was able to sprint across the field and do whatever he wanted. And that X is going to be even faster now that he's got Egoist under his belt. The occasional massive speed boost from getting energy burst is just going to be insane. Yeah, thoughts about the rest of this draft?
Well, yeah, the Egoist is like really, I think, the biggest pickup here. I am seeing... You got Orb Dancer on Scyther, which is actually like pretty nice for being able to run around and kind of keep up like with Xianzhu. Like if you win an interaction against Xianzhu and are able to like pick up an orb, Scyther can just kind of break away and, you know, potentially deal a lot of damage. But Xianzhu got the Twin Drive, which was already like pretty decent on now, and now it's just like, why not have it? Because you have the cooldown reduction, and then the Happy Star on Fresh just going to mean more drums to lock it down on defense, which is kind of scary. I think Royal Flush got a really, really good draft here. I think Bun Bun got some good stuff too, but it's hard to overlook the Egoist extra special, I think.
Yeah, the extra special is a pretty huge kink in the plan of Bun Bun Hook Dental, I think. Because, I mean, they rely so heavily on just like consistently pressuring Fresh, right? And we have Joker dash punchings. They have power plays here. They're struggling to clear it right now because Xianzhu is doing such a good job of just cutting off all of their clear angles. And then now you have Fresh on the back line who just always has ensnare drums up and ready to go, shut in Scyther. Like, that's just going to be a little too much for any offensive duo to deal with, even with Liari and Scyther in their familiar NASL pairing.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, like their game plan, you know, kind of being that they need to pressure Fresh to get the barriers down, and then they can kind of like utilize a lot of their mobility and stuff. But they're kind of struggling to get it off of their side of the field most of the time. I think the core has spent significantly more than half the match on Bun Bun's side of the field because Xianzhu and Fresh just keep sending it back over there. Looks like they will have an opportunity here to get something. They're going to get one barrier. Ooh, a little bit of a bad bell ringer there. Actually brings down another one. And now is their chance. There it is. The pendulum swing will be enough to force it through. And like we were kind of pointing out earlier, once those barriers are down is when Bun Bun's going to be able to have a field day. But the thing is, getting to those barriers is really seeming to be like a pretty big challenge right now.
Yeah, I think that especially shines through with this Rasmus pickup. I think that the place that Rasmus really struggles on Tycho is dealing with the barriers. He doesn't have like fantastic pocket play. Like right there, most maps you would have seen that strike into Pendulum Swing there, that strike primary totally would have secured everything. But Frightfully Fresh has so much room to back up into that pocket and maneuver it around, and so he's actually able to just strike it away. And Scyther's going to have to come back another time and get it. And then meanwhile, as Judgmental burns cooldowns on the other side of the map, it's only a matter of time before Joker's able to make something happen, because this X does so much better in the pocket.
Yeah, I absolutely. He's got a lot more control on this map, like especially, but the barrier will fall eventually. All right, nice glitch pop. A beautiful angle on that. Look at the replay. Yeah, set it up off the drum. Goal. And then the angle on the glitch pop, send it right down to the bottom. Some really nice stuff there. And I mean, I think that's how Bun Bun's points are going to look. We saw Royal Flush were getting like pretty quick points in set 1, whereas both of Bun's points are like literally going into overtime, like long points. Well, I guess that was a pretty convenient one, but they're probably looking more for the longer round, since that's what it seems to have to take to get it into a position where they're able to cook. And then once the barriers are down, it seems like it's lightning quick that they're able to sink it in. Yeah,
and lots of flips are being burned here. Scyther has been making plays in front of the goal box, but Fresh has been there to respond to every single one of them. This man does have 7 Rampage stacks under his belt, but it's Xianzhu and the Joker who are currently giving Judgmental a run for it. Scyther will have to run back to help out on offense, but Joker is there to tap it in. This absolutely massive X, rocking 5 Rampage stacks of his own, just takes up so much space in front of every defense that he faces.
Yeah, honestly, Judgmental held like a beast there. I was getting kind of hyped for him, and then there's only so many times you can hold off this Colossal Titan X, but that was some really good play from him there. I love the strikes. Oh, and Huss, negative. As he would say, the Joker would say negative aura there. You gotta finish the goal if you emote. Come on now, the Joker. Like, you gotta lock that one in. So I'm down for Bun Bun to win this point, guys.
Oh, they have... Potentially could. Fresh is pushing up, though. The strike shot almost going in. Judgmental luckily was able to save that one. And they got to get this last barrier down, and one barrier up is, I think, exactly where Mako wants to be, because you can just kind of sit on that. You don't have to run around too much. A nice play there with the primary, but the Firewall Sentry is coming out. Scyther pushing up the Pendulum Swing, but it's not quite enough to get through. A lot of damage onto Scyther here. Will get staggered, have to back off to avoid getting KO'd by Joker, but he'll find it with the X Maximus. But now the power play, Xianzhu burns the flip, doesn't quite hit, but they should have a pass here. They do, right into the top side. Royal Flush, they'll manage to close out the set, and they'll go up now 2-0, and this could be getting scary. Joker is just going to start to scale, potentially really out of control at this point, depending on what shows up here.
There's plenty to love about this draft in X. I mean, you could go for the dash range on Chrono Boost, but in all honesty, I think that just going for damage is going to be the play here. Or Stagger Swagger. Actually, I really like the Stagger Swagger here. Additional speed is nice, but more so, I think that getting kills on Scyther is such high value for Royal Flush, because this man has 2 stacking Awakenings, and Rampage is like kind of the win condition for this Rasmus, because it's his only size Awakening. If you reset that, he can't do as much crazy stuff. So Joker making sure that there's always a chance you can take out Scyther is actually like, that's really nice drafting from him. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Stagger Swagger is a very good Awakening in general. I like the prime time here the Judgmental's got as well. I think there were definitely a few times last set where like he just needed one more button to get out of like some really, really tough situations. So that's just actually going to help out on their defense quite a lot. Of course, Royal Flush just has some nice Awakenings overall. So we'll see if Bun's able to bring this one back. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for sure. The Timeless on Liari is going to help out a lot, though. The Firewall Sentry has, when it's been able to come out in like a good spot, it's been pretty oppressive. Fresh was like barely able to hold it off once, and the other time it basically destroyed everything. And there it is right now, as Judgmental's up in the midfield. They're trying to force this pocket. Scyther's trying to get up there in time. It will get cleared out, and 2 core flips up for the 5 Royal Flush. Joker going to burn his right there. Will get fended off, but Xianzhu still says, nice Cyber Stripes from Liari. Cut the pass and take the barrier. We run into overtime now. Xianzhu pushing up hard from this corner. The barrier will fall. Now Joker bringing it up to Xianzhu, pushing up. Not going to burn the flip just yet. Walking up the goal line. There it is. and right through Liari and Judgmental for the points. Some great timing once again, and they're just when that forward pair is cooking, they are absolutely smothering to deal with.
Here's a good question to ask. I know that levels aren't everything in this game. XP isn't everything. But Liari being level 4 has to mean something, right? Why do you think it is that she seems so far behind the rest of the players out here? Because she's making good plays, clearly, but something is happening that's putting Liari behind in the XP department. What is that?
I'll chime in on that. I think the thing that we're seeing is the speed that Mako is giving her teammates allows them to pass the ball so much more efficiently around the forward pair that Judgmental is having to kind of hunker down and not be able to move, while Liari has to be the one to take that space to make sure the action is like forced onto the side of Royal Flush. So she's gonna. I've had this exact same. I've been here. Trust me, hey fellas, I understand the pain. They're so good at weaving the ball between the forward pairs that a lot of times you struggle to get that consistent XP as their midfielder because they're so like consistently good at making sure you don't touch the ball. And that really starts to add up to you, not just in terms of like your gameplay, but also like it's pretty frustrating. Like, I mean, I lost to these guys in playoffs just a couple weeks ago on this map, and it felt like they just moved the ball around me all the time. So it's a really important thing to know. And then Fresh has had such excellent strike shots, and I almost saves it there. Good goal from Liari while we're talking about the situation. That's definitely what's happening here. That added pressure from the Mako helping mitigate any potential missteps that the forward pair has means it's such a crushing offensive pressure from the side of Royal Flush.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for enlightening me there.
They got some flips up now. Fresh is going to have his in just a sec. They're going to have 3 flips to work with. And that Egoist speed on Joker is coming in huge. Gets one and flips for the second one. An absolutely devastating play from Royal Flush here. Now Shianzu trying to get it back up to close this one out. Nice hook from Scyther, but in a 1v3, like there's only so much this guy can do. The snare drum's coming out. Core flip here from Liari. He's going to send it up the glitch drop to try and get an angle, but not quite sharp enough. Judgmental's going to try and keep it in the pocket, but it's just going to get cleared back out. Now Shianzu passed down to Joker. They're playing around the drums. Judgmental's got a flip to get it out of there, and Liari is living on life support a little bit. The Firewall Sentry comes out. Will get one barrier, but has to back off, and it's just Scyther to try and get the second one. Will be able to do it with a pendulum swing, and now is looking for the goal. Judgmental having to push up and become the new midfielder for a moment. But Liari recovers, but doesn't find the cyber swipes, and he gets sent around a really unfortunate angle. It's going to float right in. Royal Flush, they're on match and series point right now.
Yeah, it's freaking scary. The Joker at 5 Rampage stacks right now takes up like half of the Tycho lane, and there's that Egoist proc. The flip will not find anything there. Will be whiffed, and Judgmental has plenty of cooldowns to respond to this initial offense, but it looks like those cooldowns are quickly dwindling. Scyther and Liari trying to help out on defense, but Shianzu and Joker are just keeping it up. Fresh gets free clears back to them. Joker now passing back up. Liari, the cyber swipe once again, unable to find the purchase that it needs. And Joker and Shianzu just aren't stopping. These guys can't stop. They're addicted to the shindig. Probably here in just a couple minutes, they're going to win big.
Yeah, for sure. And those drums from Fresh as well that he just put out in that midfield literally just stalled out everything that Scyther was trying to do and just let Joker and Shianzu like run down to be able to help that out. That extra special is so scary on the defense here. And now Joker able to get down the second barrier. Has the core once again to work with, and up in this top pocket. It's looking a little bit scary. The strike shot sends it back in. Scyther going down. The flip is burnt. Joker, the emote. Oh no. It sends it right through Judgmental. The photo finish from Royal Flush. They'll take it 3-1, and they'll be moving on to the winners finals.
Yeah, I think the name of that game was just... I actually thought that Judgmental played a lot of the sequences correctly, but especially as an Atlas, there's only so much of the storm that you can weather. I think the offensive onslaught is just... Eventually something's going to get through. Okay, like something is just going to have to break, something's going to fall, and he had some really nice strike shots, especially. There was one where he hit the ball off his own goal to save the barrier, which I really liked. But there's only... I mean, again, you only have so many strikes, you only have so many cooldowns, and you've got a size X with double boosting goalie midfield behind it, right? So I think a really solid defensive showing and a closer game than sometimes you might assume based off the set score. There were those sets were down to the wire. That last one they kind of ran away with it, but set 1 and especially set 2 going to .5 gives some hope for the side of Bun Bun if they run into this team again. Like, it's definitely a doable one, as this was before the tournament projected as the strongest team. A lot of people pick this as their odds-on favorite to win. So if I was the side of Bun Bun, I'd keep their heads high, make sure they take a breather before they hop into losers, because I don't think they're done yet based off that performance. And the team that was crowned as a potential champion favorite marches on to that winners finals to face the winner of Zay Forever's team and Gumi's team. Curious to see how that one's gonna go.
Yeah, I think Bun Hook Mental has a very good chance to bring it through. In the losers, they're going to be up against Last Stand in losers quarters, and Goats Esports is down there on the other side as well. So I think what we just saw here today, Last Stand is like good, but I think with the Liari Scyther combo, there's a very good chance that they can bring it back, and maybe they might. I mean, it's hard to say because we don't know exactly how it's going to pan out towards like losers finals. But I would feel confident putting my money on them to make it back to grands. Just kind of looking at what exists right now.
Yeah, how about we take a peek as well as the remaining teams, just in case anyone hasn't caught day one. The roster's as follows. The team that you just saw, Flush Royal Flush, Xianzhu, the Joker, Fresh, with Kotone as their 4th flex member, just went up against the Bun Bun squad of Liari Hook, Reset, Scyther, Judgmental. Waiting on the other side of the bracket is our only other player with a max bid, Xianzhu being one, but Kainoob, sort of a standout player on Zay Forever's team. But however, I want to mention, if you did not catch day one, Zay Forever put up some Jordan-esque numbers. I'll be honest. Hey, I played against the guy, I got 9-0'd. I got subbed in and got smoked by him. So Zay Forever leading his team with Mirimeg and Zoro. Kind of a band of players that weren't expected to make waves, but are all performing really well. I especially want to shout out Zoro. I think that there's some question marks about how effectively he could play, seeing as how he's one of the only players who's never been an NASL starter in this entire event, but he's really locked it down. I think the difficulty playing against that team is not knowing whether they'll put Kainoob in the goalie position or the midfield position, and they've got some kind of sinister comps that they play that no one else is really doing, despite 0 perks. On the other side, there's Gumi's team, which is Agni Kai, championed by Gumi, the most recent NASL winner against his teammate Kainoob. And then he has with him Boxcard, a bit of an up-and-comer, especially at a breakout performance at the LAN. Ron P in the goalie position, known for his strike shotting. And then his brawler is a player in the event that I am remembering the name of, but I'm choosing not to say to add mystery. Leo Leon! Yes, you spoiled it, but yes, I knew that. It was Leo Leon, and I mean, Leo Leon, I love seeing play. He is one of the oldest players remaining. I think it's in this tournament, it's him, for active players, it's him, me, Streak, Storin, and Elo Heaven. I think are the oldest ones left. So I'm happy to see that Leo's finding some success. Had a rocky NASL season. So yeah, that's the match that we're waiting on. I'd love if we could potentially bring that up, unless we have another match coming up shortly. So I think that's on the side stream.
It is being streamed on OpBuggy LOL.
Yeah, I'm down. All right, we're gonna do a little view-on-view action here. So I'd love to check in on that game. See how close that's going. In my head, pretty close matchup. I think that team has the defensive tools to be able to hold Kainoob. So
according to Ether, Zay's team went 3-2 against Gumi's team on game 1. And that was Zoro, Kainoob, and Zay versus Ron P, Cardbox, and Leo Leon.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it went to set 5, obviously we can't see the whole story. Very few teams have even gotten to set 5 versus Zay's team. And Gumi not being in game 1 is pretty solid. I think actually that's a strategy to talk about. When do you think you should play your captain? Because we have seen, based off that, and then also this past game, not every team plays their captain every game. What do you think about the strategy of potentially holding your captain versus subbing them in? Like, there's definitely some sort of mind games you can do about that. I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts about like optimizing. Oh, when do I play X character? What should I do on Y situation?
Well, when it comes to Gumi in particular, I think it's an interesting conundrum because Gumi is pretty well practiced on all three roles.
Yeah.
Mainly midfield as his secondary to goalie. So I won't lie, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see Gumi, sub in for Cardbox in the midfield and let Ron P take over the goal box for that game one. But I guess it shows how much he trusts Cardbox, how much he believes in him. We do have Gumi in the game that's going on right
He's getting
now in the
smoked.
goal box.
He's
And
getting
yeah,
smoked.
it is on game point with no points scored this set by Gumi. So it's not looking great. It's not looking great for him.
No.
But I mean, Gumi's a legend. If anybody can make it work, it's him.
Hey, I'll be honest. I know Rio. I know Gumi. His Juno's not it, bro. Just hey, wrap this up. We might. I mean, just hey, this one's over. I think it is funny. Okay, so tournament organizer moment, guys. So I sat down in a call before this event went live, and I was like, okay, how do I counter spending $88 on Kainu? How do I do it? I was like, okay, I got it. If a team doesn't spend $88 on someone, I'll just give them extra perk points. And like hopefully that's good enough. Like there has to be some punishment or some handicap a team has to have if they draft Kainu or Shianzu, right? Those were the two players projected to go for 88, which they did. It turns out if you just have two of the best midfielders of all time on your roster, it doesn't matter. They can just PBWM it, and you can have all the perks in the world. But it looks like winners finals is just going to be the teams with two players that went for 88. And I think the other reason that's happening is, if we think about the match we just watched, guys, Katone is $6. Like, it doesn't matter if you spend all your money on a midfielder because these other pools are so deep that you're getting like an NASL playoff level brawler for the minimum amount of money, which is crazy to me. Like, Tony was 1 point essentially off of making playoffs, like 1 point versus Bozo Bunch. So I think maybe I should have made it. You get like $40,000 or something because this kind of team. I mean, it looks so hard to beat. I don't know. I literally saw a screenshot yesterday where he was level 8 and everyone else was level 3. It was like that was real. That was real. I think Zoro had like less than 10 saves in a full real game. That was not like a tea time tussle match. That was the real thing on Night Market. He had some Octavia Biss start, and Zoro had like 20 redirects. That was all he needed to do. So I failed. It looks like midfield is the most important role, even though brawler's broken, and I hate brawlers. A random brawler strafe required, but
it was
what do you
also
guys
the
think?
disparity in the midfield pool, right? Because like you have Shianzu and Kainoob
And a lot of the captains
in the
are
midfield pool.
midfielders.
And then you have
A lot of the captains are midfielders.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're not going to be too interested in picking up one of those high ticket midfielders. And then there's also like you have like a lot of NASA nasty players that, amongst this roster of, NASL veterans are perhaps not as, flashy, not as valuable. And so when you have that much of a disparity, people are willing to shill out the big bucks to get the advantage in the midfield. Because if you don't shill out the big bucks, you're going to have a midfield matchup that where you're playing against Shianzu and Kainoob, and you have someone who hasn't played alongside them in a competitive setting long enough to be able to match up with them. I think that really the only way that this could be solved is by like making some of the like super good perks that could really like turn the tide of a match, that are really going to impact a fantastic player like Shianzu or Kainoob. making them a little cheaper, so that that big buff of extra perk money means a little bit more. That's I think the one solution I could think of. I don't know, Lego. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and like specifically for like drafting the midfielders, right? Because you have Shianzu and Kainub, and then you kind of have everyone else, right? Like even if they're good, if they're not that level, which is like ridiculously high level, like the gap is so wide. It's kind of crazy, just how good those two are. Um, but there could be like sort of a solution where, let's see, how do I explain this? It could be like there's like a, I guess like it would involve having to have like a star system or something where you kind of like say, okay, this player is like really good, so they're worth 5 stars. This player is like NASA level, but didn't quite make playoffs, so they're like 3 stars or whatever. And you're only allowed, in addition to maybe having the money, you're only allowed to draft a certain number of like stars on your team. So if you get like Shianzu and he's like 5, you can only get like 2 other players that are like 1 star or
I
something.
see. I'm just
Something
gonna
like that.
write some notes there.
Um, that I don't know. That might be a potential line of thinking.
Are
Yeah, I
we?
like the idea.
Yeah. Go ahead, Vaughn.
No, I was just I like the idea, and I'm being told by Mr. Saya, hey, we're gonna cut to a quick break as we get ready for winners finals. So don't go anywhere. Where it's time to see a little grand finals rematch between Kainub and Shianzu, two of the midfielders I respect the most. Oh god, I wish I could get in there too. Like, I look forward to watching those games. So make sure you stick around, and we will be right back for winners finals. So don't go anywhere.
All right, and welcome back to Play Better, Win More 3 Genesis. About to be jumping into our winners finals match: Heavy Metal Demon Gundam versus Royal Flush. And this is probably the matchup that a lot of people are expecting to be in Grands. This is kind of a mini Grand Finals match here between Zay's team and Joker's team. Because, well, Zay has a really stacked roster. That is, the stream just the stream just bugged out for me for a second and it blew my mind. But no, Zay has a really good roster and his team has been performing really well. And Zay himself has been playing like an absolute demon, a demon Gundam, if you will, for day one. So this is definitely going to be probably one of the highest, most hype, close matches we'll see all day between these two. And looking at, they're still moving around stuff in the lobby, so I don't want to say exactly who they have in yet, but it looks like it's Zay, Kainoob, and Zoro. And Joker's team hasn't committed their third yet, but it's Fresh and Shionzu, so I guess we'll find that out in just a minute before we get on to that. But currently they have Zay in the goal box. I don't know if that's going to change because they do have Zoro in the game. But either way, it's going to be a really crazy match.
Yeah, well, and this is... I haven't paid attention to Heavy Metal Demon Gundam's run too much, but I can't help but notice that we don't have a traditional brawler on the field. I mean, we have players that can play brawlers. I don't want to pretend these guys don't know what they're doing, like they couldn't whip out something snazzy. Maybe it'll be Kainoob brawler, right? But Mirimeg is the only dedicated brawler player on the team, and they're not on the roster for this particular match. How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, Zay was playing brawler yesterday, playing Rasmus, and was really, really cooking on it. He's playing extremely well. And I think when you have Kainoob, he kind of does everything by himself, most of the time anyway. And he just needs a supporting cast to occasionally send the ball back if it does ever get through, or to provide an extra hit just to win the numbers game in a few situations. So I'm not particularly worried in that regard at all. I think they can run a double midfield if they wanted to. They can just have Zay play brawler, and I think it'll work out really fine as well. But the Shionzu Kainoob matchup is obviously kind of the highlight of this match, right? You have basically the two best midfielders in this draft and two of the best players in the game, period, facing off with a pretty strong team surrounding them as well. So I'm curious to see how this goes. Looks like Katone coming in for Royal Flush as well. So they've it seems like Royal Flush is committed to not using Joker in game one, and the game ones of this, at least. Which is kind of interesting because we were talking about using the captains earlier, before the break. But I think we found Royal Flush's answer to that question is they save it, I guess, if they're going to a game 3 potentially.
I also think there's a pretty decent chance that we see both of these teams whip out their perks for this matchup. Maybe they're betting that they're going to make it to Grands and want to do some funny stuff in Grands. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see both of them break it out. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is coming in with the Octagon. What Lego? Is there news that I should be aware of?
Well, no. I just wanted to point out because Royal Flush only has Billiard Brawl. Right?
Yeah, and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam only has the Octagon.
They each
only have one perk.
So it's it is. They only have one perk, but they're such swingy perks. It could very well go your way, but at the same time, it could very well go the other team's way, depending on how it goes. Shianzu does have the rune, which I think was mentioned is very strong on T-Time Tussle, but it looks like we're going to Gates of Obscura. I don't see anything here that's saying... Yeah, it doesn't look like any perks have been used. At least they haven't told us. So I think it's going to be... They're saving it for this one.
If we see the perks come out, it'll be in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Because these teams are just looking to feel each other out for batch 1. That's all that they're going to do here.
Yeah. Let's take a look. So let's take a look at this character draft, though. It's unstoppable, explosive entrance. We see Aimi X are banned, right? Zentaro not actually picked up, which
it's
a little bit interesting.
Little baffling.
It's a little bit interesting. So yeah, that's Royal Flush's blue side. Okay, the text is tiny, but yeah, they got Asher, Kai, Rasmus over there, which I'm pretty sure is Rasmus Brawler. I assume Fresh is gonna play Asher goalie here, and it could be the other. It could be Rasmus goalie, but I feel like that just makes a little bit less sense. Well, I don't know. It could be the other way around. It's an unstoppable start. I don't know. We'll find out in a minute. But Kazan now and Mako for the other side. It's a pretty good explosive start there on that team. Kainoob on the now, I assume. And Zay on the Kazan. Unless he is playing goalie, which he's still in the goalie spot. So he very well might be. It could be a crazy turn of events when he's playing goalie, but... yeah, we'll see. The Mako coming out as well. A lot of speed to work with. This Kazan is going to be like, you got 2 speed boosters with explosive entrance, and then he's probably just going to pick up explosive entrance himself, right? This Kazan is going to kind of be all over the place.
I'm looking at it now. Zay has hit or never mind. That's Kainoob with the green check mark. But they're still keeping this arrangement of Zay in the goal box. Are we about to see potentially like a Zay Mako goalie?
Oh, I think we're getting word that they are going to change it.
They are going to change it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like it would be a kind of weird like I know we're subbing people in and around, but like why would we put Zoro on forward and Zay on goalie when they're just in the same game anyway? It's just no. It's going to be normal. It's going to be normal. But yeah, as I was like pointing out, there's a lot of they're investing a lot of speed into their forwards here. Whereas Kai and Rasmus, I feel like now Kazan with the explosive start is gonna be able to like outmaneuver them. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I feel like there's just like a lot of speed and a lot of like repositioning that they can do. Whereas I think Rasmus and Kai have to rely a lot more on their special moves to be able to kind of match that.
So I agree that the now Kazan is the better forward duo here, but I think it's for a different reason. I think it's just because we're on Gates of Obscura. And in my opinion, now is one of the best midfielders on the map because her creations can do a fantastic job of both helping in pocket as well as holding down portals, which is like a really big part of the midfield play in this map. And Kazan is just better at maintaining possession in pocket than Rasmus is. Like Rasmus, in order for you to play Rasmus on this map, you kind of have to like stand near the edge, which is really, really risky, especially because, you know, this Rasmus is going to be dealing with Mako and Kazan, who can both very easily just like pick you off in mid animation if you're on the side. So I think that it's a little dangerous with how Rasmus typically likes to play in pocket, because until you get that first barrier down, you are going to have your back to the wall anytime you want to use your primary in any of its like normally effective ways. So I'll be interested to see. Maybe Katone has thought of something that I haven't. He is obviously a better player than me, so maybe he's figured out a way to make the Rasmus work in ways that I haven't seen it used on this map. But in my opinion, it's a much scarier pick to play than the Kazan, who can stand in the middle of the field and influence everything from a safe distance.
I think especially if Zoro goes for the unstoppable, and just forgoes the explosive entrance, it's just gonna make Katone's job very difficult.
Yeah.
Rasmus is gonna have it has a hard time stuffing it through Mako. You have to get it around her, and on gates where like you're basically just having to stuff a corner like all the time, it having that one extra option of like, oh, pendulum swing isn't actually going to do anything every 8 seconds, it could be pretty debilitating. So we'll see what the awakenings are in just a second. What they've selected. Katone is playing the Rasmus. It is solved. I think the goalie pick would be wrong here. But yeah, it's pretty much what we have expected. So Shionzu on the Kai versus now. Vaughn was explaining it earlier. The now and Kai matchup. And we're about to see basically like the two best players kind of duke it out with this. And this being such a midfield heavy map that it is, a lot of weight is resting on Kainib and Shionzu to kind of get it done for their team, I think, regardless of what we're talking about anyway.
Yeah, and right away we are seeing Zay do the stereotypical Kazan early game thing, which is I'm going to touch the core as much as I can, because hitting level 2 like he just did is such a huge buff for the character, unlocking... we always say the other half of the kit, but really it's more than the other half of the kit. He only has 1.5 abilities to start. Doesn't actually get the closed secondary ult until level 2 either. So yeah, huge buff for this man, and they do have the barrier advantage right now. They're keeping possession. That'll be the barriers opened up for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam in this first point.
Yeah, Katone taking a lot of damage here as well. Zay looking for the KO. A nice evade here, but Fresh is going to be on the ropes a little bit as Katone has to go back and kind of heal up. Kainub's got the flip as well. Now Zoro feeling some little bit of pressure right now. The hook comes through and the barrier will fall down. Shionzu looking for a pass here. Zay will win some strike force and get around. A great primary from Kainub. Will get it through the portal to clear it out there as Katone looking for a shot, but not going to be enough pressure over. Shionzu on the bottom. A beautiful barrage. Get it just around Kainub's secondary. They'll send it in. That's going to be Royal Flush first on the board.
Yeah, I will say one starting Awakening draft that I wasn't fully expecting, but that I like, is Kainub going for Unstoppable. I actually think that's really nice because it gives him a much better response to like Shionzu gigaing him, and then like maybe Katone would normally be looking for some hit stuns that no longer affect Kainub as much. And so I actually think that Kainub made like a really nice play with the Unstoppable. Having said that Unstoppable shield is not going to come back in time to prevent him from being knocked off the map. That'll be a power play in favor of Royal Flush here.
Yeah, Shionzu not looking too healthy, though. It could very well turn the other way. I see Zay kind of hovering. The KO isn't going to quite find us. Katone looking to cook. Will win the 1v2. The barrier gone now. Nice back press there to Fresh to buy some time. Now Shionzu's self-path through the portal, but Zay's right there with the press the point to be able to clear that one out. Katone able to win. Get it over into the top corner here. It's going to have the core flip up in just a moment, but going to have to 1v3 as Shionzu. Not looking too great. Comes out the death touch. Zoro doing a good job of playing keep away, but the core flip on the goal line is going to stall it out and get it right through Kainub and Zoro there. A really tough one to save. Katone been winning. Has been winning these interactions while being outnumbered pretty consistently today, and it's paying off big here as Royal Flush on set point.
Yeah, the ensnare drums coming out to shut off Shionzu, but Royal Flush have been on a roll this game so far. I mean, Zay and Kainub have been getting barriers, but they haven't been able to like get the core forward just one more time to secure the goal. And there's Kainub gone once more, I believe. Was that a Giga Blast that sent him off the edge? Just a well-played Giga Blast from Shionzu.
It's actually a death touch
Dash
from Katone.
Punch from Fresh?
No, a death touch from Katone.
Death touch. Okay.
Like it was like point blank on the edge on the replay.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, the goal's open once more. Royal Flush are looking really strong to close it out here, but there's the power play! Shionzu taken off the map by Zay with the top spin. But, I mean, the power play doesn't seem to be finding too much purchase, and there goes Katone taken off by the Path Splitter. Fresh still with one barrier up as Shionzu comes back online. Katone dribbling in front of the net. Kainub and Zoro have a lot to get through and not a whole lot of time to do it.
Nice barrage with some good patience by Zoro. Clear that one out. Now Frightfully Fresh trapped in a bit of a corner. Will wait out the top spin. Now Katone looking for the breakaway, but the strike shot able to clear it back out as Kainoob looking to reignite this offense here. Zay with the crooked lever doesn't get it through. Core flip from Kainoob, trades it with Fresh. He gets it down to the bottom of the demon angle. It's perfect. Shianzu ran up like he was gonna make something happen, and then just turned around and left when he saw the demon angle hit. And Zoro just missed the strike shot because he didn't really know what to do. That was a really good shot, and some funny mind games from Shianzu there.
Yeah, I will say that the early trend of this game does just seem to be the KOs and the speed are going heavily in favor of Royal Flush here. And that trend is going to continue with Shianzu picking up Chrono Boost here. Hot Shot on the Rasmus is also quite nice. I don't know that it's going to be like a huge game changer, but definitely a nice buff. And Zay grabbing Adrenaline Rush, I know that he was last in draft, so there wasn't too much else left to grab. I'll be interested to see how much benefit he gets from it. He found a cheeky KO with the top spin last match, and they've been staggering people. So maybe Heavy Metal Gundam can get a little bit more benefit from the power plays that have been coming their way, and make something happen here. But as far as this first point goes, it seems to be essentially a run back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard for them to get KOs as well, just with how fast Shianzu and Katone can kind of run like individually, because they both went explosive. So they're both running pretty decently fast, and they can pump out damage of their own as well. As we see, Zay is gonna just take chip damage here. Shianzu as well, actually hunting for the KO right here, but it doesn't matter because Katone left alone with the core. I say alone, guarded by Kainoob and Zoro, but it doesn't matter because he set up the death touch, ran around it to where his body was in between it and the goal, and so he basically pulled it to himself from behind him without like that was a really crazy Rasmus setup.
Yeah, I mean, Katone is playing in this pocket really effectively. He actually doesn't really seem to be punished at all for standing close to the edge. I guess it's just there's not enough knockback power yet on the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam to punish it. Zay's jumping in and trying to, make something happen, but Katone's ready with the evasion to make sure that that's not a problem. Fresh's barriers do go down here as Zay and Tiny were able to bring it up, but it's quickly cleared away, and the barriers are taken by Royal Flush on the other side. Katone a little staggered here. Not quite staggered, but soon to be. Zoro just being able to strike it away. There we go. There's the stagger onto Katone. Maybe Zay can find a kill here, bring a power play into action. It's actually Kainoob that finds it with the Now Mine, though. The Sentry Mine will be able to bring it forward. Shianzu and Frightfully Fresh now with air at their backs, trying to defend away the goal, and it seems like they're having a pretty easy time of it. Didn't get too much out of that power play. And we move into a little bit of a neutral zone now.
Yeah, I just want to point out that KO. Zoro hit Katone with the strike shot while he was staggered to launch him through the portal at that angle, and Kainoob's mind just happened to be there and launch him off the edge. It was a really crazy sequence of events. But I mean, Royal Flush will get it done eventually, and another really nice kickoff. They're not going to get any barriers off of it, but they're going to stay in control for a bit. Kainoob in a little bit of a corner, and Katone just winning Strike Wars, simply striking second and making things hard. Kainoob has to burn the flip defensively. A nice pop-up from Zay Forever. Gets a barrier in return here, but it's right back to Katone. The whiplash is going to be enough to get it through two of them. And the goal is open once again. Pass splitter coming out from Fresh, core flip from Zay, but all three members of Royal Flush there to block it and keep it held down. Now Frightfully Fresh bringing it up to Shianzu, running up the bottom corner. The snare drum's having to come out to block it, but the angle is bad. The whiplash from Katone as he's getting launched across the map. The drive-by score will get it done. The core flip from Zoro knocked that guy into the path of the core to knock that in. That was crazy.
It really does just seem like Shianzu having so much speed at his disposal is their biggest asset in this game. I mean, Vaughn called it out in the previous game as well, that Shianzu being on these speed-centered midfielders is really the center of his playstyle. And we're grabbing stacks on stacks here. That's even more speed on this Kai, and that's passive speed. Doesn't need the secondary to proc it. Shianzu is just going to be flying around at unprecedented speeds. I will say, though, Kainoob gets more speed from this draft with Super Surge. She's going to be able to contend with Xianzhu a little bit better in the midfield. And that speed can be transferred to Zay, who now has Big Fish. That size on Kazan, some of the best size scaling in the entire game. Kazan just gets so much out of having the larger closed form strike box, as well as all of those melee abilities at his disposal. So lots to love here from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, but this set, as we are now on, what could be the final set if Royal Flush closes it out, is going to show if that is really going to be enough.
I think one thing as well to point out, the Egoist going over to Katone. We sort of mentioned this a little bit at the beginning, but there's a lot of speed on both sides, but Heavy Metal Demon's Gundam's speed comes from Zoro saying, "You guys go fast now," or Kainoob saying, "You guys go fast now." Whereas Royal Flush, Xianzhu just says, "I want to go fast," and individually will go fast. And Katone says, "I want to go fast," and then can just individually go fast, where they can just kind of independently do that. Whereas Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, it's more of a team-wide thing, but like whoever does it has to help out like the other people to go fast. There's a little bit like less agency of like when they can get like that speed boost, and especially with like the speed awakenings now that Royal Flush is getting on their characters, Katone is just winning a lot of foot races when the speed isn't up for Demon Gundam. And I mean, we're seeing a lot. Look how fast Xianzhu runs with the speed boost stuff. That's absolutely crazy. What a Giga as well to keep it held down, but we'll get back through the portals here as both sides in the midfield, and a bit of an open goal situation for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Just a bit of an open goal situation. It seems to kind of be the trend here. That Egoist will get procced here for Katone. Both members of Royal Flush on the forwards having so much speed at their disposal to get anywhere they need to in the blink of an eye. Katone lingering with that core flip in front of the net is a scary, scary sight. Zoro and Kainoob will defend it away bravely, and Katone is now staggered. Zay looking for a KO, but the top spin misses. Katone now playing his life on the portals, but it gets sniped away from afar, taken off the map. That's a power play for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Zay trying to get it done. Xianzhu buying some time, dribbling up in front of Zoro right here. Has the flip, gonna burn it. Goes right up to the top, right above Kainoob. Absolutely, like that was frames and pixels from getting saved by the strike. An absolutely beautiful shot from Xianzhu right there to put Royal Flush on the board after a long set there. But the offensive pressure coming out, I mean, it's been so consistent with this team like all day. It's just so hard to convert to offense against them. Like, it feels like they just send it right back, and especially with I mean, the name of the game is being speed right now. How fast they're running, it becomes so hard to get anything really going. And Katone able to find another KO here. Really nice core flip from Kainoob to get it around fresh. But Xianzhu looking a little bit not healthy. They do have the power play going, trying to make something happen. Katone looking for the 1v2. Fresh trying to hold it down. They will get one barrier here, but Katone is looking for more. Xianzhu pushing up now as well, trying to force it through, but Zoro's drum and bass will be enough on that first one, but not the second. And the barrier will fall now. Xianzhu portal pass, the death touch comes in. They will block that one of the snare drums from Zoro, getting around to Kainoob. Xianzhu trying to catch up to it. Giga Blast comes out. Kainoob blocks it once. Now trying to clear it out through the portal. It will be safe for the time being. Kainoob desperately now trying to bring down this second barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, doing a fine job of keeping up the pressure, but Xianzhu and Fresh are a difficult defense to get through. Xianzhu is dribbling in front of the net with flip and pushes it through, catches it in the corner. That's on game point now for Royal Flush. They are blazing through this match one.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation of every Metal Demon Gundam. There's really not like a big way that they can come back from this right now. They really just need a miracle to bring this back. It's looking pretty rough. It might just be a go next angle and try and get them on game 2. But we'll see. We'll see. Zoro is going to be burning the flip here, but Katone just moves too fast, just walks up and whiplashes it and gets the barrier in return. And now they have this big corner offense going. Zoro will be able to hold for the time being, but going to have another opportunity as through the portal once again. Core flip here from Katone, sends it around at a nice angle, and that second barrier is down. It's only a matter of time now. The death touch comes out. Core flip from Zay to clear it. Gets one barrier on the bounce, but it's right back in Zoro's hands now. Shianzu looking through the portal. Katone walks through there as well. The barrage comes through, and that's Shianzu bringing Royal Flush to a W in game 1. 3-0 and looking near unstoppable. And the thing is, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam were playing really well that game as well, and they still got kind of swept. They're going to have to definitely change up the game plan a bit going into game 2 here to bring this one back. But wow, I mean, just looking at these stats, like, to see 0 goals on the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is kind of crazy.
I mean, I really do think that it was the weaknesses that we pointed out before the match in this Kai Rasmus forward duo on Gates. They weren't really capitalized on by Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. They didn't really have an opportunity to capitalize on them. They very quickly got draft favor and got pretty much everything they wanted. Katone demonstrated that he didn't need size on Rasmus, which I actually think was a smart play because it would have put his back closer to the wall and pocket even more. Didn't even need size on Rasmus, just needs to, have some speed and some maneuverability. And then Shianzu's there to finish off whatever Katone can't. I mean, they just had speed to rule the field with. That's all that they needed to win. And the KO potential never really came through for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. And so they were left floundering for a lot of that match. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see a match 3 Heavy Metal Demon Gundam coming through and taking us to a game 3 on this next map. Here's a fun question for you, Lego. Do you have any idea how much speed Shianzu was rocking in that game when he procced his secondary?
I'm gonna say like 200 something. I don't know.
So plus 200 above like the 450 base that most strikers are at.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So what was it?
He was at 840 with just the secondary alone.
840.
Almost at 900. Almost at 900 when he had slick kicks procced as well. So almost double the speed of most strikers in the game when he had secondary.
That's pretty insane. He was running. I mean, he was running really fast. Clearly, both teams now are presented with a bit of a challenge, right? We're going over to Taiko, but they have to switch out someone because all 4 players have to play, and there's no guarantee that it's a game 3, right? So we see the Joker come in, but Mirameg has to come in for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. So I'm curious to see who's getting swapped. Probably Zay, right? But this now leaves the issue of you have to fight Shianzu Joker.
Yeah, that's a tough.
And it's on Taiko. It's on Taiko as well, which I mean, I don't know about you, but these guys seem to dominate on this map every time that they play on it.
I do want to talk about one more thing real quick before we start talking about the beginning of this next match. Ember Blazeflame brought up a good point in the chat that there's actually a fantastic job of rotating for orbs on the side of Royal Flush. It was pretty much Fresh saved an orb out for Shianzu anytime that and also Katone anytime that they needed to run back and just get a little refuel on Stagger to make sure that the adrenaline rush from Zay couldn't pop off. They did a really good job of rotating in and out, and then the other duo on offense would be able to keep possession while they were out of commission. So yeah, just really well played against that win condition, because that was pretty much what Heavy Metal Demon Gundam was hoping for, is those KOs, and Royal Flush made sure that couldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, we saw it. We did definitely see that, and it's just good coordination and team play coming out from them as well. And now here's another question, right? We talked about perks earlier. Is this, if you're Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, is this where you pop the octagon? Do you? Because here's the question, right? I think if you look at the brackets, they'll go to fight if they lose this series, right? They go down to losers. Do you think that they're gonna save it for for coming back to Grands? Like they're just going to make the losers run, come back to Grands, and then pop it? Or do you think they want to just like pop it here, send Royal Flush to losers, and hope that they get upset down there?
There's a strong argument for it, I think. I think that there's a strong argument for it. Especially since there's a potential. I haven't looked for. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm getting some word from production now. Evidently,
no perk.
Heavy Metal Demon Gundam can actually keep their roster, which I wasn't aware of. I guess I read the rules incorrectly, and it looks like neither of these teams are popping their perks for game 2. So we're going in normal vanilla Omega Strikers, another run back of this absolutely insane midfield matchup. But we've got some new brawlers in the pool now. It doesn't look like Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Oh no, never mind. They don't appear to be rotating anybody out, or at least if they have, they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't look like they are. It looks like just the Joker came in for Royal Flush, which, I mean, what else is there to say about that duo? Really, they're just like so oppressive and hard to deal with. They have such good coordination. And it's hard to get the core away from them. And even when you do, like it becomes you used everything to do it. It feels like, and then you have like nothing to convert on offense, and then they just kind of run back, hit you once, and then reconvert to suffocating your goalie. It's very scary to deal with. It's very scary on Taiko Temple, where they just seem to absolutely dominate every single game they play on it. So I'm not exactly sure what to expect from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, especially because like the Octagon isn't getting popped, right? I think that would be like the biggest way to upset this, but since they didn't use that, they're just relying on playing better, really. And we'll have to see if they do that. I think they absolutely can.
Would you say that it also has to do with them being able to win more?
Oh yeah, I mean that's part of it. Right? If they are playing better, they naturally are going to be winning more. But no, I think they absolutely can do it. I think the draft and the awakenings kind of lined up really well for Royal Flush last game, as well as just like they just kind of did their normal thing, but they got a lot of speed to go along with it. I think if Heavy Metal Demon Gundam can maybe get a better start and hopefully keep that, maybe under control a little bit better, it could very easily swing into their favor as well. It looks like Hotshot Super Surge is going to be the start here. What are your thoughts on those? That's an interesting start.
Hotshot and Super Surge with these groups on Taiko.
There's a lot of characters where Super Surge is like pretty strong, right? And Hotshot as well is pretty powerful on like certain characters. On Taiko Temple, where you get you can get a lot of core speed, you can get a lot of really crazy ledge KOs. There's a couple angles you could go with this, I think.
So here's an interesting idea. What if we see a Julie come out? What if we see a Julie come out? Like I could see like maybe Joker whips out a Julie for this match. Especially because I wouldn't be surprised if the Ash.
Okay, wait,
banned,
we do have one little update. Mirameg just got swapped in for Zay. So Mirameg did come in. That's like known Asher guy, right?
Yeah. Both of these teams
they both
Asher
want
players.
Asher. They both really want Asher. And Super Surge is like really good on Asher as well. You hit very hard with that awakening. The punch dash becomes, especially on like how tight this like map can be, that's like pretty lethal. So I mean, we're definitely going to see either an Asher ban or an Asher first pick from someone. I think red team Royal Flush is red team, so I could see them just banning the Asher potentially and then picking X like they did last time. But the draft is actually on the screen right now. It was not before, but now it is.
Yeah, there we go. There's a first pick Asher.
Yeah, they banned the X. They first picked the Asher for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. And then we got the now Atlas Zentaro. And then Estelle Dubu. Let's see. This is...
I'm a big fan of the Asher Estelle here for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. I think that's an absolutely fantastic forward duo. And Joker is whipping out the Super Surge Zentaro in the brawler position. This is not a common map for Zentaro to be used on. Like, even I'll invoke Borg's name here. Even Borg is not a huge fan of Zentaro on this map. Thinks that, you know, it plays to a lot of the character's weaker points. Already Joker's being beat up, but it doesn't even matter. This dude's just the GOAT. Freaking strike primaries in front of the net, catches Zoro with that giant Dubu hitbox. That'll be enough to secure point 1. It's an unconventional pick, but this Joker guy is kind of crazy at this Zentaro character, so I don't think that it's going to matter too much.
Yeah, and there's a lot of damage from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, right? And Zentaro kind of famously isn't super survivable, but you have now and Atlas on Royal Flush, right? Like this guy, like KOing has become a much more difficult option, even with like 2 characters that can kind of deal a lot of chip damage. Like Estelle especially can actually whittle you down pretty well in the right circumstances. But yeah, Joker's just gonna be able to kind of heal up quite a lot. So we'll see here, but big core flip from Shianzu is actually gonna find the KO onto Kainoob. A really nice power play here for the side of Royal Flush. Could see the barrier fall pretty easily. So we'll be able to hold on for the time being. In a bit of a rough spot still, though. A lot of work for them to be able to get this core out of here. Nice plays from Kainoob. We'll see it cleared out and back into the midfield, though. But both goalies, once again, going for the strike shot. It's probably just the standard at this point, really, for melee goalies.
Yeah, I think that strike shot coming into prevalence again is a really nice change of pace from Mom Boots. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see at least one of them go for Mom Boots, but like I'm not gonna judge. These guys have been like gaming with the strike shot, and it's just a fun awakening. They get a whole nother ability tagged onto their kit, and it's not crazy strong, but an extra projectile can do a lot. Like we're seeing a lot of the clears happen as a result of strike shot right now.
Yeah, one right there.
Yeah,
nice little dribble.
Core flips are.
Yeah,
you take it away with the core flips.
Yeah, no, they got some core flips up here. Both sides actually are going to have something to work with, but this one barrier staying up is a little bit rough here. Zoro burning the core flip, but doesn't get quite through. Now Kainoob as well. Fresh trying to send it back in. Kainoob, nice pass to Mirameg, but Fresh is going to be able to clear that one out here. Joker looking to set it up with the soup in the way. Soup mechanic saved Dubu, but I guess not because Zoro saved it, so it's fine. Mirameg able to clear it off. Joker flipped on the left side of the soup, but there was a now primary in front of him, and it hit the now primary, bounced back into the soup where it like phased into it and then shot out, which is kind of crazy. But if it works, I guess it works. It really I don't even know what to call it. It's just a strange interaction there that kind of led to that.
Yeah, I want to take a minute here to talk about this Asher Estelle forward duo that Kainoob and Mirameg are running. It's really, really nice. It's a common forward duo for a reason, because Asher and Estelle both love the core to be in particular places. Estelle wants it to be out in like open space where she can snipe it and score a goal, and so she usually forces the core to be played on the wall more frequently, and that is where Asher loves it. And so it really puts Frightfully Fresh into this catch-22 scenario on defense, where he's forced to burn a lot of cooldowns when both Kainoob and Mirameg can get up onto offense. It's really, really effective, so keep an eye out for how that offense plays out. But in the meantime, we can appreciate the offense of Joker and Shianzu, just relentless pressure from this Zentaro that already has dash range, and then Shianzu having plenty of room to come up behind him and support, scoring a goal and bringing them up to a 1-point lead in set 1.
Yeah, it just can't get out of control. Well, Kainoob with that quangle into core flip is actually going to find the KO and help things out quite a bit here. Zoro able to catch up to the core and try and force it down into this bottom. Shianzu relentlessly playing defense, though, is able to get it around Kainoob and get a second barrier and a perfectly set up primary as well. Catches the rebound and brings down the second barrier now, and the Joker just a perfect shot. I mean, right between all of them, threaded the absolute needle off of that Strike War win. And Royal Flush, they'll take set 1. Joker, the MVP. I think we also want to look out here for what Fresh ends up getting, because Twin Drive and Rapid Fire and War Ponder are on the board, which could very well make Heavy Metal Demon Gundam's lives a lot harder. Because when they do inevitably get it to Fresh, he's just always going to have cooldowns. It will be Stagger Swagger, though, for the Joker. It's a really strong pickup here in general. And Monumentalist on Shianzu is, of course, always nice. Or Ponder goes over to the Dubu. Twin Drive on the Atlas, and just some extra size here on Mirameg. A decent draft for Demon Gundam, but, I mean, Royal Flush just got, like, Biss on everybody. And they're already kind of dominating. So it's looking a little bit rough still, I think, for them.
Yeah, I mean, more or less everybody got what they wanted out of that draft. Joker did manage to deny away the Stagger Swagger from Kainu, but, like, Rapid Fire is a perfectly fine consolation prize. But, like, no amount of Biss that you get is going to really beat out Monu now. That Twin Drive Atlas. And this Atlas already has Hot Shot from the starting Awakening. Like, it's so much CDR, and the creations on Now are so big. Even with, like, the recent Now changes, it's such a strong Awakening on her, undeniably. Both goals are open here, though. There's Kainu coming in with the Rose Warp into Piercing Shot. Fresh didn't have anything to respond to that play. So, I mean, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, they're still putting up a fight. The game is certainly not over for them.
No, absolutely not. They can, in fact, bring this one back, contrary to popular belief. But I think they are definitely having to fight the uphill battle here as well. But a nice snipe from Kainoob there with the piercing shot. We'll give them a little bit of breathing room. A pass splitter from Mirameg will keep Shianzu out of it for a little bit. Has to teleport back to try and help Fresh on the defense, as the offense is coming through from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. They got one barrier. They're looking for a second one. Mirameg dashing up, but can't quite catch the core here. Now it's in Zoro's court. Has to try and get it past Shianzu. Unfavorable bounce from the bumper. Does mean a burnt core flip. Kainoob as well. Gonna burn it to clear it out now. Rose warping up. They're trying to make something happen. Another snipe from Kainoob. Shianzu this time is gone. And the barrier will fall here. Joker back on defense. Soup coming out from Zoro up in the offensive position. Core gets away from them a little bit, but they could have another chance. Fresh sends it out into the midfield. Mirameg now up on top. Tries to get it through. A nice sword angle from Fresh, but Kainoob has a piercing shot up. That rapid fire means, well, crossing that clears are unfortunately just not possible, even when they're well executed. And Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, well, now they're up 2-0. They could very well run away with this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, something else that's interesting here about the way that Kainoob has to play this match versus Shianzu. If Shianzu wants to make a difference on offense, he does have to, like, run up on offense, right? He gets a little more range from the Monu because the secondaries can, you know, go pretty far now. But definitely not as much range as Estelle has at her disposal, right? So for Shianzu to make a difference, he's really got to get up in Zoro's face. Whereas Kainoob is perfectly content with, like, floating back on defense for a little bit. And then when he gets up on offense, he can kind of stay in lane to hold the core up for Mirameg while still making a difference with those high range abilities. So just interesting midfield dynamics here, as usual with these two fantastic players. That will be the goals opening up for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, and they are on set point here. They have a chance to tie it up.
A nice block there from Joker. Ends up punishing Zoro for the flip. Now Shianzu with the flip up here. Joker actually just going to take the rebound off the bounce there and shoot it right into the top. A little bit of that overtime speed. Coming in pretty clutch to get it past Zoro. Keep this set competitive here. 2 flips on it. Well, actually 3 flips for the side of Royal Flush versus 2 for Heavy Metal Demon. And Joker just goes for the double instantly. Doesn't quite get it. It's actually Kainoob who gets it in return off the piercing shot. It's an open goal now. Pass splitter coming out as Heavy Metal Demon Gundam looking to maybe close this one out. Fortunately, Kainoob going to go down. Mirameg with the flip. Gets blocked by the strike shot, though. Now it's back to Joker. Looking to push this top corner. Shianzu right there to back him up. Pops the primary. And one barrier down. Fresh now up in the midfield. Drops the astral projection. Shianzu will bring down the second one. Kainoob is back online. And Mirameg pushing up on the bottom side. Has to get it through 3 of them, though. Kainoob dropping out some projectiles. Fresh with the flip of Mirameg with the barrier beam. Able to block that one and sink it in. The Metal Demon Gundam will be able to tie it up with a set now of their own.
Yep, and that'll be Kainoob taking a deserved set MVP. Lots to love about this draft. Someone is going to have to deny away the perfect form. It'll be Kainoob. It's a pretty universally popular awakening, but definitely you can't let Zentaro have it. That'll be Siege Machine going over to Zoro. A little bit of extra projectile range, a little bit of creation duration. Certainly a nice awakening to grab on Dubu. The Unstoppable is actually a really nice pickup here for Mary Meg. Not only would that be a little scary if Fresh got a hold of it, because Estelle and to some extent Asher don't like it when the goalie has Unstoppable, but it's actually really nice into Atlas as well. You can contest the Atlas primary a lot easier. You can just straight up strike for it, because you won't get stunned away by it. And here's Mary Meg and Kainoob running away with the point. Mary Meg grabs a dash punch onto Shianzu, and then they open up the goal just mere seconds later. They're looking to score it. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is in their prime. They're on a streak.
I like that Zoro literally just walked up and dropped soup and killed somebody. I mean, you don't even need speed. But now that he's got that siege machine, that the KOing with the soup becomes a lot more viable, especially in this map where you're playing up in the corners, up by the walls quite a lot. Like right there, Joker was up by the wall because that's where the core was, and Kainoob just shot him off of the ledge, and that's going to happen quite a lot when you have literally 3 characters who get KOs by knocking people off the ledge as opposed to staggering them like Zentaro does. So it's definitely something to be looking out for. Zoro as well has max orb ponderers, so is kind of free to use the soup a little bit liberally, because he can just pick up an orb and have like half the cooldown back as well. So it's a really nice position to be in if you're playing Dubu, especially with Hotshot. That's just even more cooldowns. Kind of crazy, actually. Both these goalies have a lot of cooldowns to work with. Seeing right now, neither side really able to like capitalize super hard. Both goalies kind of keeping things locked down for the moments. In the midfield, Marimeg not quite able to catch up with the core here. Kind of trying to make something happen on the bottom. Fresh with the core flip, though. We'll be able to save that one out, get it up to Joker. The dash is not good. The roll will be able to save that one away. Kainoob going to clear that one out now. Marimeg not quite able to catch up with the core, but Kainoob blinking in. The barrier beam comes through, but Fresh keeps it on lock. Joker and Shianzu now on defense on the top side. The soup coming out makes things really hard, because it lasts so much longer now. Noni's blade for the barrier, but doesn't go down. And now Joker actually sent it backwards a little bit there, and the core flip is blocked away. The barrier will remain standing for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam for a little while longer.
Yeah, here's an interesting thing for you. You brought up, the influence of the soup, but also that the main method of KOing for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is knockback. That does mean that these Atlas ults have to be on point for Frightfully Flesh to revive people. And I mean, why am I even talking about Atlas ult right now? We just had a fantastic sequence of offensive plays there from Kainoob and Marimeg. That's exactly how Asher Estelle loves to play. Asher just holds the core in place, lines up the piercing shot perfectly for Estelle. And with Kainoob being on almost level 10 in this lobby, it's evident that Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is playing this match exactly as they intend it to be.
Yeah, now core flip's coming out from Kainoob, and keeping Joker zoned off. The Stagger Squad are going to have to heal him back, but they will lose a barrier there. Kainoob looking for another snipe. Joker will be able to survive that, but I mean, Kainoob is watching out for that positioning there to just find those KOs. It's very scary if you're Royal Flush and trying to make those pushes from the top side. And Joker going to look for another attempt. We'll be able to get it around Zoro there. The barrier down, a whiffed strike from Zoro. Kind of rough there. It will just float right in. Let's see, what exactly... So Joker sent it up, yeah, and Zoro thought he hit it, but was just standing slightly too low, unfortunately. And Royal Flush will put themselves on the board with that.
Yep, and right off the bat, we're back at it again with the Mon You Now shenanigans. Royal Flush is making it happen once more in this set. Their core flips are already almost online. Joker already has his up, but there's the KO coming out again onto Shianzu. Joker will manage to snag a cheeky barrier before having to retreat onto defense. Power play is still going on, but it is Zoro who has nothing but prayers at his back right now. He will defend it away handily with a strike followed up by a soup. But Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are possibly in a position to bring this point back and tie out the set. Shianzu and Joker putting up a strong offense right now.
Mirror looking for the pass splitter, doesn't quite find it. And Kainoob's in a bit of trouble fighting Joker on the bottom side. Will be able to recover here, and the fight gonna break off. Mirror looking to push this corner. The core just gets away from him a little bit there. And now Zoro in a bit of a pickle right now. Has to get it off his side of the map. He'll be able to do so as we go into overtime. Piercing shot comes through, but not quite the right angle here. Kainoob blinking in, trying to get something, but the 1v2 is gonna be a little bit hard to navigate. However, a nice placement will allow Mirror to set up the barrier. There's the flip, but the goal is open right now, and Joker sends it backwards with the Oni's blade! Slightly mispositioned there. Shoots it right into the goal. Dubu gonna be credited with that one. This Heavy Metal Demon Gundam will take set 2. And look at this draft here. We got Stacks, we got Catalyst, we got Big Fish, we got Rampage. Looks like it will be missile prop for the Dubu, though. These projectiles, this soup is gonna go far, and it also denies it from Fresh, so some nice pickup there.
And that does mean that Catalyst ends up falling to Mirimeg. Definitely another awakening that you don't want to let Zentaro have. But Asher is also like a really good user of Catalyst. She gets hit by a lot of stuff because she's up in people's faces a lot. And also, like, at the very least, her primary and then the Path Splitter ult both deal a lot of hits that'll just generate you energy for free. So Mirimeg is going to get a lot of value out of that. And Egoist is still on the board. Could potentially be picked up if this goes to a set 5. Or at the very least, it would need to be denied away. But Heavy Metal Demon Gundam could very well just end the game this set. They're in a very good position to. Far better than they were last match. Kainoob already starting it off with a 1-point lead. Bringing those piercing shots up into Shianzu's face. There's not too much a Now can do against that.
Yeah, and I really like that draft as well from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. They got, I think, some really good awakenings there. Zoro can be really offensive with his ults. He can literally, he doesn't even have to stand at midfield. He can stand even a little bit far back and just like cut off an entire corner if he wants. And with the strike shot as well, there's a lot of range that Dubu normally doesn't have access to that he can play with. So
it deals so much damage.
Yeah, it
too.
does. Like, it's just gonna hit Joker. And luckily, he's got Stagger Swagger, but Shianzu does not. Shianzu has to rely on Atlas ult or Now healing. And if Kainoob is feeling like it, he could catch him out when he's low and kind of launch him off the map. So it's something they really have to look out for. Nice flip from Fresh, but it is blocked away. Kainoob's going to be able to find that barrier. And Shianzu staggered, goes for the Mirimeg goes for the KO. A nice evade here, but Kainoob looking for the goal. Fresh will be able to lock it down. And look at, there's the soup coming out across the world to shut up that bottom lane. As a Royal Flush in a little bit of a tight situation at the moment. So going to roll on the bottom side. Kainoob bouncing it up really fast off of that blink. Looks like it hit the Now primary and then just like came back off of the blink. Some really nice timing there from Kainoob to be able to secure that one. And this is game point for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. This could very well just be a game 3 moment.
I gotta call out, this could be our last point here, but watch Kainoob. Because one thing that he's been doing a fantastic job of this game is multitasking his abilities for both damage and core control. So he's been keeping Joker and Shianzu on their toes by hitting them with his abilities and influencing the core in the ways that he wants to. And as the goals open up, Frightfully Fresh is going to need a miracle to save this one, as well as some fantastic gameplay. And Mirimeg and Kainoob are bringing the core into his... all of his hopes that he can possibly throw at them.
Yeah, Fresh getting it up. Joker getting launched across the map will luckily be able to stay alive for the moment, be able to heal up, but Mirimeg and Kainoob, they are approaching, putting out in the midfield now. Joker able to force it through here. Oni's blade in the corner, but Mirimeg able to grab the core, breakaway. There's the core flip, hits the expanse, but Kainoob's on the bottom to try and recover this one. The out projection gets a pass, and Joker with a dash into a core flip finds the KO. Will get rezzed in return. It's the power play for Royal Flush. Slice and dice comes through. Zoro has to flip that one, get it out of there. Now it's back to Shianzu. Round in the top corner, pass down to Joker, going for the bottom. The strike shot saves it away. Nice strike war from Mirimeg. Joker's going to have another chance, but the soup is in the way. Shianzu going to send it around the top. Rotated back to the bottom here. Kainoob sets it, a piercing shot into the corner. An absolutely beautiful shot going at insane core speeds there. It's Kainoob able to close that one out, and now it's Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. 3-1. They'll take game 2, and, well, we're going to a decider.
Yeah, and I mean, a decider is definitely the right word for this series. Both of these teams, as we say, have such dynamic matchups. Key among them, looking at the stats here, Kainub and Shianzu running away with 200 redirects each. But it was Kainub. I mean, I called it out. It was the Estelle that was really the difference maker on offense, right?
Yeah.
Because Kainub, that final point that we just saw, Kainub wasn't even standing at the midfield line. He was on his side of the field, behind the midfield line. And that piercing shot reached all the way into the enemy goal box to snipe that up into the top corner. The Estelle having range is such a huge buff, even though it's a less conventional pick on Tycho. As long as they got the goal barriers cracked open, Kainub could cover so much of the net, and was just such an oppressive force. What other thoughts about that match, Lego, before we jump into the not grand finale, but the grand finale of winners finals?
Yeah. I mean, also, backing off the numbers thing, Kainub and Jianzu both had the most shots on their team as well. Like, they were just constantly forcing it up. But off the Estelle thing, that's... you have, like, obviously the range, but the thing about the piercing shot as well is that, well, it pierces. Something that, like, you know, Kai, Giga Blast, or Barrage, or, like, Luna's Rocket, they get blocked by people standing in the way. But Estelle doesn't. It goes through everything. So when the core gets, like, behind people like that, or there's a lot of guys in the way, you can still just kind of poke it through. You can influence it through, like, the enemy team, which is not something that every character can do, and especially, like, at that range. Like, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's another character that has something that goes that far, that pierces through enemies.
Dash.
Oh, Zentaro Dash, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's about it, and that involves moving your position as well. If you miss, you're just in the middle of nowhere, whereas Estelle can literally do it from where she's standing. So, it's definitely a thing to, like, really watch out for, and against Atlas as well, who is not very mobile. It can cause a lot of problems. But Game 3, Atlas's lab. Now things get kind of funky, right? Because both sides have now basically swept each other. So it's hard to say. Like, we're changing up the map, but like these teams are so good at what they do that when they get, like, what they want, they just become unstoppable even against each other. It's kind of crazy. So I'm really curious to see if any substitutes come in, if any perks are used, and what the draft ends up looking like here. That's really going to tell us a lot. I think it's a little bit hard to speculate until we see that, just because of the dynamic we've seen between these two. When they get what they want, they are unstoppable pretty much.
I think there's a world where Heavy Metal Demon Gundam whips out the Octagon here, mainly because I think that their KO potential as a team is far, far above that of Royal Flush. Like, Royal Flush definitely seem to be here to play, like, aggressive core control, and then, like, if they happen to find KOs, sure, they'll take them. But, like, Kainub, and I mean, we saw Mirimeg do it last game too, like, but especially Kainub makes a point to pressure those KOs and repeatedly punish people for being out of position with those abilities. Like, it almost seems like he saves abilities specifically to punish those kinds of plays. And with a prize fighter start, I think that could, just turn into a snowball for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. And I'm sure that they recognize the same thing. The question is if they think that they can just win this match without it, and maybe save such a valuable tool in their toolbox for grands. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll elect to use any perks or not. Do you have any predictions as to how the character draft is going to go here? What they're going to go for in terms of that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely kind of tough. I mean, we've seen now, so far, has lost in both series. which is kind of interesting, right? Because both these players have a very good now, but they've played around each other's pick really well. So I'm curious if they end up going for it again, or if it could maybe Royal Flush leans back to the Kai or picks away the Estelle or something. Like there's a number of ways this could go. We got to see. I think we got to see the starting awakenings to like get a good picture of this. Because I don't think there's like a clear cut answer with like the size of the character pools. And the fact that it's like Atlas's lab where literally you can just play anything you want and it's fine. I mean, I think once again, I think Asher is probably going to get picked by someone.
Yeah.
I could very well just see Mirameg goes it again. Hold up. Okay, wait, they used Octagon.
There it is.
It's happening. Okay, so it's a prize fighter start, so we know that. So, first thing that pops into my head is someone gonna run Vice? Right? Do you think
That's a good question. Because that's a high risk, high reward play.
It is.
In the Octagon.
There's like what? I think there's Asher, right, who's kind of just on the table. There's Vice because it's the Octagon. There's like Zentaro and X, right, because they're just like good brawlers.
Zentaro is also high risk, high reward though.
Yeah,
because he gets KO'd a lot, but also
then,
his power scaling is very nice.
There's also now an Atlas, right? Because like to kind of deal with that. There's also Finny. Fresh has a Finny. I don't know if Zoro. Actually, I don't know if Zoro has a Finny or not.
Surely he does. Everyone picked up a Finny.
I want to say that he does, but I honestly don't know for a fact. But that could be on the table here as well. Aimee could be on the table for Kai Noob. There's a number of ways this could go, but actually here, the thing is on the screen now, so actually we can see it. Aimee and Atlas are banned, and X is the first pick for Royal Flush. So we got Joker on X. Asher coming through for Mirameg, and someone else, which has not been picked yet. I think it's going to be a now for Shionzu, though. I think it's going to be X now.
Yeah, the Aimee ban is really smart. I wouldn't be surprised if we're about to see a run back of the Asher Estelle. There it is.
There it is. Okay.
There it is. Yeah.
And there's the Mako now. Okay.
That's the right play here. That just is the right play here. First of all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? Run it back. But also, like, I think that's such a strong start for prize fighter. The Vice.
Wait, that's the Vice goalie?
No way. Yeah. Wow.
Wait. Holy they're rotating. They're rotating people. Hang on. Things are happening. Someone's I think Zay's coming in. I think it's Kai Noob goalie. I think they're doing Kai Noob goalie.
Kai Noob goalie, and this is Zay's Estelle. Zay's Estelle?
I don't know. I don't know for sure yet, but Mirameg, or not Mirameg, the other one. Maybe. Someone left. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
It's Achi. Achi's coming in, guys. Achi's coming in. Achi just showed up in the lobby.
It's a ping check.
Oh, I need to leave. Okay.
Yeah, I will leave
very briefly. I'm not leaving the cast. I just have to leave the lobby.
Never mind. They might not be switching anything, but no, they got the Vice. The Vice Asher Estelle. That's what we're talking about, really. Because like this is Vice goalie. It's got to be. I don't see a world where. Well, I mean, I could see a world where you put Asher.
Vice kind of doesn't work anywhere else right now.
Yeah,
it doesn't work anywhere else.
There's not enough offensive pressure if you put her on midfield with Estelle, especially.
Especially if you're playing up against Shionzu. Shionzu's just going to run circles around any Vice in the midfield. I don't care who's playing it.
So yeah, this is very interesting because this is Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are literally all inning right now. If they don't get like a good like early lead and have a prize fighter advantage in each set, they're gonna fall apart. Like they have to get the KOs to make this work.
And a reminder about the Octagon. It's not just that it guarantees Prizefighter being one of the Awakenings. No, all 6 of these players are required to pick Prizefighter as their starting Awakening. So if you're not playing for KOs, you aren't going to survive in the Octagon.
Yeah. But okay, they did switch in Zay. It is looking like it's Kainoob goalie. So Kainoob vice goalie. And then Zay, Zastel, and Mirameg versus Fresh on Mako, Xianzu's Now, and Joker's X. This is it's going to be a very swingy one. It's high risk, high reward for Heavy Metal Demon Gundams. They're either going to dominate in those early sets and get some good awakenings to start scaling, or it is going to crumble and fall apart before them. I think this is going to be either a 3-0 or 3-1 game in one way or the other.
The strategy has to be focused Xianzu, right? There's that's your brawling target immediately.
I think Xianzu's a really high value KO, but I think the Joker is you could consistently kill the X. You could keep him out of the game if you wanted, but if you were able to get Xianzu, it's going to be a lot easier to do stuff with the core. So I think that's going to.
Is there a chance that anybody goes Vambrace here? No, nobody goes Vambrace. No. Nobody goes Vambrace.
Yeah, it's kicks all around.
Kicks all around. Obviously, everybody's on Prizefighter. Fresh running back the strike shot. Kainoob on that eject button, vice goalie. Already jumping in, and it looks like you called it.
Zay might not be here. Oh, okay, he's back, but the barriers are gone. Back. Okay.
Unfortunate. Yeah. It does look like you called it. The Joker is the target of choice. That'll be a Prizefighter stack for all 3 members of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. And even though they lost that point, I think that they are more than happy to run away with an additional 23 power each.
Yeah. Oh, part of that point as well is getting double barriered when your midfielder isn't there is, just a little bit unfortunate. But, oh my gosh! Xianzu almost got one shot by Kainoob right there. Luckily was able to recover, and the Joker X Maximus, though, brought down both barriers. The pressure is on, and Xianzu able to sink another dimer and bring Royal Flush to a really quick 2-0 right now. Demon Gundam might have a bit of the power advantage, but I think they let the core get a little bit away from them at that point. They're going to have to maybe focus that a bit more here to not have the set end too early.
Yeah, something about playing against a Mako that I actually think is going to be pretty critical here if you want to shut down the core control potential that Royal Flush has is stunning her out of that secondary. Like right now, she gets to proc it on defense. Joker and Xianzu just get to maneuver the core around however much they want because they have the speed advantage. And so I think that Mirameg and Zay taking out the time to just use one ability to take Frightfully Fresh out of that Mako secondary is going to be a really critical play for them. So far, Frightfully Fresh is having no problems getting that secondary off, though. It doesn't look like anybody is investing abilities into that, and he just gets to clear the core for free. Both of the barriers are up for both teams, or they each have one barrier, and the energy advantage is falling to the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, as well as the barrier advantage. Mirameg and Zay will burn both of their flips in front of the net to score their first point. No Prizefighter stacks traded in that particular point, but that does put Heavy Metal Demon Gundam on the board for this game.
Yeah, a bit of a long one there. I'm a little bit surprised that they weren't able to pick up a KO. Joker was a little bit low for a bit, but there was the goalie orb was up and he was able to snag it. And that's something that they're going to have to, obviously play around as well. But it's Joker who finds the KO. The X Maximus into core flip will earn him his Prizefighter stack back on Zay forever. Got the real power play going. Fresh got to be able to send it back in there. Doesn't quite find the snare drums, and Mirameg will be able to find a bit of time here for Zay to come back online as they're looking to kind of reconvert their offense now. Zay and Mirameg pushing up hard. Drop the Thunderstruck. Don't need to teleport, though. They'll just bring down the barrier. Xianzu and the Joker bringing out the passing plays to try and reconvert here. Zay will hold it down, though. A nice piercing shot gets it away from Xianzu. Fresh sending it back in, though. They're playing around the corner now. Supernova comes out. A little bit of an unfavorable angle. We'll see the barrier fall. Zay and Mirameg once again trying to reconvert back to offense, pushing from the top side here. Shianzu versus Mirameg. Doesn't quite get it through. The jump and brace will be able to send it back around. As we go into overtime, though, Joker with the breakaway play, dribbling up the field. Pops the X Maximus shot to the top. I think Kainu thought that was going to be a bull rush toward the bottom. But a nice little mix-up there from Joker. We'll see Royal Flush take set 1. And Shianzu going to be the MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this draft, we do have a few damage options here. Most notably, though, Shianzu will be going for that stacks on stacks. I bet we will see Joker opt for a Size Awakening here. Someone on Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is going to be getting Deadeye, which is a little scary. Probably Kainoob, I'm guessing, is who's eyeing the Deadeye pickup here. That'll be Mirameg grabbing Might of the Colossus for a little extra power. Okay, Hot Shot, also very respectable for the primary cooldown, as well as, maybe clearing a little bit easier. It looks like maybe the logic behind that draft for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is, okay, let's get core control like a little more under our belt. Let's be able to contest core control a little more effectively, and we'll work on the KO stuff later. Which I think is a perfectly valid strategy with the way that the last set went.
I don't remember exactly what the draft order was, but I'm sort of curious. Zay went for the dash enhancer, which is obviously really good on Estelle, but part of me would have thought that you would get the hot shot on Estelle and then you can get the Deadeye on Vice.
That's what I was imagining.
Yeah, but I guess like
especially
you said,
with the prevalence of dash trainings. What were you saying?
Well, no, it was like you're pointing out, they were probably going for just kind of that early core control. And I mean, the hot shot does help with the damage on Kainu, right? Because you just get that cooldown back on the primary so much, which is like a huge damage tool for Vice. So we'll see how it pans out, though. Zay is looking a bit hurt, and both sides are opened up. See if Kainu is able to get back just barely in time. Finds the core flip, gets it over to Zay forever to be able to flip in return. Try and send it around. The Joker and Zay both kind of staggered a little bit here. Playing around the black hole. Joker winds up with the ball. Bull rush to the top. Goes for the shot. It's the way that Rose Thorns gets it back over to Mirameg, who's able to stuff it through. It will be Heavy Metal Demon Gundam first on the board.
A nice little creative dash play there from Mirameg. Probably not the angle that Fresh was expecting there. I mean, definitely not the angle. Just judging from the angle that he had to cast the Mako primary at, it caught him off guard quite a bit. And that will put them on the board. But that's a quick double barrier there from Joker and Shianzu, as well as a core flip to KO. So Joker will run away with a prize fighter stack from that point. As well as Shianzu getting up to 120 on those stacks on stacks. So the scaling awakenings are starting to come together for Royal Flush.
Yeah, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam needs to get a KO here, or this set might just be out of their control. They're down on the power game. Shianzu is up on pancakes. Pancake stocks are way up right now. Invest in those by dropping a sub to Firelight V. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they need to find a KO here. The Joker's looking like a prime target here, but actually it's the Joker who gets a KO in return. Fresh saves the orb as well to just heal him right back up. It's Mirameg out of the picture. It could be kind of rough here. Royal Flush might just be able to bring down this barrier. They have a nice setup in the corner. A nice power core from Kainoob. Does buy a bit of time here for Mirameg to come back. They're on hard defense. Joker pops the X Maximus. It's not quite enough to force it through, though. Now Kainoob teleporting up. Doesn't quite find too much, though. And Mirameg, once again, trying to reset on this bottom side. This map is a little bit weird to play when the barriers are kind of parallel like this. There's a lot of... It becomes a little mini Oni village where you play a lot on like the top or bottom, like, the opposite open space side. So it kind of results in these little bit of a stall fest till someone can get a good setup here. But going into overtime, they might be able to find it with that extra core speed.
I didn't even look at how the prize fighter stacks end up being distributed across Royal Flush. They actually have between them 7 prize fighter stacks. The Joker's actually at 3. So much power on this team, and X power scaling is absolutely atrocious. Will just completely rock everything that you ever loved and hoped to earn in this life. But that being said, it will be Kainoob teleporting in with a flashy primary into ult play that'll secure the goal. And that is Heavy Metal Demon Gundam with a 1-point lead here on set point. They could tie up the set. tie up the game, in fact.
Yeah, definitely possible here. Three prize fighter stacks on Joker is kind of scary, though. A nice core flip here from Xianzu will open up the goal. Joker looking for the bull rush. Doesn't quite snag the core. But they still have the pressure going in the top corner. The X Maximus is popped, and he's able to run down that extra size. It's going to beat out Kai Noob's strike box. And Royal Flush, well, now they've tied it up. 2-2. Set point. This is a really important one. I think if Heavy Metal Demon Gundam loses set, it might really be out of control for them. They really are relying on getting some decent damage awakenings because they have not quite been able to find as many KOs as I think that they've wanted to.
Yeah, well, and I want to take the time to call back as Royal Flush wins another set. Perfect time to bring this point up. The Joker, both of those goals that he just scored were scored as a result of Frightfully Fresh dropping the Mako secondary on that back line. Completely uncontested. Nobody there to stun him out. They have to commit all 3 members to defense for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. And so Frightfully Fresh is able to just, boom, your forwards are fast now. And the Joker, with that massive 3 prize fighter X, can do so much with that speed. And he'll be getting even more size and more damage with that X Maximus being on extra special levels of cooldown now. What else should we be looking at for the rest of this draft, Lego?
I mean, I think the extra special is a really big thing to note. The way that was ordered, there was Fight or Flight Perfect Form extra special, were like the big things, right? Xianzu is going to obviously take Fight or Flight because it's really good on midfielder who wants to run around. And that leaves Zay with like the impossible option of trying to deny Joker, which you can't. X is either going to get the Diamond or the Happy Star, and both of them are really, really bad for your team. So, I mean, with the Joker basically on Giga mode and Xianzu running around like a demon, it's going to be a pretty rough situation, I say, as the goalie is dead and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam scores, because I just cast or cursed everything. But yeah, that Happy Star is absolutely huge. It is a nice start, though, here for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam to get those extra prize fighter stacks to get off the round, though.
And they're going to be getting even more. Xianzu is already staggered, has to burn that now ult there. Almost gets KO'd by the punch dash from Mirimeg, but Xianzu will get saved away by that natural regen stagger in addition to the now healing. They do get a brief breakaway onto offense, but it won't be too long before Mirimeg and Zay are able to bring it back up. I also want to call out Mirimeg getting this unstoppable pickup. He is now able to position as aggressively as he wants to on offense, and what a hot shot Vice primary there from Kainu. Holy cow. To bring them up to a 2-point lead. But yeah, Mirimeg wants to position aggressively as this Asher pick, right? And has been punished for it for most of this game because Joker is able to just essentially come back on defense and beat the crap out of him. Now Mirimeg has a little bit more liberty to do that. Oh, he did just get dash punched off, though. Okay, we should just stop talking, Lego. We should just stop talking.
Yeah,
the caster cursing is coming out a little too much.
Yeah, they do have the power play here, but 2 flips up on the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. The Joker able to force it through. There's now an open goal. Zay gonna burn the flip here to try and get some offense going. We'll bring it over to Royal Flush side of the field. Pass down to Mirimeg, forces the flip out of Fresh. Kainu teleporting up, can't quite get a hold of the core though. Just gonna have to reset. Xianzu down to Joker. Shot to the bottom is gonna be good. Kainu not willing to commit the flip there, but not quite fast enough to run up. They're still up a point. They're on set point. They don't have to burn anything big to try and be defensive, but those stacks are coming up on Xianzu, and Joker's prize fighters are getting up there as well. A nice kickoff here from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. We'll see them a bit ahead to begin. The X Maximus getting popped from the Joker, and Xianzu running fast sees Royal Flush fire right back now with a barrier of their own.
Yeah, and those stacks on stacks are now online for Xianzu, so he's running even faster. Kainu probably going to have to burn the flip here. There it is, in order to save the barrier and keep it alive. Mirimeg gets a breakaway, has Kainu at his back on offense. Zay has to run and grab an orb for a quick second. But, I mean, the offense is staying up for the time being. There we go. Okay, Joker and Xianzu get the breakaway. They're in front of the net now. This is really scary for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. They want to end the set here if they can, but it's going to be incredibly difficult as Joker and Xianzu get the choke point in the corner, and there's nothing that Kainu can do to prevent the core from going in. They are on series point now for Royal Flush.
Yeah, this is pretty terrifying. Joker and Xiaozu also are level 9. They're just like really far ahead in general, and they got a barrier as well on kickoff, which is, you know, pretty nice, pretty convenient. It's not what you want against a team that's playing this like tempo based to deal with. Kainu trying to teleport up and get something here. Joker goes for the X Maximus. Will get shut down, but Miramax has to come all the way back to try and shut that down. Burns the flip as well. Has some tools gone. Xianzu with the breakaway down into the corner, and the barrier will fall. 2 barriers to none now. Well, they'll get 1 off of that little bounce there, but core flip here from Xianzu, trying to get it through 2 of them. Zay forever trying to hold it down in the midfield. Will force it through Xianzu. Joker walking up. Miramax not looking healthy at all. Has to fall back or will get KO'd here. As the Joker is just hovering him, kind of teleporting in to try and provide that offensive pressure. Fastbooter comes out. Now it's Joker who's looking pretty hurt. Going for the bell ringer, but doesn't quite able to land it. Fresh trying to find a nice clear angle. Doesn't want to throw it here. Xianzu brings it up into the corner. Kind of trying to clear it down. Stay forever. Gonna run away and the blink into the top. Trying to force it through, but it's not gonna win the 1v3, unfortunately. I mean, how could you? And Xianzu just walks right up and gets it past the power cord. A beautiful shot right into the top. Like, I wasn't even expecting that to like be an angle available, but Xianzu gets it done, I guess, and that's Royal Flush. They're going to be moving on to the grand finals.
So let's talk about Xianzu for a minute here, Lego. We talked about him a lot this series because, well, it's Xianzu for crying out loud. Do you know what I saw in both of the games that Royal Flush won and what I didn't see in the game that they lost?
What?
Xianzu getting a crap ton of speed.
That's true.
Xianzu, both of the games that Royal Flush won had builds where he was rocking almost 500 base speed, and then with like secondary and slick kicks procs was getting up to like 850 speed. It was the same thing in this last game. When he had secondary and slick kicks procs, he was at 850 speed. So it turns out they give one of the best players in the game a whole lot of speed. They can do a lot. 184 redirects, a lot. Double the redirects of the rest of his team, a lot. Like this Xianzu guy, like if you let him get speedy, there is very little that you can do to stop him. He's just so powerful. Yeah, I mean he's insane. He's Xianzu. What more can be said?
And most shots in the game as well. Once again, is kind of crazy. Like he's not just getting redirects. He's constantly hitting the core and constantly applying pressure like onto the goalie. Like it's not just passing plays and like being defensive as well, even though he's doing that. So it's very like it's not even a matter of like, you know, beat this team at this point. It's a matter of how do you stop Xianzu from literally just going monster mode all the time. And I mean the question, like the only answer seems to be Kainoob and literally just get all of the speed and don't let Xianzu have any of the speed. That's the answer. I think if you can't do both of those things at the same time, this guy is just going to end up running circles around the entire team. It's really crazy. It's really great to see, though, this level of play. So, I mean, Royal Flush going on to the grand finals. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, they're going to be in losers finals. It doesn't look like they have their matchup yet, but there's a very good chance, I think, that they end up making the run back, and we see this rematch just come again in grands.
Of course, now love that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being a thing. I think Bun could get up to losers finals, but it's gonna be a really close. I think Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are gonna end up making it back. So we very well could have the pseudo salty run back here between these two. But well, with that, Cloak, that's all the time that you and I have. We've got some more games coming up in just a bit, but we're gonna be throwing it to a quick break. We do a little caster swap. You got anything else to say before we go?
Nothing other than stay tuned for the losers bracket and enjoy the rest of this incredible tournament that's been put together by Vaughn, and I mean especially Vaughn, the big man on top, but also the rest of the Coscord community and staff who've done a fantastic job with this tournament format. So y'all stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are reporting to you live from Play Better Win More 3, where here at the losers semifinals, there's a bit of an altercation brewing between the two teams. I'm going to pass it off to my co-host, Yoshi. What can you tell us about these teams that are about to be going down on the pitch?
Well, here we have Goat Esports and The Last Stand, both coming out of losers the first round. Don't know what it's called. My bad. Some interesting things. Goat Esports ran a bait and switch, I believe, last series, and was able to pull 2 Lunas on a Deadeye start, which is, a hands in the air cinema kind of thing, and then ran a double brawler comp game 2, and was able to win. And so they've been pulling out a lot of interesting strategies, seem really versatile. And on the other side, Last Stand showed up, dropped a game to Gumi's team, and then moved 3Z to the midfield. And 3Z and Gumi have been having a little bit of beef, a little bit of ego about the 3Z midfield, and then they were able to come back in the reverse sweep and win. Take it all. And that's brought both these teams here today to face off against each other. Important note, Goat Esports still has a handful of perks, but none of them are none of like the big ones. The bait and switch was their last big one. They have like some chrono breaks, some other ones, no billiard brawls, no fun. None of that here. We're all done. But The Last Stand still has their one and only perk, Vaughn waiting in the wings. Could be used at any time, and so we'll have to see what happens there. But otherwise, we're looking at a pretty stock standard vanilla game of Omega Strikers. Just 2 teams duking it out.
Well, let's take a look if Goat Esports is going to continue taking from Goat format with their delinquent duo strategies between that double Luna and the double Brawler. But before we could get into that, we have to see what perks are being used, if any, and take a look at this character and map selection draft. Let's pull that up for a second. We're going to see that the first one is going to be, I believe that is Demon Deus. The graphic is a little small, forgive me, followed by Atlas Lab. And then finally, should we come to it, we will be going to IME's application. That said, seems like a lot of brawl-centered maps here. A lot of damage potentially going out, as Atlas Lab, known for brawl comps being quite good, being able to use that black hole, and then obviously Demon Deus is the premier kill everybody map. IME's app definitely has some border patrol situations going on where you've got to be careful around that center hole, where if you avoid that, now you're standing next to the edge, so you've got to watch out for those Juliets and those Razmai. But before we can get into any of those games, we got to see what characters are even allowed to be on the pitch as we wait for this character pick and ban. That said, Yoshi, looking at Demon Deus, are there any picks that you think could be particularly scary? I know that there's a chrono break available should there be any awakenings that they really do not wish to deal with. But aside from that, they may have to save that for another game later in the series. So I'm curious, what do you think we're going to be seeing here on Demon Deus?
Yeah, it's Demon Deus, I think ever since Season 4 when it was brought back, has been in a very weird state where people are running a whole lot of things, a lot of mag souls after Slick Kicks got nerfed, a lot of, like, we've seen double brawler comps, we've seen, like, Drakar Forward, which has been making a resurgence. I feel like it's a map that people are picking up on, that you can run anything. I think X is a really big character. That's a guy you want. It's a guy you really want on that map. He has a ton of stagger and is super useful for getting barriers. I think Amy, Cat Detected, also a really, really good character. Goalie pick, I think, is really hard. There are so many that are really good, some that aren't, but hey, Atlas sounds really nice for the revive, just anti-damage. Rasmus is also a pretty popular one. It's kind of the one thing that stayed around for a while, or for the entirety of this map's existence. It's Rasmus goalie is still, still there, looking good. So whatever ends up happening, again, like I was talking about earlier, Goat Esports has been pulling out some crazy things. They can do a whole lot, and we've seen Bang Bang the team, that Fudgy played for last season, also do a lot of interesting things on Demon Days. We could see an era goalie. It's also another pick that that Fudgy Waffles is very fond of. So if we see Streak sub out, that guy comes in, plays a little bit of era. Could be interesting, could be big. And then I have no idea what Last Stand is going to do. They could do anything. So I guess we'll have to see, you know?
It's certainly difficult because they do have that Vaughn Haraga available, but that kind of begs the question that if you use it now, you have nothing for losers finals, and you definitely want to save it for there if you're able to. But then that begs the question of if you lose the first game here, you don't really want to use Vaughn Haraga because he plays the whole series with you, right? But if you lose, I don't remember if you can use it midway through a series, but then you would just lose so much value from it, I feel like. So realistically, it's either going to be they put it all on the line now, and then losers finals, they just try to play the best game that they play and get their way into grands, or they're going to keep it in the back pocket, say we got to do what we got to do to get to losers finals and even grands to potentially use it there. But with them having gotten this far without any other perks other than Vaughn Haraga, it shows that they have gotten very far with their own skill and ability, even in the face of other people shifting the tides with their perks. So they've definitely got something going on. We'll just have to see if they can keep it up through now, or if they're going to have to pull out that trump card out of fear. As, like you said, this is a team that's going to be difficult to play against. Goats Esports, the team of Fudgy Waffle, Streak, Josh, and Fiery, they've only got Chrono Break and Vanilla available. So it's not like there's going to be some wacky thing that you need help with. It's just kind of going to be some good old-fashioned Omega Strikers with maybe an Awakening reroll somewhere in the series. But that said, that does go to Esport feel kind of bad because they do have that Vanilla. You can't use Vanilla against Vaughn Haraga, and you don't need to use it against a team that doesn't have any perks. So that kind of just feels like a lost value there. So they'll have to weigh how they're going to be using that. They'll have it for losers finals and grands should they make it that far. So that may be what they're looking out for. But at the same time, they've got those 2 Chrono Breaks available. Perhaps they'll save those as well and just try to play some good old-fashioned Omega Strikers.
Yeah, definitely a very smart thing to do. Like you said, against a team that doesn't have any other perks. And it kind of seems like it's all down to Last Stand to make this decision. Kind of it's now or never. Do they want to summon Vaughn Haraga here, or wait, see if they can get it done this game and then tough it out in the remaining series? It's a really hard call, but again, it's their call to make, and whether they do or don't, we'll find out very soon. In the meantime, I'm really curious. I'm really excited if we see a game 3 to see the IME's app, because that's such a nice game 3 map. Not nice. It's it's a terrifying game 3 map. But it's a very exciting game 3 map. You'd see a whole lot going on there. Would be really interesting if the bait and switch for Goats Esports was still up. If they could show up and say, guys, we've banned Rasmus, but actually it's time for him to come back. Bring him out. A lot of potential in strategy on that map with that perk, but again, all hypothetical. What do you think about IME's app? If we get that far, is there anything you'd like to see there?
I think if you're going to use a Chrono Break in this series, you kind of have to wait till you know if you're going to an IME's app game, because there are so many things on that map that are just brutal to deal with. Whether it's a Monumentalist start and you have to deal with something like a Now, or there's a 1-2 punch start and now you have to ban the Juliet, but also there's still Asher that can kill you. Like, there's so many things that you have to be wary of that sometimes you just want to have that Chrono Break there just in case you need to have a get out of jail free card where you otherwise wouldn't have one. But at the same time, if you win the first game, then maybe you want to Chrono Break that second game and not have to worry about the IME's app game because you want to reroll into something that's more favorable for you to try to seal it out. So that's a little bit tough. One perk that I feel like was criminally undervalued this event was clairvoyance. Knowing where the team leader for a team is going to be, I feel like is such high value because you can shape your entire plan around that. Like if you know they're sending in their leader round one and your person that is in their role is not as confident as they are, knowing, okay, well, let's not burn a bunch of resources. We can kind of sandbag this one, go into game two way more powerful than them, and then game three try to seal things up with whatever, like, fifth ace up our sleeve we have, like you said, with that bait and switch. So I feel like that was a bit criminally undervalued. It wasn't terribly expensive either. I believe being a six credit perk. We'll call it credits to avoid the real money situation. So I feel like that's one that I would have really liked to see, especially in this kind of a game where when you have something like Imi's App Blast that is very scary, but you know that your team is good on it, having the ability to craft your draft in a way that you can survive until that Imi's App game, I feel like would have been pretty high value. But at the same time, if people don't take it, people don't take it. But another thing that's interesting, these teams are only 1 credit apart from each other. Last Stand being at 124 and Goats Esports being at 125. The 124 on Last Stand, they've got that Vaughn Haraga, which was 50, I believe, quite a pretty penny. But you got some very high value players for very cheap. Natty for 40, NASL, great player. Jay, again, hard to beat, especially for only 28 credits in the midfield. And then you've got Carmine, maybe not to the same level as those other players, but still a very good player in their own regard. A player that I see a lot in ranked finding success. But on the Ghost Esports side, you got a lot of perks. And I believe that if my math is right, I could be wrong, that with only 70 credits being spent on the actual team itself, I believe they got that bonus cashback to get the additional perks in their selection. So, but at the same time, looking at their team, they've got Streak for 30. That's a pretty good deal. Josh for 30. Also a pretty good deal. And then Fiery at 10 seems a little criminally low for that player. But regardless, that's what they got him at. So you can't really be mad. And then they just had a swath of perks to be able to use all through the early stage and now here in the playoff stage where everything has refreshed. But we're actually getting into this pick and ban finally. We're going to be taking a look at Demon Deus. And Fudgy has chrono braked the Deadeye and Ponderer start to a Missile Prop Orb Dancer start. So that's 1 orb for 1 orb, and instead of Deadeye, you're getting Missile Prop. That feels a little bit of a scam, a little bit like the game saw the Double Luna game and said, what if you guys wanted to do that again? What do you mean you can't? But we're here now. And we're going to take a look at the bans. We've got Drakkar and Imi gone. Pretty reasonable. You did mention that Drakkar brawler earlier, so I can understand why people might be worried about that, especially with Missile Prop on this map. But X being the first pick has orb Dancer to get around, but these orbs can be in some really tough spots at times that really take you out of the play, and it will give you some speed to get back to them. But this is also a map where if you're X, you're going to be a bit of a punching bag. It's going to be tough to keep those stacks up. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but on the other side, very interesting, you've got the Mako and the Atlas. I have to assume that that is a Mako forward, but then you also have the Kazan. So I'm not really sure what's going on here with this draft compared to the more traditional kitten comp of X era featuring Hold It Down Goalie. Maybe you can give us some insight on this, but this red team pick seems a little... There's something going on there.
Yeah, so I've done a small amount of pixel counting, and blue team is Goat Esports, red team is Last Stand. To offer insight on what Last Stand is doing, I can't. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going on. I saw the Mako and the Atlas side by side, and I said, oh, is that like Fiery playing Mako forward? But that's the other team. That guy's not on this team. And so we could see an Atlas forward or midfield, and then Kazan forward, Mako goalie. It could be Mako forward. The Kazan's probably not in the box, I think, is the one thing that I can confidently say. And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be a little sad, because then we're rocking out with Mako Atlas forward, and maybe it's great. Maybe it's great and I'm a hater. But I don't know. Actually, it's probably almost definitely an Atlas going forward because of the missile prop, and it might be 3Z playing it. That sounds in my head like it could be possible. But at the moment, I'm only listening to the voices in my head because there's a lot of information here on my screen that I'm supposed to look at and say, like, yeah, this is normal. Everything's fine here. I mean, Goats Esports picked a pretty normal comp. I'm pretty sure that's Aragoli double brawler rocking out with the Asher X going forward, and that sounds really good. So Last Stand is here, and I'm very excited to see what they have planned, because obviously they have an idea, and I am ready to learn. I'm sitting down and I'm opening my ears, getting ready to see what they have to show us today, because this is a little crazy.
I'm going to make a swing for the fences here. I'm going to say that this is Mako goalie, Atlas midfield, and Kazan forward. We're
Right,
listening
and-
to the voices. I'll listen to some of my own, but at the same time, I cannot say it is a traditional composition. But I know that these players are quite good, so if there's a time for something unorthodox to come into play, my guess would be now. One thing could be fun, though, is with that missile propulsion, the primary of Atlas is going to hit a lot harder for that sort of secondary primary dash punch combo. Funny enough, Atlas's dash punch actually hits harder than Juliet's at a base value. So with missile propulsion, maybe we'll be getting some kills. But it appears that the Vaughn Haraga has been summoned with this Treasure I Summon tournament organizer. So he will be in the mix. That said, we'll have to see where he is getting put in here, as with this comp from Last Stand, suddenly this Atlas pick makes sense, because I believe we've seen Vaughn play Atlas midfield on this map before. So if this is truly the Vaughn Haraga being summoned with this Treasure I Summoned, I could see that being why this composition feels so out of place. But we'll have to see how it works out as we get into this game. But it'll be just a little while longer as we are waiting for some of the players to come into the lobby.
Yeah, it's the Vaughn Haraga coming in makes this competition much clearer. I think you're right. It's definitely going to be an Atlas midfield showing up. Probably Zoro on the Maka. Zoro, that's the other team. Oh, wow. Hey, I'm leaning in. I'm checking. That's Natty. Hi, Natty. I'm really sorry. That's Natty on the Mako. And then we're going to see either 3Z or Carmine showing up on the Kazan. I believe 3Z. Yep. Today I will check the lobby. And that's the team going to be coming in. Probably all the characters and positions they'll be playing. And I'm very excited to see this game. Because, hey, he's here. Descending from his TO duties. He's ready to get in there and play. And again, we are in for a banger series. It'll be starting soon, and it's Fudgy Waffles, Fiery, and Josh against Natty, Vaughn, and Threezy Breezy. That's so cool, guys. I'd like to take this moment to do two things. One, everyone take a moment to think about how cool and fun this Play Better Win More 3 has been, and take an opportunity to say thank you to the TOs, thank you Vaughn, thank you everyone else that worked on it. Or maybe wait until after, but hey, call to action. Second call to action, guys, happy September. Make sure to sub up at $4.99 if you don't have a Prime. And if you do, it's time to rip it. Let's go, let's see it. Anyway, we're in game now. The game is starting. We are ready to go. And I'm strapped in. I'm ready to go.
All right, let's see if that wheel above Vaughn's head can adapt to this Wild West team comp he has been given, or whether or not the side of Goats Esports is going to cleave through the opposition. But let's take a look at these starting awakenings. It's a lot of orb dancers here, and 2 missile propulsions, one on Natty, one on Vaughn. Vaughn's going to get some pretty good use out of that for those primaries for reasons we mentioned earlier, but also on Natty with the strike shot, that's going to give some great sniping opportunities with that primary, but the opportunity has already arisen as the net is open.
Yeah, the net is wide open, and here we see Fiery and Josh trying to get that second barrier, but unable to so far. Air, Breezy Breezy looking to get into position, but has to get through Fudgy and Josh. Vaughn moving up though. Breezy getting it through the corner, able to poke it in, and Vaughn getting a nice stun on, I believe, Josh. That's going to be wraps right there, and big moves, big plays coming out from the Vaughn Haraga, and it's definitely got to feel really nice.
Big moves, but bigger shade happening in the Twitch chat. I just got flashbanged by that. That said, they're going to need to cover their eyes because Josh is on the scene, but it is Vaughn who gets the kill here. That's going to be a few seconds until Fiery can come back, and in those few seconds, the net's already open once more. We've seen this before. Net is open, one barrier that side, but Josh has taken a kill in retaliation, but burned a core flip in the process. We'll have to see how they come about.
Yep, in the meantime, Vaughn has been taken out. Coming back right here, but all barriers are down. Vaughn has the core, able to push it forward right here. Get it to 3Z, who's staggered. Pops oh my god, I forgot the move. Pops his ult. Lets it rock. 3Z is still dying horribly, and there he goes. Knocked out, and now Goats Esports has the core, looking to push it forward, and a quick little barrier beam's going to pop it right in.
That was an interesting clear by Natty. Not because they did something that was inherently wrong, but the angle that it came at, it hit the corner, which corners in this game are not real corners, they are rounded, and so the way that it got cleared was a little disadvantageous for them and ended up not really getting the angle that they wanted. But that said, you mentioned earlier these double brawler compositions coming out, and here I think they may have taken the double brawler comp to deny that Asher from Natty, a pick they are very confident on and very well known for, and they're playing still to their own strength with the double brawler comp, but they're going to need a little bit more strength as their player goes down. I feel like every round has started this way. One barrier on the right side, net open on the other.
Yep. And we've been seeing some KOs fly out left and right here. Fiery now back, ready to get in there. One barrier still up for last stand. Almost went down right there. A little bit of a close call, but Natty just got core flip, ready to defend. But Josh gonna pop it, take the barrier right there. Vaughn's looking low. Fiery going in for the kill. Natty pops core flip. 3Z looking to get in there, but Fudgy able to defend. 3Z doing a little bit of Kazan shenanigans. Trying to get something there. Hook popped Vaughn down. Core flip used. Fudgy is able to get it out. Fiery dribbles. Josh tries to take it forward, but unable to get anything done here. And now Goats Esports has the core still. Looking to get it. 3Z pops a flip. Not able to get anything. And both teams are just trying to get their offense. 3Z almost gets it from the dribble in the corner. Fiery has a flip and is able to send it right in. Staggered, but not unable to put it in the end. Dropping it right there.
That was a great flip because it looked very clearly like Fiery was like, look, I'm beaten up, I'm down and out, I'm going to back away from this play. Josh take it over from here, which made Vaughn want to move up to block that pass, but in doing so, he left the bottom part of the net open, and Fiery, even in the face of death, recognized that there was a scoring opportunity, so great awareness by them and great mix-up. That said, we're going to need to mix up our defensive plans here because Vaughn has gone down. The summon has been summoned to the edge of the ring, but they have taken Josh in retaliation, and those Orb Dancer stacks are going to be reset to 0. Vaughn doesn't have to worry about that. So in this resource exchange, this would, I would argue, be favorable for the blue team here, or for the red team, rather. But Another thing to note, you mentioned momentum boots earlier, and we actually do see them on both Josh and Vaughn. So one for the forward, one for the enemy midfield. But at the same time, there's still one on each side, which I feel like a while back would have been seen as almost heretical.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Ever since the Slick Kicks nerf came in, people have been trying Mag Souls more and more. On Demon Deus, people are really fond of it for just avoiding damage. You're so fast on the midfield line, really hard to catch. And now, it's been proven to be pretty useful, but, oh my god, Fiery with the help of that NATO, able to split right through Natty and Vaughn, put them out of position, and Goat Esports going to be taking that first set really quickly, moving in and going into draft. 3 Dash Awakenings on draft. Give it up for 3 Dash Awakenings. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Also an extra special, a big fish, a lot of good awakenings here.
Yeah. The lots of dashes is certainly a situation to be in. I feel like we might be seeing Superman X come out to play, but first pick Big Fish onto Fudgy is interesting. I know that you don't want to let Kazan get that size, but I feel like if that's the concern, you just take the prime time from him and deny him the size that the Awakening is giving by just shrinking him constantly. That said, looking at the rest of Fiery, going to have a little bit of extra damage reduction on that secondary as they will have the buff for a little bit longer now if they use that secondary on their half, I believe. That said, we've got Josh picking up the Super Surge. He's got places to be because when he pops that ult, will be going Super Saiyan. Vaughn picking up that Deadeye. That's another piece of this puzzle. The range on that did get nerfed a little bit, or I suppose buffed depending on who you ask, as now it might be a little bit easier to confirm those kills with the barriers. People are standing near the ledges. And then finally, Natty with extra snare drums will be putting on quite the percussive performance for us. Good they need to on the defense, but that said, this defense has been back and forth as it feels like the core finally has been on both sides of the field more so than one or just the other. But it's getting a little dangerous here as the players are low and there's a lot going on in the box.
There's a lot going on indeed, and it looks like Goats Esports is just able to get through everything they have. They have a very offensive comp with the Error Goalie, the 2 Brawlers. They just want to blitz down those barriers, get them quick, and score. Whereas Last Stand, very interestingly, has an incredibly defensive comp with, Mako, Goalie, Atlas midfield. Not a whole lot of, offense going on. You got your 2 goalies. Every once in a while, Vaughn walks up and gets in there. Have a lot of range, which is great. Two turrets in the back, but not a whole lot of that front line. And here they're able to hold this barrier for a long time. In the meantime, 3Z is unfortunately getting beat to death. And something interesting that I realize here is X, Asher, and Atlas all have the 2nd highest stagger tier in the game. And that makes them great all on this map, able to get in there and not worry about taking damage. Meanwhile, Kazan, really low. Core flip from Natty, denying Fiery's on the line, but Fiery is still able to just block it anyway. And that's insane. Goats Esports is kind of running away with this game here.
Bit of a painful situation as Vaughn had used the secondary to block the core flip attempt, but in doing so, led to a situation where Natty had to defend and one half of the clear out potential was blocked off. So that just led it going straight back into Fiery's hands, and with a good strike war, some good reaction times, was able to snatch up that goal. That said, yet another one. Vaughn goes for the core flip. It seems like Fiery is hot on the trigger tonight. They are just getting these parries on the core flip left and right, so good on them. But with the net being open, they might have to win some strike wars to get it out of their half at this rate.
Yeah, definitely. That being said, great Mako ult coming in, getting more distance with the strike shot, and 3Z just 1v2 in the box, scrapping with Fudgy and Josh. Able to pop it in right between them with his Kazan strike, press the point, and able to get the point there. Might be looking to come back in this set to tie up this game real quick. In the meantime, Fiery burning a flip. Natty still has his. Vaughn getting chipped down, beat up, trying to get away, but Josh able to steal it out. And now Goats Esports has a power play here.
Seems you cannot escape the clutches of fate as Josh is clutching to the lives of the enemies, killing with this X Maximus left and right and scoring in the process. This is a big X with some big impact on this game, even in the face of Vaughn Haraga. That said, new Awakening draft here, new potential options. There is a Might of the Colossus available, and I know that Fudgy took that big fish earlier. Maybe they're looking to use some of that size, but Egoist being picked up is very scary. But arguably Rapid Fire with the prime time that 3Z already has is pretty scary as well. So we'll have to see what the rest of this draft shapes up to be. We see that Rampage being picked up over the Might of the Colossus. I guess they value the barrier takes more than the potential kill pressure. So we'll have to see with Vaughn getting Prize Fighter. I feel like this Astral Projection Railgun is really starting to come to life here. But Vaughn is seeming like he is not, as he is taking infinite damage. The only thing he's coming closer to is death by the moment. But barriers still stand. But a good snipe from Natty is keeping the offense alive. They've really got to get this out of here. And with a double brawler composition and a goalie-like era, it can be a little tough to get it out on the defense. But you might have to get Vaughn out of this ring at this rate. That might be how you start cleaning this up.
Yeah, Vaughn, dangerously low, has that prize fighter stack. He's going to want to hold on to it. You know, and with Missile Prop Deadeye too, might be looking for an opportunity to fight back, but now he has an X on him, and that's going to be prize fighter stack gone. A strike hook from 3Z, and a random pop-up, or I don't know that one. Kazan open primary, taking it out. Core flip used, not able to grab the core and seal the deal. Fiery looking to flip right there, but Natty blocks it. Has a flip of his own to use right on the line, able to get it past both the brawlers. And now Last Stand has the core, has an opportunity to get something done here. 3Z looking to get it in. You know, Ability Man with Rapid Fire Primetime, able to throw out so much. Great strike war from Vaughn, trying to get it forward, but Fudgy flips it out. Last Stand still has the ball, and a great dash. No pop-up, just the strike is going to be putting it in right there, and Last Stand is not done yet.
Bit of a turnabout. Perhaps the adaptation has come through. Vaughn has come into the field, recognizing what is happening and knows how to dismantle them, getting it to 3Z and letting him be able to score. That said, Natty and Vaughn have been putting on some good defense when they're not being mauled to death by the two forwards. And with that flip being gone from Fiery, that is the Egoist refunding some of it. But that's going to be a lot of energy down the drain, which is also a lot of kill pressure. As Core Flip, one of the best tools for securing a kill. We've seen it time and time again with X players doing that dash punch into the flip to secure. But Vaughn has been dashed back onto the field. The paramedics are online with that ultimate. He does manage to make it back, but for how long can he stand on the pitch further? We'll have to see if Josh does something with this flip, and he does. There's a lot of resources burned here, but 3Z having a flip is a scary spot to be in for the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Josh looking incredibly low, getting chipped down by 3Z again. Ability Man strikes again. There he goes. Has a few more. Just hooks on hooks coming out here. 3Z looking low, trying to get it through Fudgy. Just trying to get it down, waiting for an opportunity, but a good strike war. Natty laying 3Z up right there off the bumper. Going to be sending it in, and Last Stand is making their last stand right here, right now. Back against the wall, 2-0 set count. We're looking to get one on the board right now and reverse sweep this game. It all starts here.
I feel like that's about as beautiful of a triangle formation as you could ask for in a game. Triangle tactics looking like Fire Emblem out here. That said, Fiery is the only Fire that's on this pitch trying to score, but they do not manage to in the face of 3 defenders. That said, Vaughn has this flip available, so the defense should be alright for the time being. So I think we will be seeing another round come out here, unless something catastrophic happens. A lot of damage with these top spins, but even bigger damage to the enemy team, losing that what seemed like a pretty free round at that point, with the flip available still to hold it down. That was a big core flip available and used. As now, we see a little bit of BM with the used core flip emote and some thanks emotes back. But this primary merchant known as 3Z Breezy has been able to do a lot on the Kazan, but it seems like a comeback is starting to mount.
Yeah, Goats Esports going down 2 points, not really appreciating it. Getting started, has the open net. Mako, one of the better melee goalies on the open net. Here, great strike shot, able to defend. Getting it through the Asher. Fiery doing what he can to try and get it in, but not able to so far. And now it's up to Natty and Vaughn to push it forward, get it to 3Z. Has energy burst. Looking to use it. Looking to hook it in. Try and get that barrier, but Fiery able to get a big KO and a huge block on the pass from Natty, preventing that from going in. Fiery now has Egoist, the core flip online, trying to get it through, but the ensnare drum not letting it. Vaughn is back, and now Fiery is able to just dribble and tap it in. That's 2 core flips for Goats Esports 2. The game comes down to this very important point. Either Last Stand is going to plant their feet and get it in, or these 2 energy bursts are going to do it for them.
Big flips burned here, but like you mentioned, they had those flips available as they played very conservative and still managed to get the goals for this reversal. That said, Vaughn is about halfway to one, and Natty has one for this defense, but the last time I said we had a flip for the defense, things didn't work out too well, so we'll have to see how that works out. But Josh just sort of herding the cattle here, using that X Maximus to get people out of the way, but the net's open for both sides. It's going to be close to call.
Absolutely. Natty, no energy. Vaughn getting close, but Fiery just trying to rush it through that corner there. Dribbling around 3Z, popping the path splitter. And now both teams looking for an opportunity. 3Z almost had it, but here the Maelstrom blocking that. 3Z cutting the pass. Vaughn finally has that core flip. 3Z moving in on the core, but unable to get it. Core flip popped. 3Z tries to dribble off the bumper, doesn't quite get it. Has a hook through, forces Fudgy's flip. Great pass from Vaughn. 3Z walking it in, unable to get it right there. And now Fiery has Egoist. There's a flip, and it's in. Right through the corner, and that's going to be Goats Esports taking game 1.
Yeah. We often say that speed is a very powerful stat in this game, and I know Egoist was nerfed, but there was a little bit of sliding on that Asher as they walked that up the pitch to get that goal. Perhaps that Awakening is still a bit strong. So let's take a look at some stats. Fudgy, highest redirects on the team, kind of makes sense with a double brawler comp. But then on the other side, everybody's about on the same page at around 150 to 160. Vaughn edging that out a bit with 167. But that shows a little bit of a difference in the play style between these two comps, where you have the brawlers redirecting people's lives into the blast zones more so than the core itself. Whereas on the other side, you have this very kind of strange composition that even with arguably, I don't really know an Atlas midfield better than Vaughn. So if there's somebody you're going to put it on, it's definitely him. But even with that, I would still call this composition a little bit strange, a little unorthodox. But it did not work out this game. Perhaps the next one they will have something cooked up. But now let me ask you, do you think that there's ever a world where you pop the Vaughn Haraga and then you sideline him out for a game and make the enemy team play that second game forced under the idea that he is going to be in it and he is someone you need to plan around?
Oh my god, you show up, summon him, and then use the threat of his aura and nothing else. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question, because obviously, like, you can just switch him out. I imagine, unless he says no. I don't know. I don't know if that's something he can do. I imagine he wants to play. I have no idea. I think if I were in the driver's seat, I'd be running, all games, Vaughn Haraga on stage. But it's definitely possible to just, especially if you pick something kind of weird, like an Atlas midfield, or just like pick 3 characters and have the enemy team trying to guess where it's all going, and they say like who's playing what, what's Vaughn playing, trying to figure that out, and then they find out that he's not playing at all.
Yep. But I
It's
mean, like, you know, like when you go to a pawn shop and there's always that security guard at the front of the pawn shop, like he doesn't look at you, he doesn't say anything to you. He could be bringing in a bunch of guns to sell at the pawn shop. He doesn't even care. You just pop Von Haraga and be like, "Yeah, could you sit here real quick while the rest of us play this game?" Like, I feel like that would be an insane tactic. Probably not one that works out, considering you kind of made your whole draft around the fact that you were taking Vaughn Haraga, and I feel like you would want to play with him. Also, who just wouldn't want to play with Vaughn? You know what I mean? Like, you have the guy there. Why would you not want to play with him?
right. Hey, get him in there. If the time is now. I don't know. I think the concept of summoning Vaughn to play and then saying, "Actually, hey man, hold on, we gotta we're gonna take game 2. Actually, it take a moment." Is hilarious. That is insane. Show up, bring him in, just to not bring him in. But hey, I don't know. In the meantime, we are revving up for an exciting at-lab game, and I'm not really sure what to expect. I have a vague idea of what to expect. We're gonna see some damage. We're gonna see some.
I know what to expect because
Some.
we've got some scary awakenings, Yoshi.
Oh, that we do. A little bit of Rampage Monumentalist.
That said, this was called Vaughn's Lab for a good while, and I think is still to this day. So as much as we joke about the Vaughn Haraga thing, I think realistically there is a solid chance that he is going to be one of the premier players in this game. But with Monumentalist start, I feel like maybe, even if you don't want to, there's just certain characters you kind of gravitate towards banning here. But with Rampage, I don't know, maybe the Von Haraga was truly to summon Al Dente to the pitch and get him to play some X midfield. But regardless, we just have to see what's going on here as we're waiting on the picks and bans, waiting on whatever other perks may be used. After all, Chrono Break was already used once this series, cannot be used again this series. And the only other one I believe they have available is Vanilla, which doesn't really do anything here. So these are the awakenings you get on the map that you have selected. Let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, we just gotta wait and see. I think one character that's definitely there on everyone's mind on the Monu start is now. Her secondary did get the hit stun removed, but it's still a big move to hit the core. That's and that is undeniable. I would love to see a little bit of Vaughn Luna action. Is this the start for it? No. Absolutely not. But hey, let it rip. Take flight. It's time. Anyway, here we see, I believe that's, yeah, Last Stand has banned now. That just not having it. Which makes sense. I imagine Vaughn doesn't want to play it, and they're just not having it. Rasmus ban coming in from Goat Esports, and it looks like Carmine is coming in for Threezy, and so the Rasmus ban checks out. And hey, X picked immediately for Last Stand. It makes sense. Send it, and yeah, this is it's looking like a pretty standard draft so far.
We've got some Asher action that is for Goat Esports, Goats Esports rather. We saw them play Asher in the previous game, so that's probably pretty good. And then Mako again, so we're seeing this again, which I don't disagree with. It seems like a pretty reasonable composition where you're trying to deny Natty, the enemy goalie, because you recognize that you can't really deny Vaughn because he's always going to have a character that is playable for him and that he is good at. So you can't really deny him. And Carmine, you've already denied with that Rasmus ban. So they're really just trying to suffocate the side of Last Stand here in their potentially last stand. But at the same time, that drafting strategy really only works if you can pilot those tools that you steal to success. It doesn't matter if you steal them if you don't know how to use them, but considering what we've seen so far, I have no doubts they will be able to. We see the Estelle picked up here. I have to assume that that one is for Vaughn, but at the same time, that would mean potentially. Hold on. Wait, no, that wouldn't be for Vaughn. I'm a little tech illiterate. My apologies. For Last Stand, we've got the X, Estelle, and Atlas. Wait, no, yeah. I'm so confused as to what is happening. I'm looking at the wrong screen. That's what's happening. Anyways, regardless of what's happening, we've got that X forward. We've got the Estelle and the Atlas. That's a pretty good composition. Then we've got Mako, Asher, and Kai. Also a pretty good composition. But at the same time, I feel like one thing that composition suffers from is, well, I guess both of these compositions have the issue of having two fairly immobile characters and one midfield that really needs to lock it down so that those immobile players can really make the most of the kits that they have. So this is going to be a lot on the midfields and a lot on the ability to survive, as if you're taking the Rampage stacks here, like we said earlier, this is a map that has a lot of KO potential. So if you're going to be stacking that up, you need to make sure you're not getting blown down.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this GOATS esports draft, and I've got a crazy call. I think it's Streak on the Asher in goalie, and then Mako forward. I guess that's not a crazy call, but you see Mako and you say that's going in the box. But those are Natty's two top characters, and like you said, just trying to pinch them out, forcing what I believe is going to be Natty on the Atlas. And just like this, it's a pretty smart drafting strategy. Obviously, now you're playing into Atlas, and it's like, oh, man, I could be better. But you're also Mako into Atlas, and the Mako forward pick is really strong into melee goalies. So, and Fiery, like one of like 3 people that is actually really, really competent on the pick, should be able to just get in there. I won't pretend to understand the pick. I'm parroting words that I've been told, but in theory, if I'm to parrot correctly, he should be able to walk in there and just like dismantle the Atlas. And if not, then I'm down to be wrong and then say, guys, that didn't happen. But of course, the entire composition rests on the Kai, like you said, just 2 big immobile characters and one speedy little guy trying to do all the core control, run around and keep that thing going. So it's I think a pretty tough comp to pilot for the midfielder, but if they can get it done, it looks really strong.
We talk about those sacred treasures. We'll have to see if the blazing rat known as Kai can scurry his way around and help out those immobile characters. That said, one thing I would be a little concerned about if you are the Atlas is I know, at least last time I was playing this game, if you start charging an ability on Mako and you get hit stunned, the ability will still go off. So my theory is that if there is a rumor that Mako is good into Atlas, it would have to be something along the lines of you go to hit it towards the Atlas, he hits you with an ability while you're charging a primary or a secondary. Well, he does hit you and the core, but his ability only hits the core once unless it's the secondary. And then at that point, you still have another hitbox coming out to at least attempt to maintain possession. Whether or not it works out is a different story. But I'd have to assume that if there is a reason why it's good, it'd have something to do with that. That said, we'll get to see just how good it is as we're getting into this game, as the game is loading in. If we get the loading bug, that's a different story, but we pray not. Nope, we are straight into Atlas Lab. And it's going to be an interesting one for sure, as I think both these comps are fairly reasonable. I think with the Awakening start, there's definitely some players who are going to be more sad than others. But at the same time, with Monumentalist, Natty's going to be pretty happy. And I feel like Asher on the side of Streak is probably going to want that Rampage. So I think we're only going to see one Monumentalist here. No, we actually see Streak taking the Monumentalist because he is on goalie. That makes a lot of sense to go with that strike shot. That's it. Everybody else on the extra size. The size is pretty nice on this double barrier map. And this offense by Vaughn is exceptional, except the part where he missed that second strike. That said, clear outs are looking good. This is looking like the Vaughn that I know and that I watch every week on NASL. as if this performance keeps up, it's going to be very scary for the red side. But we got to get to the point where Vaughn is allowed to play that game. And with some good rotations, it looks like it's back into the hands of Carmine. But that said, let's see, do we see any more Magnetized Souls? No Magnetized Souls this game. Like you said, it seems like it's a little bit map dependent. It seems like Demon Deus and Taiko Temple are the main ones where I see that starting gear. But we definitely see Carmine looking for some kills here, trying to stack things up early. Maybe not stack up Rampage, but deny the enemy teams as both barriers are now down for both sides.
Yep, all barriers down. And now the ball is in the hands of Last Stand. But Fiery forcing out that flip, taking it away. Carmine doing a ton of damage. Vaughn staggered. A ton of damage just came on the board immediately. Barriers down, and the fists start flying. Great blink from Vaughn, almost gets it in. But Streak just locking it down. A great strike war, though. Carmine's able to get it through Josh and hit where Streak's not covering and get it in. It's going to be Last Stand taking point one very nicely. And now both goalies have core flip. Pretty scary. Fiery is 0 energy. Might be a little bit of a target for damage, but Carmine actually taking the brunt of it so far. Getting hit. It took a full Giga Blast and Barrage. Now he's got to play for life in the corner there. Receives the ball. Looking to get something done. Receives the Atlas ult. And life is good again.
Paramedics are on the way, and we're going to need some for Josh, as he's looking like the next one that is going down. That said, based on my ping to this game, I have to imagine that maybe one of the reasons why they've chosen this team composition is because Fudgy is a West Coaster. And if we're getting this ping, this is either an East game or a Dallas game, which would not be very fun for him. So that may be why we see what we see here, and why we see Carmine on this X, as we see a player go down. Things are getting exciting, and Streak just doesn't hit the core.
Yeah, it will just sneak it in there, and that's a second goal for Last Stand. And here, moving in. And Last Stand is looking really, really good here. I really like their comp. The Estelle X is just looking beautiful. Both barriers down. It's going to take the Fiery winning some nice strike wars to start, and having some great ability usage. Unfortunately, the Sad Boys angle coming out there, but Fiery's just in there. Once he gets the core, he's able to just go crazy on the barriers. He's dying. Things are looking rough for him. He's a little low, but it's Last Stand's opportunity to just clean up the set, get in real quick. Vaughn's dribbling very close to core flip. Gonna be able to get it off that. Rip it right there. Forces out Streak's core flip. Very nice.
Oh!
Carmine and Fiery have died in a horrible accident, and now it's Vaughn has the core, looking to get something with it, but loses that strike war, and now both forwards are back, and the ball's just kind of going back and forth. Carmine pops the ult, but not able to get anything off of it. Josh looking a little low. It's looking like it's gonna take a crazy play like that point blank core flip deny to get the point for Goats Esports. There it is, and the set's not over yet.
Definitely not over yet. That's it. I feel like one thing I'm seeing that may be causing the blue side a little bit of trouble is there's times where Carmine will rotate to either try to perform a kill or just stall things out. And rather than rotating the core to Vaughn and just letting him take it wherever he needs to go, what'll end up happening is Carmine will start up a dribble, and then either it'll be a little too steep or it just won't go into their hands because they need to go back and confirm the kill, because X, with that X Maximus, really great at shoving people off the stage once they get low. Maybe not the highest damage overall, but great at securing kills with that X Maximus as long as they can stay in range. So maybe we need to see the core just rotate a little bit more in that direction once we start going for these kill confirms. Like we see Fiery here very low, but we've seen in the past, Fiery with no HP and a core flip can make a lot happen. So we've got to be careful here, as the black hole is now gone, but so is the point as we go into a 0.5, and the defenders seem like they're a little bit out of sync there, as Vaughn and Natty kind of on top of each other, not able to cover that bottom edge as Carmine was going for something.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of wires crossed action there. Not quite able to get it, and Core's just going to go in, bringing us to this 0.5, which, first 2 points were pretty confidently won by Last Stand, but here, it looks like they're ready to do it again, as they're just starting to farm KOs, have unlimited energy. Things are looking really, really scary for Goats Esports, as that's the double kill, the 3v1, Fiery back able to intercept there. And it looks like Last Stand's just playing it really, really slow, which is smart because they have all this time to get things done. They have these flips. So even though they weren't able to get the second barrier in the power play, they still have a huge energy advantage and a huge damage advantage as Fiery's just taken a ton of it right here. Vaughn still has his flip. Carmine's really close. Got to get the flip out of Streak, who's just been holding it down this whole time. But that's the barrier. Carmine going in. Josh here is staggered, and the flip almost puts it in with the help of Carmine, but not quite. And now Vaughn goes for the kill off the black hole. Natty goes for the kill with the expanse, but Josh is still alive, still kicking, and now Vaughn's low. That's going to be the snare drum getting the barrier. Carmine going for a dash play, almost gets it too. Not quite, and just looking for an opportunity, both teams to score. Last Stand with the core, unable to get it though. Carmine trying to get it through Josh. Just can't, able to pop it right there. Dashing in, but nothing yet.
So much back and forth here between the two teams. It feels like every time X goes for a play, something goes a little bit sideways and things just don't come to life. But at the same time, Fiery playing Mako, known for their Mako. But right now, this game is known for players dying as Carmine goes down and leaves the net open for the side of Fiery to take the goal. We were just talking about them, and they've made their explosive entrance into this draft, as it is going to be Josh on the Kai who gets first pick here. And I see a Chrono Boost available, a very good Kai Awakening, but also potentially Orb Dancer on the line. We'll have to see what they prioritize here, as Chrono Boost being taken also denies a Dash Awakening from Estelle, but when there's aerials on the line, you can't really take everything she wants. And there it will be picked up. Might of the Colossus 4X going to be making that X Maximus hit a little bit harder, a little bit easier to confirm those kills. Streak getting some speed. Atlas getting missile propulsion. I feel like we've seen this one before. And then finally Fiery getting built different. Nice to see that one back. Able to get a little bit more size, make those abilities a little bit scarier. But if I remember right, her secondary was changed to not have the melee tag. So I believe that one will not be getting bigger. It'll just be the primary and those strikes. That said, maybe you don't need it, as both barriers instantly go down the moment it gets into their hands.
Yeah, the Fiery just cooking it up all over those barriers, taking it. But think back to that draft. I'm surprised with all the KOs that have been coming out, no one took Adrenaline Rush. Pretty fair, but none of that coming out. And here, all forwards have 2 prize fire, or 2 rampage stacks. Oh, mixing up my stacks here. Vaughn with the core flip, trying to get it up. Carmine tapping it to the bottom post, able to get it off a great pass from Vaughn. And Last Stand takes the first point.
That little bit of extra size from the Might of the Colossus with the Rampage gave Carmine the ability to strike that one in. So that draft already paying off. We saw Vaughn able to get some good saving action on that dash range. Carmine getting the little extra strike range that they need to secure. And then Natty with that missile propulsion and the strike shot, those projections are going to be going very far, just like that. Josh taking a little bit of extra damage just from that projection, helping out. They might be looking to secure a kill here, but Josh is regenning up quite a bit. Carmine uses that bell ringer, a little bit of lariat action, but the only thing going to the sidelines is going to be Vaughn, losing those rampage stacks and losing some barriers in the process. He'll be back up in a few seconds, but at the same time, you got to survive till then, until you can make your comeback and attempt to make the enemy team not survive.
Yeah, and not surviving, it's what Goats Esports is on right now. Picking up a couple of orbs, coming back though. So it really showed me what's up. And now, stagger in hand, able to live. Last Stand's fighting against the snare drum, unable to. But mods kill that guy. Josh goes down to the black hole. And now Last Stand just has to defend the open net real quick. Carmine with a great strike, able to get the barrier, and then piercing shot, getting it right through. Very, very well played between Vaughn and Carmine. Had some great synergy, played off each other really well, and got that point right there. Looking good, and now they just have to secure this third point. So they were unable to do last set in the same position. So we'll have to see if Goat Esports is able to show up again and do what they did last time, or if Last Stand will be able to tie this game up real quick.
The barrier beam versus Estelle's beam. We saw which one has been winning most of those interactions, but at the same time, 2 barriers still up. We'll have to see if Streak can keep that up, but it looks like the answer is no. I say it and instantly one goes down, and now Carmine is on the offensive, but the flip is not connecting. Vaughn still has one to help deal with Fiery, but Fiery has just been on point with these core flips. I don't know if I've seen him miss one of those point-and-blank ones yet. He's missing a little bit of health, which causes him to die, but I feel like every time I've seen someone core flip in his face, he has just caught it instantly. So that is very scary to deal with, and very tough as well. That said, Josh, missing some health, and the black hole was looking like it was going to participate in the murder spree, but unfortunately, Josh manages to get out before they can do so. That said, a lot of back and forth here. The Ensnare Drums has come out. Streak making some redirect plays, but with so much back and forth, it's hard to tell who's going to score here, Yoshi.
Absolutely. It's anyone's game so far. Streak has a core flip, and just that is so hard to get through. Carmine, with the great dribble, unable to get it so far. Fiery just kind of boxing out Vaughn there, but Natty able to get it back forward. Vaughn almost putting it in with the Crystal Thorns. Josh looking a little low. Things looking a little dangerous. Down. It's down to the X Maximus.
Oh.
And now it's not in yet, but Streak pops the flip, goes off the black hole, and then Carmine almost puts it in with the bell ringer. Piercing shot comes out. Just Streak is unrelenting. Nothing is able to get through. And there it is. A little 1-2 combo. Put it in the box and shoot it right in. Josh with the great Giga Blast is just going to capitalize off Fiery's opportunities so well. And now, Ed, shades of the last set. Maybe something changes, but Goats Esports is looking to show up here. Great point played by them. That last one, and now they have an opportunity to take 2 more and get another set, go up 2-0. But their brawler is dead, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get that done.
You know, X is on this field, but it feels like really it's the goalie who's being stuck in the cage deathmatch, as Fiery has landed so many ultimates that just put Natty in a horrible position. Caused a goal the last round, but even when there are no goals on the line, it just feels like it's so suffocating. You've got to be careful. The flip has come out, but the barrier was taken by said flip. But now the net's open both sides. Carmine has his flip. So much is being burned just to keep him at bay.
Yeah, the Carmine containment facilities are going crazy right now. And it's looking a little low. X Maximus, though, able to win that interaction and pop it in the bottom corner. Really well played by Carmine, and that's going to be first set for Last Stand going there. Tying it up 1-1. And here we have a handful of awakenings. Egoist, 1-2 punch stacks, extra special, or ponderer, all just incredibly crazy. Egoist, though, Egoist on X is super scary. Imagine that guy coming at you at 300 miles per hour. Team player being picked up by Vaughn, also very interesting. Gonna be hard to deal with the stacks Kai, though, and the Orb Ponderer Asher. Very scary.
This is a interesting draft, to say the least. Seeing that 1-2 punch not get drafted on Atlas's lab feels a little criminal, but when you think about it, you really only want that on Carmine, I would argue. But at the same time, Carmine wants that Egoist, so obviously he can't take it. You could take it on the Estelle if you're trying to go for those kill combos with the dash into the beam. But at the same time, how much value have you really gotten out of this game already? We see the team player come out. I like that pickup, recognizing that if they can get it to Carmine a little bit faster with how immobile Mako is as a character, it helps sort of railgun the offense along. Natty getting those extra heals is certainly going to be nice to help break the monotony of one team going down, one person on the other team also going down. That team player has broken the monotony of the defense as they tried to back pass, and it just went straight into their own barrier with the extra speed Natty was not ready for, just as they were not ready or Fiery to be on this offense scoring that point for their team. Set count is 1-1, but the round count is currently 0-1, as Fiery has gotten a point for their team. Finishing off this draft, though, we've got Josh on the stacks on stacks. That's going to be stacking it pretty quickly, and with the extra hits from that barrage, it's going to stack a little bit faster. You've got Fiery just taking reverberation, just getting a little bit of extra health to help survive, but also getting that cooldown reduction with the abilities that they've shown time and time again they have great mastery of. And then finally, and probably most importantly, you've got Streak on double orbs, which they were already stacked. Streak's not dying anytime soon, and that is a lot of resources that now go in their favor, but that flip does not go in their favor as they manage to stave him off.
Yeah, and Carmine able to get the second barrier off that. Flips, almost gets it in, but Streak blocks it. Now Josh running up, getting the ball to Fiery. But oh, he fast enough to cover the cross clear going down and put it in. And Goat Esports is really, really surging the set. 2-0 right now. 1 away, and just looking really good. These points have been pretty Goat Esports favored. They're looking confident out there, and want to see something like that coming out from Last Stand. It keeps us a little bit closer, but Fiery has the flip, and all of Last Stand posted up to defend that barrier. You know, able to do it, and now they have the opportunity to get it there. But the cord goes up, and now Vaughn able to get it through Josh, who's looking a little low, and from downtown, the strike shot missile prop astral projection shoots it right in and puts Last Stand on the board for this set.
That looking like a bit of a Estelle goalie kind of play with that primary. A little bit wider than an Estelle beam, but certainly as effective when you're using it like that. That said, you got to be careful because while you're beating up on Fiery, yeah, he has no energy, but at this rate, you're going to have no barriers. You've got to be careful here. As the flip does get burned, but with no great way to get it out. Flipping in front of Fiery just feels like such a Sisyphean task. It just feels like no matter what you do, it's just not going to work out for you. That said, that Rose Warp not quite working out either. There's no Vaughn high on energy, but they're going to need high on hope if they want to turn this game around.
Yeah, definitely. The one barrier got for them, but scary situation in the corner, trying to get it through. Vaughn has a flip. Fiery has a flip and his passive, just hunting down Vaughn now. Almost just strikes him in. Vaughn flipping, getting it out, but Streak responds with the flip of his own. Vaughn topping the Atlas heal, looking healthy again, and it's just trying to get it through. It's I've noticed in a lot of situations Carmine likes dribbling in the empty space, which is obviously very smart. That's nobody can interrupt it if it's in there. But sometimes, or especially with all this speed that Josh has, he's able to capitalize on these situations where the core is there. But wow, a great pass from Vaughn to Carmine. Carmine takes his shot and Vaughn confirms it with the piercing shot, blasting it in and bringing us to another 0.5. These sets just keep going the distance. This game is so close, so back and forth. And whoever wins this point gets the lead in this game. And that's one. A little bit of Sad Boys on the other, not able to be taken down. Now Natty has flip. But Fiery is massive and able to just eat all of Vaughn's abilities, getting the barrier. And now things are looking a little scary for Last Stand.
Things are looking tough, but Streak has a flip available for the defense, as does Natty. Both goalies having a flip available means it's going to be tough to get that core through. You're probably going to have to go through the midfield, and with Vaughn being so low, maybe was possible, but now he has a flip as well. Josh, however, has no health and barely any energy, so if there's going to be a time to get through this defense, it's going to be through him. They try and fail as the path splitter saves them from it, but then Streak going down, letting Josh cover up, was just out of range for that strike. They get through Streak after the flip is gone, and now they get the point to start turning things around. Vaughn with that midfield Mafia title really living up to it. As now we take a look at this next draft. A lot of good things available here, but the one that I'm curious about is Catalyst, as that is a very popular awakening. There's a lot of people getting beaten up, and it goes to the second pick being Josh, meaning that Vaughn has something in mind here. Potentially, you want either the Catalyst or the Perfect Form to get to your X. That's never going to happen. So realistically, you have to say, all right, goalie, which one do you want? I'll take the other. And then X will get something. He gets the Super Surge here. Once again, Superman X is on the scene. But we'll have to see how long he can stay on the pitch as he goes down instantly. You know, we were just trying to set this narrative of him being the guy flying around. The only place he has flown is to the ER as he has gone down and he cannot get back up for at least another few seconds.
Yeah, fly high Carmine. But now he's back. Put Fiery in the dirt real quick. Looking to get Josh next. That guy's at half health. And here, nice passing play. Last Stand just playing it slowly. Vaughn blinking into the empty space that Carmine dribbled into. And now every ability has come out. That's a barrier. On some classic Estelle action. And Carmine dashing in. Superman trying to get the point, but unfortunately not able to. And now that's all barriers down. Josh grabbing the orb. And really just playing it slow. Fiery trying to get in there. Trying to use his passive to get that. But a great setup by Carmine. The dribble into Bellringer immediately, and the core speed in overtime was just too much. Streak able to catch it. Almost able to save it, but it's just slipping right in at the end. Incredibly unfortunate.
Oh, goodness.
The aura on this man. Oh my god. How did he do it?
Blink first and you lose, and there it is both barriers that have been lost. That said, Josh has this flip available, and I feel like we might see it come to life here as Fiery goes to set up for something, but it's snuffed out by that astral projection. I said Fiery has earned a flip of their own, but doesn't even need it. I feel like one thing I'm seeing is in these mid-round interactions, where the previous round we saw a lot of backpassing between Vaughn and Natty. Vaughn is kind of puppeteering his team at some points to be like, you're going to stand here, I'm going to pass to you, you're going to pass it back to me, I have team player, let's make this work. Whereas previously it felt like it was a lot of individual efforts, we'll say, but maybe not necessarily a full team composition. Whereas now it feels like Vaughn is kind of locked in a bit, has gotten onto a character that they are very strong on, and is now using that strength and wisdom from their gameplay to assist their players as they assist in killing that guy. Mods turn every bone in his body 90 degrees as that guy has gone down. And now we need to see if they can get the core down into the net, and they do. Vaughn with another goal with the help of Carmine helping to herd those sheep out of the way. Now looking like this may be a round and as well as a game that goes in their favor if they can get one more point just like that.
Yeah. There's so much damage just coming out from Last Stand. Just able to get these KOs and capitalize on them really well. But in all the chaos, Goats Esports able to get that one barrier, or both barriers. Flip going so fast, able to get that. Streak has a flip though. Fire able to stop Vaughn's with the secondary. Carmine Supermaning up to cover the top clear. And now this is their opportunity. A little bit of passing, trying to rev up the particle accelerator with team player. Unable to so far, though. And Josh and Streak both have a flip. Josh has popped his. Fiery really close. Crystal Thorns come out. This is their opportunity, and they're playing it slow. They know they have the chance here. Streak with his Orb Dancer trying to get up. Fiery and trying to get it in with the core flip, but it's going straight to Carmine. And Carmine is so big right now and trying to dribble off. Not there yet. But the shot across the net, I believe proccing team player, but maybe not, just going fast. Overtime or something else is able to get them the game right there. And it's 1-1. We're going to game 3.
X El Gigante there was able to really put on the pressure to allow Vaughn to shine, as it looks like the adaptation of Vaughn Haraga is starting to come in. We're seeing a lot go better for them this game. We'll have to see if in this game 3 we can keep things going. You know, you wanted that Imi Zap game, and it looks like we're finally getting it, as it begs the question of who's coming in and who's staying out. But for Imi's app, I guess it also slightly depends on what those starting awakenings are, as we've just got to wait until those come about. That said, it looks like we don't have any replays for this game on the stream, so we're just going to be yapping for a little bit, not able to talk about what happened in the past. We can talk about some stats, though, as 325 redirects on Vaughn. I mean, that's a lot.
That's a lot. That guy was hitting the ball. He was out there redirecting up a storm. And it makes sense, especially with team player. And like you said, Vaughn getting both his teammates to shoot the ball at him so he could rev that thing up. It makes sense. And he was just in a lot of situations where he was, working, hitting the ball. And they played the game really, not comfortably, but just slowly. They took every opportunity they had to get their bearings and, execute what they needed to as precisely as possible. And I think that was really smart. They had a lot of opportunities to do that. And so they were able to just take it low and slow, get what they needed to done, and take it all the way. So, Amy Zap, however, hard map to play slow.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on at all times. Both goalie and for both the forwards, if it gets into the corner, as the goalie, you've got to start sweating to get it out, and then the threat of death at any time for the midfield and forwards is just terrifying. Fun map, very fun map, very exciting, and so I wonder if we'll see another adaptation come in. I really want to see the character pick ban go through, because obviously there's a lot of characters that people want to ban on this map. A lot of them that can just execute you immediately that aren't even just Julian Rasmus, who are probably the two characters that are going to get banned, but we'll have to see.
That is certainly one of the problems with this map, right? Is with the pick ban system we have what's the word? Implemented. That's the one. English is hard, okay? But with that, if you don't ban Rasmus or Juliet, now the other team feels like they're either banning the one that they hate and giving you the other one, or not banning either, and now both team has one, and it's just a disaster, and it's like miserable to play sometimes. That said, if you ban both of them, you leave open a lot of other very scary characters. We see Zentaro on this map a lot, I feel like. We see Asher a lot on this map. We've seen Asher a lot this series so far. Mako could be another one that potentially comes out, and we're going to be seeing a Siege Machine and Deadeye start. So with those two in mind, I know you mentioned the Vaughn Luna in the past. With a Deadeye start, maybe, probably not.
Maybe.
But
hey, I'm so down. I think Luna on this map is super cool. Cool. You just rocket dash people into the pit, but it's like long range Julie. Julie extendo mode. Siege Machine also pretty interesting. I know Vaughn's pretty fond of the rune, and that's obviously a pretty nice rune awakening. Longer lasting pillars, and you show up, you block off one of the lanes on Amy's app, and you just go crazy. I don't know why I'm talking. You're the rune guy, right? I'm sure you have more to say.
Well, here's the thing with rune. I feel like there's not this is probably not the time to be picking him. Not because the awakenings or the map is bad. Obviously, like you said, Imi Zap, he's pretty good here. Siege Machine, pretty good on Rune, especially as a start if the other start isn't particularly good. The problem is you're in game 3 in arguably the most important game. Because if you lose this game, you're just out of play better, win more. This is loser's side. You've got to win this game if you're either team. So I don't know if this is the time to be pulling out the pocket picks that, while definitely fun and could be good, there's just a lot of other characters that I feel like you could get so much more value. Like, even something like they nerfed the mine on now to be a light hit instead of a heavy hit. Still pretty good with Siege Machine. The primary still pretty good with Siege Machine. Obviously, Deadeye also potentially good, and we see the Luna get banned because of it, as well as the Rasmus. Rasmus with Deadeye or Siege Machine on this map, both pretty scary. But looking at the picks, we've got the Atlas first pick, followed by Aimee and Asher. We mentioned seeing Asher a lot. That would make sense. Atlas on this map makes sense. Aimee, pretty good, I feel like, with either of these awakenings. One helping the turret, the other helping those dash punch and those glitch pops. So we'll have to see what the next two picks are. That said, with Juliet being one, that makes sense. We mentioned if you ban one, you have to give up the other, and here they do. They give up that Juliet. But Juliet not really having a good starting awakening here. You are very heavily reliant on getting something strong early on, like a 1-2 punch. Especially if you're starting with pummelers. You've got to be careful, because if you're starting with pummelers and you don't have the strength to get those kills, you're now down an awakening and down a starting gear, which is really not where you want to be. And with now being the second pickup here, I like it because there's definitely some good awakening potential there. Where now it feels like there's two characters that you really have to be on the lookout for in these drafts. But the problem is still that Juliet really needs something to get them going. And if you're taking pummelers, you don't have another teammate who's really going to be looking for KOs here. You're mostly going to be looking at Atlas on the defense. Now, able to secure some zones, but not really able to force a kill like something like an Estelle would on this map. And then finally, with Finny as this last pickup, this double healing comp suddenly looks really good at keeping your Juliet alive. But at the same time, you still have to get that Juliet online in the first place. So I'm interested to see how that works out. But this Asher, Finny, Aimee composition, I have to imagine it's Finny in the box with Aimee midfield and Asher forward. That sounds pretty good on this map. But at the same time, Finny being a little bit made of paper, those dash punches are certainly going to be difficult to deal with. We'll just have to see who's coming in here for this last game and who's going to be on what. But that said, looking at these comps, Yoshi, is there one that you particularly favor or one that you're particularly worried about?
I think, like you said, the double healer Julie comp looks really nice. If you're able to get those dash punches, punish any sort of mispositioning in the slightest, then you should just win your point. And that's great. Me, when I click dash punch and then, like, my job is done, time to pack it up and go home. I think the Asher, as you said, just, like, it is able to kill just as well as Julie, but also just has a little bit more utility. She's slower, and by an entire 20 base speed, which I think is pretty relevant. But at the end of the day, Asher still does Asher things, and that is enough to win games off of. And then with the Aimee supporting, like, there's a lot of opportunity for that team to just farm KOs and feel pretty comfortable. And the Finny debuff, like, they really have it all. I think the Finny is a big deal. If they're able to just keep it up the entire time, then the Asher being slow doesn't matter, because the ball is just always on the enemy side and you're always receiving it. And then, it's chill. If they're on defense more, it's over and the Julie just gets to go wild. Same situation where Juliet just likes to sit on the enemy side, dash punch people and feel good. And if it's always on the enemy side, you're Juliet and you're going into Finny, life is good. Like, you've got everything you want. So this seems like a big snowballing game. Whichever team is able to play to their win condition, whether it's killing people or just, like, blitzing the barrier, whatever they have to do to win, the team that does it first and better will win. Which sounds kind of dumb, but, like, I think it depends on how each of these teams is looking at it and how they want to approach it. And then obviously draft is going to play a very big part in the game. You know, if that Juliet gets 1-2 punch or that Asher, it's going to be pretty it'd be pretty big.
I think, well, you said it sounds kind of silly when you put it that way. That is kind of the name of this tournament, is just if you play better, you will win more. So we will have to see which team plays better here. As looking at these starting lineups, it looks like we've got Streak Fiery and Fudgy Waffles against Natty Vaughn and 3Z Breezy. That is a pretty good sounding composition on both sides, honestly. But we'll have to see if the Vaughn Haraga is the difference. And if it is, how they will do in losers finals should they make it there. That said, we've got to get into this game first as we're just waiting on the players. But any last thoughts? We've got Siege Machine on the Atlas. That's going to help deal with the getting the ball out. You've got Aimee. Could really be either one. It's hard to say. Asher, I think you could take Siege Machine here and be pretty happy. Make that primary barrier a little bit better, as well as the Path Splitter. We saw Path Splitter with Monumental this last game looking pretty good. But Juliet, I'm not really getting an awakening here. I guess you're taking Deadeye, because at least if you get, I don't know, some dash range, you can proc it. Now, I think it depends, but you're probably taking Siege Machine. Finny, I'm interested in, because Deadeye is definitely the, if you do the eye test, that's the one that I'm looking at right away. But the problem is if you're using those ultimates proactively to shut off a lane, suddenly that Siege Machine looks a little bit better. So it's hard to say. I think it will probably just be the Deadeye on the Finny, to be honest with you. But once we load into this game, we will know for sure. But that said, let's take a look. We've got Siege Machine on Now, Deadeye on Juliet, Siege Machine on Atlas. That all sounds right. We've got Deadeye on Aimee, so they have chosen to go for more those dash kills and the glitch pops rather than the Siege Machine on the ultimate. We've got Natty on the Deadeye, so they are definitely looking like a bit more of a damage-focused comp. And then 3Z has actually taken the Pummelers to help secure kills with the damage from his team. I actually like that a lot, especially when the opposition is folding like paper and they have gone down. 2 players already killed. It seems like this Deadeye start is looking pretty good for them. That said, that round was pretty quick. We'll have to see if they change things up here, or whether or not this team is going to be able to continue suffocating them and keep things alive.
Yeah, he showed up, killed 2 guys, and scored immediately. But that's Fiery popping a dash punch KO in the middle right there, real quick. Barrier down. Things are looking rough. A good pass coming out from Fudgy is just going to allow Fiery to shoot it wherever he wants. Natty, not quite fast enough to get there, is running the Mom Boots, but the Mom Boots nerf, the Finny speed nerf, all coming in and making it not as easy to cover the entire net all at once. But here, both teams, again, like you said, whichever team plays better and wins more will show up and win. Whoever gets their win condition first is looking good, and that's Fiery dash punching the barrier. But that's 3Z getting the other barrier. Now with Last Stand having the core, trying to push it forward, get it to 3Z, who has this flip. Be great, but Natty has to burn the flip for a barrage that Ghost Esports just delivered upon the goal line. 3Z with a great pass over to Vaughn. Great passing between the two right in front of them, and Streak and Fudgy just couldn't do anything. If they walk up, then they leave the net open, and if they don't, they just keep passing between each other, and then that happens. It's just really, really well played by Last Stand there. That was beautiful.
That was a tough spot too, because even though they played that so well, they didn't have a clear path into the net because they didn't have an ability up, as 3Z had used the barrier beam to get the barrier in the first place. So they were just waiting for something to come up, and eventually that something that came up was just Streak not being able to strike the core. That said, with only 1 barrier on this map, it does feel like it falls a little bit quicker than the previous ones. That said, the only thing falling right now is 3Z Breezy going down to that dash punch, but it looks like Fiery might be next, as they are very low, and even with the help of these now abilities to keep things in check and keep everything in line, the only line that will be taken is them to the right side of the stage, as now there's a power play that needs to come to life here.
Yeah, Fudgy with the flip, trying to get it in, trying to get it past everyone in the reverse power play. Unable to so far. Fiery is back, but that's going to just shove it in, and the Deadeye turret will be smiting Streak along the way. Threezy and Vaughn garnishing their trowels, doing a small amount of gardening that set, and now they're rewarded. I think Threezy will just be taking that Egoist real quick, maybe denying a Stagger Swagger. They've been able to get those kills off Stagger, and obviously 2 Deadeye teammates looking good, but the Egoist is just so strong. He's picking that up real quick. Vaughn has an opportunity to get a Dash Awakening and Explosive Entrance, no less. Fiery taking that Stagger Swagger. Vaughn opting for the Timeless Creator, which makes a ton of sense. Me when my turret is bigger and lasts longer, so I can do more damage. He's rating Glass Cannon on Finny. This is such a good last stand draft. This looks great. Fiery was able to pick up Stagger Swagger, and Vaughn picked up, Fudgy picked up Extra Special, which both look really good. But I don't know. The Egoist, Timeless, and Glass Cannon is really scary to play into.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult draft to have to play against, right? Because you take the Extra Special to deny the IME. That makes sense. The problem is that you can't deny the IME because they get Timeless Creator. Like you said, makes sense. So now you're basically having a kind of, I won't say dead awakening, as they do have a lot of damage, so the extra healing will be nice, and the extra mobility will help in those situations where the net is open and you have an immobile goalie. But the problem is you're just down a better awakening, and they have Egoist and Timeless Creator in this transaction so far. We see Streak getting cast to last. Not exactly the strongest awakening on Atlas. You see Fiery getting the funny hat. Pretty good, especially against all the damage, but it does not progress your win con of get Fiery to kill people. And then Natty, like you said, getting Glass Cannon. Glass Cannon on goalie is pretty good, turns out. It also turns out it makes you deal a lot of damage, which is exactly what they want to do. So this just feels like an absolute slam dunk of a draft for Last Stand in their last stand. But looks like the other team has something to say about it, as both nets are open.
Yeah, Natty with this flip. Might have to use it. Uses it right there. Pretty scary. Vaughn just throwing the core right at Fiery and getting a ton of damage on him. And, Atlas, the Celestial Intervention, killing Fiery at the last moment, but still able to just completely remove him from the play. Egoist proc. Threezy's just dribbling it up on them. Trying to get it through with the barrier beam. Not quite able to. The speed still has his flip. Fiery down. Does the insta-flip with the Asher Dash. Doesn't quite get it, but is just trying to shove it through this corner. Pass to Vaughn, and both Streak and Fudgy were up in the top corner, just working to defend against the Asher, and a great pass. We'll get that right into the open bottom net. Really well done.
Popping those emotes saying, we are farmers, because they are farming some kills in this game. But also farming some barrier takes, as it feels like when they're on the offense and things get going, it is suffocating to deal with. Breezy dealing so much damage, Fudgy having to use their ult, as well as Streak burning the Atlas ult to keep them alive, and get Vaughn out of the play for just a little while to give them a chance to do something. And it looks like that they will, as Fudgy has the flip available, doesn't even need it. It's a 2-on-1 against 3Z Breezy, and they do manage to succeed in that moment. That said, definitely still a tough spot. A lot of players are lacking in energy. Fudgy has a flip. 3Z is working on one. But the team play this game has looked really nice. That path splitter, maybe not so much, but the idea was there. That said, Fudgy really needs to find an angle to use this flip before he dies for holding on to it. Tries to get a kill, but now not exactly their premier KO character. Doesn't manage to get it with the primary into the flip, but certainly a good attempt.
Yep. Able to get the barrier in all... Or last stand, able to get the barrier in all the chaos. Vaughn looking really low, able to grab that orb. Things are doing a lot better. Fudgy getting knocked out in all of that entire interaction. Streak popping the intervention, try and save Fiery, but Fiery just getting dribbled around, ping pong, and Vaughn trying to push it through with everything, but unable to, and is now staggered. Fudgy is down again. Vaughn is down. Both midfielders out. 3Z preemptively emoting, almost had it strike shot saving that right there. Trying to kill Fiery, and Natty really close to a flip, looking to get something done there, but just patiently rotating over to 3Z. That barrier was saved somehow. I couldn't tell you how. Really, really well done. And Natty has that flip. The ball is just rotating. It is just always on Goat Esports' side. They're having a lot of trouble getting it out.
Ooh.
And their path splitter is just going to remove Fudgy from the play, and 3Z is going to slip it right by Streak. That's going to be 2-0 for Last Stand, and they are running away with this game right now.
Streak mirroring 3Z's movement there a little bit, but in doing so, left the top part of the net open. Perhaps he was worried about a shot at the bottom half where there was nobody, but it just goes straight through. That said, we're going to have Natty actually going to be the one top EXP here. With all the damage and kills they've helped participate in, that just certainly makes sense. The Unstoppable, I don't think is going to be enough to stop the onslaught that is happening, especially with now Vaughn having rapid fire. Team player action, we saw how good it was the previous game once they got it going. It'll certainly be good now. Wind drive on the Atlas. Now I believe is a cooldown reduction rather than an increase. So certainly will be nice. Fudgy getting some health to help survive and more cooldown reduction, potentially more ultimates as well as other abilities. And then finally, you've got 3Z getting some size. I mean, size is a disgusting stat in this game on certain characters, and Asher is certainly one of those characters. But you've got to be careful, because I don't think that was an awakening difference. I think there was just a little bit of left click not being bound there, an unfortunate situation, but they will be happy to take that one in a rather quick round.
Yeah, really. Like you said, 3Z is showing up large and in charge here. And just swagging out. But, unfortunate barrier drop right there. 3Z looking to get in. Vaughn dashing in. Trying to get something. 3Z primarying backwards. I think to hit Fiery. And now everything is kind of smooth sailing from here for Last Stand if they're able to get this barrier. Working on it right now. Fiery just taking a ton of damage from Vaughn, getting hit by all these point-blank abilities. Fudgy, though, moving in, trying to get something done, but the ball is just, with the Amy having all these abilities thrown at the core and the Finny just keeping it up all the time, it's hard. It's really hard to get it up, and now 3Z has a core flip. Here comes the turret. And, I don't know, Last Stand, like you said, is just suffocating to play against. They have all of these resources all the time, and they're able to just do that. And then they do that, and then what? It's tough. And then the pass comes out, 2 flips. Vaughn almost puts it in right there. Natty is just hovering the mid-line, and this game looks so hard for Goat Esports. Fiery needs to get a dash punch, I think, sometime soon. Farm these kills and get this value, because otherwise the Asher is just going to go big mode and put it in.
Yep. If this game looked like it was going to go on a little bit longer, one thing I was going to point out is that I would like to see, with Aimee being a character that has a lot of wind-up on their abilities, you have to be very proactive, you can't be as reactive. I would like to see sometimes where if 3Z has the flip going off of the middle and then letting Vaughn wind up an ability onto a player and then shooting the core flip off of the center hole to bounce it at that player rather than going directly at them, to give Vaughn that time to wind up. Just like that, we saw the cyber swipe go off but does not connect. Since Streak has this flip available and 3Z is just about at one, there he is. The Egoist is online. The speed is moving. The flip is available for both him and the midfield. You've got to be careful on the defense here. Streak has a flip to survive. With the face of an Asher, it just feels like it's not enough. It gets to Vaughn. The turret splits a path. And with the flip from Vaughn, they secure the goal and secure the series.
Yeah. All that, but Last Stand is still standing. And not quite the last one this time, but really well played by them. Their comp and their execution just felt so strong. And there, I think the Juliet was just unable to get anything done here. 47 redirects, unfortunate, but a really hard game for Goats Esports, but that's going to be it. And Last Stand moves on, I believe, to losers finals. Secured their top 3 spot, and is going to have to go against. I gotta check the bracket. I believe it's Zay Forever's team.
It's going to be Last Stand versus Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Quite the mouthful of a team name. But that said, just as that was it for them, I believe that's going to be it for us, as we are going to be going to a quick break, and we're going to have another caster duo coming online for losers finals and grands, as well as the potential reset. Any last thoughts, Yoshi?
Nope, actually, I do. Guys, any primers, it's time to rake them in. Time is now. Hit that button. Go check. Drop a 449. It's September. That's all I've got. Bye-bye. Bye.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Play Better, Win More, number 3, Genesis. My name is K-Bot, joined by Saya. We're here to take you on for the rest of the evening as we take a look at the action of this draft tournament and how it's all shaken out, Saya. And you've obviously been watching behind the scenes all day. What do you think as we head in now to Losers Finals?
I think that a certain group was a little bit stronger than the other. All three teams left in the bracket hail from the same side of groups. It's the two teams with the top tier midfielders drafted for 88 credits each, and well, there's one other team, Last Stand, the team with Vaughn, which has been expended in the previous round. It'll be an interesting showdown, but I know that most people watching are going to be favoring Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
It is worth noting, Saya, that there are no perks on the line in this match. All teams have used all of their available perks heading into this one, so it is just going to be a normal series of Omega Strikers under these teams, with the exception that they must rotate all 4 players into the match. We'll see as they load into game 1 here on Night Market. You see the draft already having taken place on your screen. What stands out to you?
Immediately, what stands out is that they didn't swap sides, but that's fine. I'll press a check mark. But immediately what stands out other than that is that now priority, right? Monumentalist now not banned away. The Mako banned away. No, not the Mako. The X banned away instead by the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, which left wait, no. I'm getting double mixed up. Give me a second.
We'll let you take care of all the stream stuff as we load into this one. Of course, Rampage entirely picked up on the members of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, and it looks like the teams are confused as well, Saya.
Oh, okay. So, 2 things. Number 1, I was wrong. They did swap sides properly. Number 2, Jay is on 120 ping out of nowhere, so we're probably going to see a restart here because that was not a normal point.
Well, we were due for a false alarm at some point. Hopefully Jay can get that resolved. I will say, last time when this happened late yesterday, who was it that was struggling? I don't even remember which player was struggling. Somebody was struggling, and they just left the game and joined back, and it was fine. We didn't have to.
That's what they're trying to do right now, because a certain 3Z Breezy is in a spectator slot while owning the lobby. So unfortunately, our only way out of this one is already determined.
Crazy. Wah wah.
It's fine though. It'll probably resolve itself, and then we'll be able to progress the game as normal. Probably. But K-Bot, how has been Play Better Win More 3 so far? There's been a lot of wackiness, mostly involving a certain tea time tussle forcing perk, but other than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch, right? The beauty of these kinds of draft tournaments, and one of the reasons why folks look forward to Play Better Win More, is because you get these team compositions you don't normally get to see, right? In terms of who you actually get to play with, right? You would not have expected Kainu and Zay to be playing together at all, right? You wouldn't have expected 3Z to be on the pitch with Natty, right? All of those sorts of things are unique to this kind of format, and it's always fun to see which teams might come through. And I don't know what just happened on your screen, Saya, but that was not a normal interaction on mine.
Yeah, I saw some packet loss flickering in the bottom right, so some goofy things might have happened on the spectator end, but as the core's being cleared out, the big thing to note is that Carmine got ahead of Zora, who pushed up way too far up, and that's a quick goal in the favor of Last Stand.
You know, with the Play Better Win More tournament coming back, I feel like we need to come back and bring back a lot of the other old phrases that we seem to have forgotten, Saya. One of those being the yeesh line. Got to be careful of that, Zoro. Trying to fly on this Kai, but not working out. Kainu going to take one barrier of the opponents and one barrier of his own teams. Now Zoro's looking forward for Zay here. Gets involved in the blazing pace. Zay is there, but Thor doesn't find the net. It goes just wide. Seems like all of the resources were expended there in terms of these cooldowns, so we'll have to wait a moment. Zoro going to use the energy burst, trying to get a quick play in, but even still, not able to come up with much value. Yeah, it'll just be a stray glitch pop from Kainu to score the goal. 2 goals to 1. I guess that first point's going to stand.
Yeah, I guess so. An uncharacteristic missed strike from Jay, who's usually on top of those defensive midfield plays. I gotta say, Carmine has been quite a star recently, right? Just rising through the ranks quite rapidly, looking very strong here. But it's the Zay Forever show. People were talking about Kainoob on this team, $88 in the draft. Virtual dollars, doesn't matter, because Zay Forever yesterday and today, kind of stealing the show a little bit, performing very, very well.
Say what you will about Zay's play there, but Zoro, of course, assisting. Actually, it was the Giga Blast that got the first barrier there, kept the core forward, and Zay was able to recollect off of the rebound. And that's what you get when you go for this blazing pace. We'll see whether or not Zoro especially is able to get something even more that could contribute towards that blazing pace. Secondary as now runs in yet again, looking to strike the core into the net himself, but not able to do so there. Kainu draws back, does have an energy burst, trying to get this one out of here as Carmine is looking to collapse on this top corner. Doesn't quite happen yet. Glitch pop, just a little bit wide. Jay is able to take it. Zay locks down a corner, and Kainu will come in with the energy burst. That'll be the first set on the board for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
A clean first set for the team. Kainu first pick. And the Awakening draft, the Awakening rotation has been quite a topic. So many powerful Awakenings on the board to the part where it feels like characters like Aimi, who are so versatile in what they can pick up, get an amazing Awakening every single draft no matter what. And this one is no different. Egoist or Super Surge, right? And Ego is just such a great Generalist Awakening. And looking down the draft, everyone else also getting something incredibly good. The quote-unquote weakest Awakening is Aerials, I guess, on the Rasmus of Carmine. And even then, like, that's not bad. Additional speed on secondary lets you position it so well. And the power level of this game has just gone up so much. Jay, of course, with that Super Surge, Monumentalist combo will be doing a ton of damage as well.
Worth noting the double denial of both movement awakenings. Jay and Carmine picking up the Super Surge and Aerials away from Zoro's Kai, which was later in the draft. He has to settle for that perfect form, which is probably not exactly what you wanted to see on the Kai, but looks like Heavy Metal Demon Gundam still getting the job done here as they're able to take both barriers. After Last Stand takes theirs, or we'll go down to the bottom side. Natty, weird angle. Gonna be able to find a way to get it out of there, and Zay can't capitalize on that slow-moving core. Here's the Firewall Sentry out. Natty, beautiful goal line strike to get that one away. Kainoob has energy burst. We'll see him go in again, and there's the cyber swipe to secure the goal.
These setups have been so good from Zay and Kainoob. Zay trapping the core in the corner, and Kainoob with the follow-up. They've done it so many times just this game alone and throughout the entire tournament. And we'll probably see more of that as this game progresses. Zay with a flip, kills from that far away. That was crazy.
Get him out of there. Power play opportunity now. Zay finds both barriers as well on that double. Glitch pop and the Pat Splitter will both keep this core in the corner. Now he uses Expanse to buy a little bit of time. And indeed, the third member will come back online now for Last Stand. And the core is going to drift back to the other side of the pitch. Worth noting, for Zoro does have that energy burst. I imagine we'll be looking to use it on the offensive side, but obviously hasn't been able to get as involved maybe as he would have liked so far. Zay looking rather low, so is Carmine. Here's another one from Kainu, but it gets denied with the Cosmic Expanse from Natty, who has been holding it down quite well so far today, and has been another standout player. But Zoro, there it is. Core flip and in. No one was quite expecting it to come through that fast.
The very speedy movement from Zoro on that bottom side. It's been quite the one-sided game so far, despite the Monumentalist being given over on the now of Jay. with the changes, I think the overlevel power of now hasn't really decreased, but Monumentalist now has not been the dominating pick that it used to be, with it turning into a light hit. The greatest draw of Monumentalist was being able to hit stun people from a mile away. Now, you can still snipe the core, but you don't get that Swiss Army knife of an ability.
Carmine, though, putting in work on the Rasmus, able to find the barrier through both Kainoob and Zoro, but Kainoob in the Egoist will lose the speed, still has the energy. Zay will use his own energy burst to secure the barrier, and now looking forward, Kainoob would have been closing in on that one had it not been on the opposite side of Natty's Expanse. That's another set to the name of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Saya, this looks a little one-sided, and I feel like it's going to get even more one-sided with Zay picking up potentially a Catalyst here.
So many good pickups again. Picks up the big fish. Catalyst has to be denied here because that Egoist is on the table, but despite that, you still get the Fighter Flight. Kainoob is just going to be completely taking over the midfield if he wasn't already. And with Orb Dancer on Zoro, that guy flew a little bit too far in the first set, but we're far from the first set now. He has speed to spare. He can get back even if he's on the other side of the map.
Will be looking to stack up those orbs as much as he can, and beautiful speed pickups. What, Jay left with just the stagger swagger, which not really feeling the heat of the damage as much as there's just been so much pressure out of these abilities towards the goal. Here's yet again with the Path Splitter coming out of Zay. We'll be able to find both barriers. Carmine looking for both. Will be able to find it there as well. Able to mix up Zoro once. Looking over to the top corner, but Kainoob is there, and one of the things Kainoob does incredibly well is drop back, play that second goalie for at least a little while, but of course decided to go for challenge there, didn't have the cyber swipe to get back, and Zoro caught a little bit off guard. That's one goal on the board now for Last Stand.
And one goal and a big one at that. Carmine got that double barrier here. We trying to replicate that performance, but instead just gets punched off the map by Zay forever, and Kainoob flip, not taken out by the flip of Natty. And this is just going downhill, but a great expanse to lengthen the life of that barrier and to stall out the respawn.
Good expanse. Now, okay, able to find the tech there with the Asher was Zay. Gets a barrier for the trouble. Now Kainoob starting to close in here. You have to imagine that cyber swipe is going to come up in some time. Zay almost gets KO'd, but was able to pick up the orb there as well. And now Zoro's got a little bit of extra speed off of the orb spawn as well. Will take that, get that taken away. Now Kainoob looks for Zay once again. Not able to this time around, though. And now we're starting to see a few more defensive resources burned out of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Pressure continues to mount. Carmine there with a whiplash. Can't quite find the core to the barrier. Zay looking for the dribble, met with the projection. There's the expanse. Both Atlas cooldowns burned. Does have that twin drive, so it'll be up again rather shortly. Good energy burst usage from Jay, but Zay is right there on the denial. Shoves it right back in his face.
Yeah, Jay, I think she got a little impatient there. Natty was up above. There was a pass available. I think there was a way out of that situation, but when you're being pressured this much, when you're down this much in a game, it's hard to stay confident. It's hard to stay calm. And with the additional damage coming out from Zay, that guy is Might of the Colossus Big Fish Rampage, right? Wait, yeah. So Zay is doing a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, decent amount of size, very difficult to get around. This Asher on the front lines looks like twice the size of this Atlas, quite nearly. Now Kainoob starts to come in on the presence here as well. Zoro is there. Kainoob will drop back. There's the energy burst. Expanse comes out just a hair too late. Zay, though, low. Looking for a KO here potentially, but no. Zay's going to drift away for the moment. Here's the Firewall Sentry. Looks for the goal. Kainoob keeps it in the corner. Now there's the Cyber Swipe, but the core's not there. Has the energy burst, but Carmine, nice death touch. Will hold it for on for a minute. And now that core's going to go down to the bottom side. Beautifully timed strike and read away from Kainoob. Natty trying to just keep this core out of here. Pressure continues to mount. There it is on the goal line. Finds the angle to get it out somehow, some way. This point's still alive, and now Carmine will deny Zoro's energy burst. Beautiful hold here. Carmine's going to find both barriers. Jay looking forward. No, gets knocked out for the trouble. Carmine Can't quite work the magic this time. Firewall Sentry is out. Expanse is burned. There's the top side, and there is finally the Cyber Swipe to get it done. But what? Talk about a last stand there, Saya. That looked pretty darn good.
Natty looked like the best goalie of all time in that point with the dribbles, finding the perfectly vertical astral projection to make the saves. And even at the end, right, if there was a little bit more duration on that expanse, that would have been saved as well, but it disappears. And Kainoob finds the goal, and now it is Heavy Metal Demon Gundam 1 goal away from closing this out.
There's another barrier. Pat Splitter comes through, clearing the corner. Kainoob finds the KO. Power play opportunity now for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Looking for the flick. No, Kainoob now simple pass down to Zay, and it goes in off the south post. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam exclamation mark in losers finals takes this first game away from Last Stand.
And despite great moments from the players on Last Stand, Natty, of course, with the incredible saves, Carmine had 1 or 2 double barrier plays into conversions. But in the end, it is just an incredibly dominant performance from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. It is just, they're playing so well right now.
Yeah, and this was one of those teams, right, that a handful of folks were scared of heading into this event, right? Given by just the sheer reputation of the roster heading into the day here today. I mean, the person that has to come off the bench is Mirimeg, right? Like, okay, doesn't quite feel like that's the, you know, if that was the, I don't know, weaker version of the roster and now Mirimeg has to step in, feels like it's not quite going to go as planned here, but we'll see, of course. Last Stand, 3Z was sitting out. 3Z will come back in here. We'll see if he's got another game plan to try to secure victory here, but going to be difficult, especially without any perks remaining, right? They used their only perk in Vaughn in the last series, and now they're on the ropes here in Losers Finals.
Atlas Lab is up next. And 3Z Breezy, potential Luna pick, added flexibility for the team of Last Stand. But, like you said, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. I mean, you just like take out Zay, put in Mirimeg, exact same compositions, and I think that looks mostly the same, right? Both Zay and Miri can play that Asher pretty well, so this is pretty much just a scary team, no matter what happens to it.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know how you're planning on drafting around this one. I don't think there's something different you can do in the Striker Select to actually take care of business, but you have to imagine at this point, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is really just looking forward to attempting to play against Royal Flush. They went to a Game 3 in the Winners Finals versus that very team who got the better of them. That is Joker, Killmonk Shanzu, and Fresh still there, waiting in the wings for the winner of this one. Worth noting, there's only one perk that we could potentially see in that winners or that grand finals match, and that would be the Billiard Brawl for an extra tea time tussle game.
The greatest perk of all time.
I mean, the greatest perk for us, right? Because that means the show gets shorter.
It goes from a full game to just first to 3 points. It is beautiful. It is wonderful. It is something completely different, and I am so sad that Puffy's team didn't make it because his team had like 4 of them.
Yeah. Puffy's team could have caused some chaos, but alas, couldn't quite get the job done last night. Okay, so Saya, here's the other thing I'm wondering. Why do we take so long between the game ending and Striker Select happening?
Well, Striker Select just started.
Okay, well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's the kind of news that I want to hear when I start complaining about the fact that the players need to go. But come on, we've been through this before, folks. We can do it. I believe.
Yeah, and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam comfortable with being on red side. They will not change a thing in terms of side selection as they head on to Atlas Lab. The starting awakenings are on your screen right now. It is team, player, and reverberation. And that team player has been a very interesting pick throughout this entire tournament, and in general recently we've seen it used to great effect. but also passed up entirely depending on the situation. And with it as a start, with multiple members potentially getting it, we could be seeing the core speed rocket immediately. But I think that's a smart ban from the side of Last Stand, getting the Aimi out of there. The cat is a little bit strong right now, just a tiny bit. Not a tiny bit.
Especially when it's in the hands of a player like Kainu.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, probably the best Aimi midfield in the game, period, bar none. Like, what are you going to do, right? There's not much to be done other than just ban it away. The Asher gets banned away there as well, presumably from Mirimag. Or no, Mirimag is on that team. From 3Z. Okay, well, then there's that. Just doesn't want to end up playing that at all. And it is the Juno first pick in this draft. Very interesting pick that I would not have expected in general. But we have been seeing Juno picked a decent bit. And has been on the rise as of late.
It's Jay's specialty pick, one formerly known as TT_JDog, one of the more known Junos, and I think a lot of people say that she plays the pick pretty interestingly, in like just like different from how everyone else plays it, but it is still a pick that is usually banned away when people are facing Plinkplonk, the team that Jay is on. So that is a pretty powerful pocket, not a pocket pick, just the main pick here for Jay. But as we see in the draft, we see the Mako X duo, and Mako Era X has been out of favor for a long time. But if there's a composition that's easy, that's straightforward, that is it. So we could be seeing a different midfielder here. We see the Now variant of it, but this is a very straightforward composition, and if you're a good team, that is a little scary.
It is worth noting that there's not, you called the Now, there it is. Worth noting, of course, there's not a lot of damage up on either team in this one, right? So I'm expecting most of these teams are leaning heavily into that team player start rather than conserving for this reverberation. And that means that things could get out of hand real fast, especially once Jay ends up picking up a 1-2 punch or a hot shot. Could see something more from, a Rampage or Might of the Colossus on this X. Things can get out of hand, it feels like, real fast in this next game. So time will tell, of course, how exactly it'll go, but not what you probably would have anticipated going to Atlas's lab. Nonetheless, these seem like more core control style compositions going to be what comes out. These teams are going to be comfortable playing at just about whatever. I mean, or there's going to be no real reason why they should play damage over playing more of a core control style, because they really just started playing with each other yesterday. So, should be fun to watch here, though. Nonetheless, as we get into this one, I guess Zoro still reprises his role on the Kai. I got my teams mixed up. No, I didn't. Did I? Am I going crazy? I got my teams mixed up.
Yeah, you got your teams mixed up.
Yeah.
That would be Zoro on the Mako.
Zoro's Mako. Yeah.
Team player available, so that Mako will be having a lot of fun hitting the core at rapid speeds towards teammates. With the passive strike, it could even be a cross-map goal, and with the assistance of the Atlas Lab Center, that becomes quite the threat. And we'll have to see as we load into game, because this could be Heavy Metal Demon Gundam doing it again, especially when Kainu is on the Now. That Now is very different now compared to before. The secondary not having the hit stun, we mentioned it earlier, but it is just really, really different in the sense that Monumentalist might not even be like a top pick anymore. There are too many other good options to the point where Nows have been passing up Monumentalist. Like, this character is different.
So walk me through those options, Saya. Yeah, sure, different, right? But like, what else would be so much better?
Well,
I mean, beside from like the ones that are good at everyone, like the Egoist, the Catalyst, you're like,
okay,
you want
so,
the energy, right?
So first of all, in the current Awakening rotation, there are plenty of Awakenings that are good on everyone, right?
Well,
yeah, let's see, Catalyst, Egoist, Fighter Flight. Those are the three like really big ones, especially for the midfield. But then we head to the other awakenings, like just speed. Stacks on stacks is available. Against damage, reverberation, of course, stagger is a little bit harder to come by nowadays. There's also stuff like prime time, rapid fire, and even timeless creator rotated in. Some people have said that just feels better than Manu in the current patch, but well, we'll see how this game goes.
Very little in the way of team player actually getting picked up. Jay going to be on that team player, and Zoro on the other side on the team player. The other four chose reverberation, so won't be seeing as much core speed as expected. Maybe these players are bracing for impact.
Maybe. Very understandable team player pickups here, as just keep your eyes on the midfield here, both for that team player on Jay and just Kainu running around the field. But right now it's a collapse from Natty, who is looking confident on the Kai, flying like Zoro did, but this is the first set and we're not seeing the missteps. We're seeing the barrier takes, and there's still a barrier standing on the side of Last Stand. Finally, it will go down thanks to Mary Meg.
Three's down on the Rasmus. Can't quite get the job done there. Jay doesn't strike into the proximity drone. That ensnare drone nearly worked in Breezy's favor. Looking to get this one in. Looking to pass now up to Natty, but Natty had to follow the eject button back. Lavo forward. Here's the energy burst. Miri Mag will send it into the corner. Jay, nice back pass. Gonna keep possession here for Last Stand. Beautiful strike shot. We'll get the energy burst out of Zoro, but he will send it flying through the entire pitch. I think that team player speed helped out there a little bit, and it was just near unreactive.
That was really fast, and if we're going to see points like that, that is always a threat that the defense of Last Stand has to keep in their minds. The constant core speed threat along with Kainu, but wait a second, the brawler is gone. Mirimeg Giga Blasted off the field. Natty so far has been very proactive in terms of offense.
Yeah. Which you like to see that look there as well, right? And this is something potentially where you can catch Heavy Metal Demon Gundam on the back foot, as Zoro doesn't have nearly the same ability to be offensive as he did in the last game. So it'll be a little bit harder to keep that core forward, and now just continuing to punish Mirimeg. Jay finds a KO versus this X. Mirimeg coming back in after sitting on the bench. Not looking quite like his true self just yet. Sure, we'll get back up to it. There's the X Maximus popped in order to get that barrier, and now Kainoob looking forward. Barrage sends it away just for a minute. Mirimeg just a little bit too late. Here's Kainoob again. Back pass chosen first for the team player. Looks to take a shot. There it is again. Natty's ready this time. We're in overtime. That barrier will fall. Threezy has the energy burst as well, so if this one gets back up to him, expect to see that one get used. Bellringer back away. Whiplash also knocks it the opposite direction. The Brawlers appear to be playing for the opposing team. There's a nice pendulum swing setup, but even still, cleared away. Lavo taken out. There's the barrage. It'll deflect temporarily. Nice bull rush as Mirimeg looks to collect the core. Now trying to keep control of it himself. Over to Kainu, but Natty will interrupt once more, and we are still in the stalemate in game one, despite 2 KOs, maybe even a third here potentially if Mirimeg can land it onto Threezy, and plenty of core speed. Mirimeg looking for the redirect, couldn't find it there either. Goes back to the hands of Threezy. Jay up to that side. No, denied that time. There's the death touch, but the pendulum swing comes up just shy. Jay in the bottom corner. Can't get it right back up to Threezy, though. And now, oh, no. I was joking a second ago when I said the Brawlers were playing for the other team, Saya.
Yeah, we saw Threezy send it backwards with the Whiplash, and now the Bellringer from Mirimeg, that one dealing a little bit more damage than the other one, as now Jay finds a barrier early. And once again, the Natty Giga Blasts have been really good. I think that Last Stand are really close to defining their way back into this game, but so far, that they're close, but not all the way there.
Revenge for Mirimeg. We'll find a KO, but it won't result in much of anything as Natty's able to find that clear on the blazing pace this time, trying to play a little bit more defensively and Can respect that, given just how fast this core has been flying. Not able to get nearly as involved in the offensive side. Merrimack looking for the pass himself off the energy burst, but not able to find it there. Here's the X Maximus. Jay has to run away, but no, can't do it there. Yet another KO will fall, and now beautiful passes back and forth. Kainoob now steps up, takes the shot. There's the Giga Blast. Everything burned from Natty, and he'll find a way to get it to 3Z and get it out. Beautiful play on the defensive side. Whiplash almost comes into the goal. Natty's ready for it this time. And the Blobos are in position here. 3Z now with an opportunity in the corner to take care of an energy burst. Was expecting the team player, and it goes through the barrage?
I haven't seen that happen in months. I think it's because Kai players have changed to run with the barrage almost all the time. But Natty really wanted to cover the entire net, and the pellets were just spread a little bit too thin.
Oh no.
And oh no, Merrimack X Maximus in front of the net. 3Z recovers the core, but that's still a net that's wide open.
There's the energy burst. It gets used. Still sent away. Zoro holds strong. Flexes the emote there in the process. Now that barrier will not stand for any longer. 3Z looking for the pendulum swing. Can't find it there. Looking now for the death touch. Not this time. Whiplash. Zoro still sends it away. And it's gotten the better of 3Z so far in this matchup. Here's Merrimack, X Maximus, energy burst, trying to get up to Kainoob, but Kainoob had moved down on the pitch, and
again?
here's another barrage. At this time, though, it did go behind Natty more than anything else, but hate to see those kinds of goals to be the ones that are going in here in this chaotic first set. Will be Kainoob, though, getting his pick of the litter in this first draft.
Once again, you see this draft arrive. So many strong awakenings. Will be picking up the Orb Dancer to prevent Natty from flying more than anything, and also getting speed for himself. The size on the table as well, but also on the bright side for Last Stand, plenty of jump range to go around for the Juno of Jay. Will be very happy with the aerials. And I gotta say, if there's one thing that Last Stand need to change, it's 3Z going for the flip and the pendulum swing. That is so fake against the bait strike. Like, Kainoob and Zoro are not getting fooled by that at all. Might be the fakest setup of all time.
It's not quite worked in 3Z's favor thus far. Other thing the Last Stand has working for them here, though, are more Giga Blasts. Natty picking up the extra special rather than opting for the Super Surge or aerials early in the draft on the Kai. That way Jay can pick up the aerials, and instead Jay will find a barrier for the trouble there as well. Here's a Giga Blast, keeps it 4. Jay down to 3Z. Kainoob intercepts. Will be able to win a strike war there, and Merrimack now with a strike war of his own. There's the energy burst, and Merrimack will pop the X Maximus to make sure it goes in.
Clean goal, clean setup from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. We've seen them do this so many times, and now Merrimack's the one who is about to be on that energy burst. About to core flip it in, perhaps, with 3Z on the offense, midfielding quite a bit this game. We'll be trying to make the difference here, but Merrimack and Kainoob are just slowly walking the core up the field. It is such a big threat.
Zoro attempts to go forward there on the perfect pitch. Couldn't find the core speed he might have wanted. Jay looks to intercept there on the fling, but couldn't. And Natty will find a way to get it out one more time between Merrimack and Kainoob. 3Z death touch back to himself, looking for pendulum swing again, but still can't quite get this core past Zoro and Kainoob in that one-on-one situation, just trying to shove it through. Unable to do so thus far. Natty forward. There's the barrage. Has to be a little bit careful with the lack of speed at the moment. And now 3Z will get a favorable bounce off of that gravity well. No, get a favorable. Oh, will get a favorable bounce. That's 2 from 3Z. Lands right in front of the goal and burns that energy burst. Messiah, this game is something else.
Play better, win more, always delivers, and that might be the clip of the tournament, as 3Z gets so much value on being knocked completely around the map, finds the perfect energy burst. But the set isn't over yet. It's still just 1-1, and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam have only lost a single barrier, with Merrimack having flip available, and we've seen how devastating these flips can be.
So 2 on the side of Last Stand. Natty's got his, potentially on the defensive side. Miri Meg looks to KO the goalie, but that won't fly this time. Jay going back on the Blavo bounce. Here's the energy burst from Miri Meg. Looks for the bull rush setup, but no, it gets denied. Natty will burn his energy burst, though, as well. And Jay's the only one with her own. There's the back pass off the gravity well now, but into the hands of Kainoob, who has been notorious, a little bit silent in terms of actually having the core in his possession so far in this game, but now has a little bit of that extra speed off the Orb Dancer. Looking to get some work done. Here's Miri Meg one more time, looking for it. No, denied. Threezy now has an opportunity, but Zoro will still send it away. Labo sends it flying once more. And Zoro will be able to defend with a perfect pitch. Opportunity here with the speed off of that drone, but nice energy burst used on the defensive side from Last Stand. Setting it up to Threezy now, but Kainoob's in the way. With that lifeline, well timed from him. Being able to teleport in there, and now Miri Meg flies forward to send that core in.
That was a very unfortunate spot for Natty because Miri Meg hit the core, I think, while out of the range of Natty, behind the Kai goalie. Basically a checkmate situation there. Threezy working on a flip here might be the difference maker, but Zoro has been consistently denying these hooks from Threezy. It's an open net. It's almost over, but good strike from Natty to keep them alive for a little while longer.
Threezy's there on the other side. Now Natty going in on the offensive. Does have to go back with the eject button, given that it is an open net, but looked like a promising opportunity there for a second. Threezy does have his own energy burst. Looking to get pinballed around by the ensnare drums once more, but now Kainoob just slips right forward, and Simple Strike will be what sends it home. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam now one set away from moving on to Grand Finals.
And this draft is not looking like the one that will make Last Stand suddenly slingshot forward. It is a bit of a devastating one. Stacks on stacks for Kainoob. Additional speed on top of the Orb Dancer. You said that you didn't really see him really make those flashy dribbling plays in that last set. But now he really can. He has the capability to. And you know things are rough if the Juno has to take Timeless Creator. That awakening doesn't really do much for that character.
But on the flip side, Threezy picks up the Rampage. Okay, here for last call. And of course, Natty on the twin drive will mean that he gets to continue flying. But the ensnare drums, the offensive pressure right now from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam continues. Looks like, though, able to break through. Here's Natty on the blazing pace, able to find that one. Blabo almost sends it in. Giga Blast not able to seal the deal this time, and Threezy will look to heal up in the center of the pitch. Natty now forward. Once again, Threezy tries to pull it back. Zoro almost gets KO'd, but will still stand tall. Another opportunity here. No, denied that time. Over to Jay. Not able to do it. There's the last barrier falling. Open net on either side. This Kainoob looks forward. Here's that dribbling play we were talking about. Miri Meg, there's the energy burst, and finally something will send it in. That's the strike. That'll get the job done. 2 goals away now for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Yeah, and a good flip to hit stun from Kainoob. I think that was a very, very well-intentioned flip and made sure that Natty and Jay couldn't really do anything there. Even if Natty had the reaction time to flip, the hit stun made sure that he could not. And Natty, unfortunate miss flip. The barrier goes down, the resource is gone, and Last Stand are on their last legs.
Oh, but here's Miri Meg. Now Jay actually gets the immediate revenge, and it's a 2v2 for 10 seconds. Natty looking for Jay there. Could potentially find the second barrier, but Zoro's still standing on top of it. Despite having possession, not able to convert there. Gravity Well does burst in the center of the map, sends everyone down to the bottom side. Threezy gets denied here, interrupted by Kainoob once more, who is continuing to hold the line, just as we know him capable of doing. Snare drums come out once more. Threezy now low on stagger, has to use an evade. Miri Meg will burn the X Maximus and not get anything from it. But now Kainoob in pursuit here as well. Jay flying in, finds the barrier as the one that was open. Beautiful defense here from Natty. There's the energy burst, sends it away, and Zoro, uncharacteristic there. Goal will get credited to Jay.
Yeah, not what you usually see out of Zoro. Just holds on to the primary a little too long, a little bit of a miss. And maybe Last Stand can find their way back into this one. But the current issue they're facing is that even if Jay finds a slime play, Kainoob is always there to back Zoro up. Like, Zoro's feeling what Gumi's feeling in the NASL games right now.
Just sit there and continue pressing the buttons. Stand in that one place, Zoro. Don't let that barrier fall, but will this time around. Mary Meg trapped up there in the corner. Can't quite get a lot else done on the court. Breezy's got to be careful, but here comes Jay again. This time, credit to Jay for that Lobo bounce. Flies in and takes care of it. And Last Stand, hang on a second, Saya. They still have the opportunity to hold strong.
And it's on the back of Natty's incredible defensive plays. We're seeing amazing barrages right next to the barrier like that, making sure Kainoob cannot get these two easily when he is the one pushing up. And these slimes from Jay are positioned so well to force out strikes, force out cooldowns, and the jump with the aerials is looking solid as well as Natty almost defends another barrier.
Looking in the corner here again. Kainoob trying to find the collapse. Natty burns the energy burst and gets KO'd immediately after Mirimeg finds it. Here's the ensnare drums. Zoro trying to help out. Perfect pitch will go wide, but Kainoob will find his mark with an energy burst, and only so much the forward in the net can do. It is now match point for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Just 1 point away from moving on to grand finals with a rematch against the team of Joker, the one with the other max cost player on it, Shianzu, a midfield battle that we saw in winners finals. But it's not over quite yet for Last Stand. Jay has just jumped forward and found these scoring opportunities. And,
Core nearly goes in there, but able to dig it away is this side of Last Stand, and they'll have to make their last stand trying to find the play on this barrier while the goal net is open. Mirimeg starts to close in on it, but the stun comes through from Kainoob's energy burst, and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam will advance to play Royal Flush in grand finals.
it is just a dominant performance. We saw good moments again from Last Stand, but overall the control is firmly in the hands of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, and that game was what was just a bit of a one-sided one, I gotta say.
And it had its fair share of funny moments. That was a game for the books, certainly, and a game for those of you that are fans of cinema. 237 redirects from Kainoob, though. How about that? I did say that it didn't feel like Kainoob was doing that much, right? In terms of like actually being there on the play when it happens, but clearly Statline shows a different outcome there, and 3 goals, 4 assists, involved in so many, and then comes through there with that redirect number as well. Fantastic stuff to see, of course, what you'd expect to see from one of the players that was tied for the highest cost in the draft on Friday night. And now Kainoob will find himself up against Shianzu, as you just mentioned, Saya, on the other side of the pitch, which should be a lot of fun to end up watching. Winners finals, of course, ended up being a close series, and I expect no different here out of our grands.
Yeah, and shout out to Threezy's team. Shout out to Last Stand, making it all the way to 3rd place. I think a lot of people slept on them heading into the tournament, and they got it done. Even though Threezy Breezy overslept and got forced into picking Vonaraga, it worked out, you know. And
Wow.
so 3rd place at Play Better Win
hang
More
on.
3, not bad at all.
What time did this draft happen?
No, the perk picks were different. It was 1 p.m. Eastern the next day. So like still during 3Z's normal sleep time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That makes a little more sense. All right, fine.
Well, we're going to head to a short break before grand finals, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Play Better Win More 3 Genesis. K-Bot and Saya here, now joined by Vaughn, the man himself, as we crown a new champion in the Play Better Win More series. Vaughn, how have you enjoyed the tournament so far from your POV?
Well, Kava, I'm so used to playing in tournaments that every once in a while I forget how stressful it is to run one. It is so much easier to win it. It's 10 times easier to win an S tier than run one. I will be honest. I've been backpacked so hard by the staff. I got to play, which I looked forward to. I really, again, thanks to 3Z for using the Vaughn Haraga, so I got a chance to finally play in one of these. And for the first time, there will be a new PBWM title earner because all of the previous champions, none of them are here. So I'm looking forward to seeing kind of a little run back between the midfield matchup that happened in NASL Grands. I love watching my midfield Mafia brethren compete against each other, and I also like seeing people like Zoro be in grand finals. I'm a big Zoro fan. He's like my only like real coaching student. He and I worked for months last year, and he's made even a lot of progress now. So I'm happy that he's getting the chance to do it on the big stage. So I'm just excited, K-Bot.
Should be a lot of fun to watch this one, as, of course, you mentioned, a midfielder matchup that many folks look forward to. But, of course, it wouldn't just be about the midfielders. It's also about the folks around them. Joker, an incredibly storied player, fresh for Royal Flush, stepping in here to the goal box and holding it down incredibly consistently, as he is known to do. Of course, in the lobby right now as well for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam is Miri Meg. So we'll see him come back into this first game here, Saya. And obviously, map draft already done and striker select for game 1 already done on Taiko Temple. Stagger, Swagger, or Ponderer start. What stands out to you the most?
Well, the thing that stands out to me the most is the immediate Asher lock-in on the side of Royal Flush. That's a lot of Asher priority here.
I love Asher.
Yeah. And Joker's going to have a lot of fun with that pick. But yeah, as Fresh is the one who is piloting the Finny goalie. And that Asher first pick is so valuable for Royal Flush, right? They could flex it to either the forward or the goalie. Fresh loving that melee goalie pick in particular.
Sailor, what about all that? I see a rune on my screen here, which we presume is the midfielder.
Yeah,
Vaughn.
Oh, my bad.
What, Saya?
So I learned this like a month or two ago, and apparently most people knew this, but I didn't. Xianzu started as a rune main.
Yeah, that's true.
That was kind of crazy.
A little nooblet. It's his OG pocket pick, and it makes sense because it's orb start. The nice thing about rune is like sometimes you're useless, but at least you don't die that much. And when you get good trainings, you're really like he has the highest swings. Like sometimes he is just absolutely garbage tier. Like when I played him in NASL or winner losers finals. And then sometimes you get like one CDR training and timeless creator, and then you're like God, and no one can get it past your pillars, and it's over. So I'm really happy to see him pick the rune, especially on the Orb Dancer start, because you can do a lot for survivability on the character. You can buffer knockback with your secondary. You can banish someone running at you. You can even just like pillar them and scurry away because it slows them. So I like to pick a lot. It's one of my favorite characters. It's so hard to play. Which is why we barely see it, but I actually do think if we were all like machines, kind of, he would have a lot more presence because he's really good when he has a good start.
Well, maybe we'll see that come to fruition here for Xianzu. Nothing will change as we head into game for this first one, but I do want to point out that Royal Flush does have one perk remaining. We haven't seen some perks in a little while, but of course it is that Billiard Brawl. Please. Vaughn, do you think they're going to pull it out or no?
No, absolutely not. I know this Joker guy like the back of my hand. He doesn't want any chance to turn the games into like Mickey Mouse Town. He's just gonna be like, guys, we're gonna beat them on real maps with real picks. I am the Joker, and you guys are all my players, and we're better than these guys. Like on some Husk lore, and he's just gonna boss up. So I think they're not even gonna use it. I genuinely think they don't. But I would love if they did, because if you haven't like commentated one of those games, it's so fun. It's so goofy. That map is like a treat to watch.
I actually don't think I've commentated
It's so fun.
It's full tea time tussle.
It's two
Yeah.
Amy Zaps in one, and then the barriers are like literally uncoverable. So it's just a clown fiesta. It's awesome. It's the best. So now that Taiko Temple isn't, I love this map. So I'm down to see this one too. It's my favorite.
Well, it would come in Game 2, replacing Clarion Corp, should Royal Flush elect to do it. But here we are, heading into Game 1. As you mentioned, Taiko Temple, Orb Dancer for Zoro and Fresh, the goalies. Everyone else sticking with that Stagger Swagger here, Saya. And one thing we haven't seen from Kainoob in a little while is going back to this Estelle pick. Not playing the Now for the extra speed onto the X, but rather a little bit more offensive pressure and a little bit more damage output as well.
Yeah, and I think they're going to need it to score efficiently on Fresh, who will just be dancing around the map, it feels like. And currently, the corner is being pressured quite a bit by Shianzu and Joker, but the banish goes wide, but Fresh digs it out of the corner, and the barrier still standing with the help of the pillar. What a good defensive hold. As Shianzu warps forward, perfectly plays secondary, and that's a really nice first goal.
Well done by Shianzu on both sides of the pitch, both the defensive side helping and assisting with that anomaly, and then slipping on forward and utilizing that clone to pop out and score the goal, surprising Kainoob. Now, looking to the corner again here is Royal Flush. Joker starts to move forward. Kainoob dribbles it to himself up the center base drum. Here's the energy burst, finds the double barrier alongside Miri Meg. And suddenly this game has turned around quite a bit. The Joker does have energy burst closing in on the core. This top side after picking up that barrier. Looks like it will just go down to this bottom side for the second. Fresh does have his energy burst online here as well and has been holding down quite a bit, and now will be forced to burn it given this Finny. But there's the KO. Zoro's going to take Joker out of the picture and a power play opportunity for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Kainoob down to the bottom side. There's Miri Meg. Waits. Fresh. Beautiful patience, but it doesn't matter. Zoro credited for the goal as Kainoob lines up the piercing shot.
So something you're going to see this match, guys, specifically about this rune, because I know it's a less popular pick. I want you to know how Kainoob played around it. When the rune doesn't have a pillar, he has no way to intercept dribbles ever. So all Royal Flush need to make sure to be able to do is, if Shianzu wants to have maximum efficiency, they need to try to make sure they disrupt Zay Forever's team and Zoro as well as Mirmeg from keeping the ball away from the rune, because he has no way to really get it on his own. So Kainoob and Mirmeg are going to look to make sure that they keep it out of the range of his pillars forming, and then the pick is effectively mitigated.
What a snipe there, too. Frightfully Fresh finding the card for the last barrier, but Mirimeg's getting in there with the X Maximus, and all the barriers down, the snare drums out. Now a really tough spot for Royal Flush, but they get it out of there.
Looking forward once more. Joker now top corner, able to seal the deal there after a nice pass and strike war victory over Kainoob, which you don't often get the opportunity to witness. Kainoob losing a strike war, unless, of course, he's playing against Vaughn or something, I suppose. There's the energy burst, though, online for Zoro, and see whether he elects to use it to defend this barrier. Now Will uses it to the top side, now gets it back, but the big finish actually backfiring on Fresh. There's a barrier down on the other side of the pitch here as well. Joker closing in. No, Core's going to go slightly wide and more back into the midfield.
That was a really good save by Fresh, but Kainoob had the follow-up, right? Had the snipe to make it happen, but what a banish from Shianzu. Perfectly set up to take the barrier, but that's a KO found onto the Asher. The Joker down, and, well, it's not a 1 point just yet.
Very good use of both the banish and then Mirimeg fighting that KO on the Joker. Now it's Shianzu that's down, taken down by the shot from Kainoob. This direction will come up just shy. Joker We're going to stall for time on the bottom side. We'll use the path splitter here as well. And now Xianzu's back online. There's the anomaly, preventing the top side of the pitch. But the core slips past, and beautiful angles will come through for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Mirimeg will put it away, and we're on point 5 here in goal 1.
That was a really good redirect from the dash from Mirimeg. Like you said, exactly what the team needed to even this up. And we're on point 5 already. These teams just really going back and forth. Xianzu, so far, not going for any banished pillars. Really understands the value of the pillar, like Vaughn explained. And it's just a brawl in the midfield as Mirimeg has brought Xianzu incredibly low.
Here's one more barrier falling. Xianzu now up to Joker, back and forth, looking for the shot in. Anomaly will block it, keep it in the corner, and Joker will be able to stuff it away. Royal Flush comes up with the winning hand in set 1.
Now we're heading to the draft, and Xianzu first pick has the pick of the litter here.
Timeless Creator! Oh, it's so scary! Good luck clearing! This is like the fabled... This used to be the go-to combination, by the way. Rune Asher. This was for... in the ancient prehistoric times, regarded as such a strong... Such a powerful forward pair. Because Rune can, out of nowhere, just cover the top clear if he's holding pillar. And otherwise, he can just put it behind Asher, and there's just no way it gets past them. And the goalie's sitting with the Asher in their face. It's not like you can put a lot of thought process into what the Rune is doing. You're just trying to survive, right? So this Timeless Creator pickup is the most game-warping pick in the entire draft. No matter what happens for the rest of the draft, Xianzu is smiling wide because he can use the extra creation duration to just win so many interactions for free.
And there's
I think that's
also...
the...
Except for when he loses them because he barriers. Hey, guys, on some Rune shit, all right? It happens to everyone. Proceed, everyone. Proceed.
But I was just going to say, on the note of the Rune, Xianzu's gotten like 3 double banishes so far, and we're not even halfway through this game, even if it goes to its shortest duration. So certainly piloting the striker well, and snare drums won't connect from Zoro. Here's the Rose Warp, and Xianzu once again with the anomaly keeps it forward and on the red side of the pitch. Xianzu double banish once again, just enough time to find the barrier. And now Fresh looking for Joker on the top side of the pitch. Xianzu's got the bottom side covered with that anomaly, and we'll use the Shadow Swap to get on back, but there's an energy burst taking out Mirimeg. Kaineem's got one of his own, though, and might elect to stall it out right here. Zoro, just in the nick of time, will burn his. The snare drums are out, and an unfortunate bounce and angle out of those. The ensnare drums giveth, and the ensnare drums taketh away. Joker able to capitalize on it for the goal. 1-1 here in set 2.
1-1, but it seems like the side of Royal Flush is in control. These corner plays are so devastating, but I think Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are playing very aware of it. They are dribbling between 2 members, usually Zoro and Kaineem, and making sure they get it out of the corner to really ensure that they don't get caught up in the Rune Pillars, just forcing the repeated offense of Joker, who almost gets knocked off the map there with a lot of bounces from the ensnare drums, but manages to stay safe. And
what?
Wow.
Huh?
Xianzu and Fresh just won every single interaction. That's crazy.
Taking care of business there, just like it's another Saturday and you're playing the North American Strikers League, but no, you're in the finals of an S-tier event here. Mirimeg down to the corner once again. Fresh still holding and able to send it away. Will be there. Anomaly, though, won't that time around. Now, Kaineem down to Mirimeg, looking for the bottom corner. Won't be able to do it there. Mirimeg getting knocked around a little bit by Joker in the X Maximus. Fresh there. Stun. Comes up just a little bit too short. And now the redirect will come around. Core was going mighty slow there. And he'll find the bottom corner after the last redirect from Mirimeg.
And importantly, in that point, the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, I keep saying Death Gundam, wow, they kept the core on the opposite end for most of that, which is really impressive to do. Really good core control, and made sure that the offense wasn't really pressuring their own barriers, but another double banish comes out, and Joker gets ahead of the play, but doesn't quite find the barrier. Once again saved away, and with Mirremeg winning an important strike war, that's yet another barrier advantage to the side of Zay Forever's team.
Energy burst burn from Joker will get denied by Zoro and Kainu. There's the strike shot. Actually, will intercept that from Kainu, who is stuck in the Crystallized Thorns animation. He'll use his energy burst on the defensive side. Now Xianzhu tries to commit for the play with a shadow swap, but won't be able to find the energy burst coming right up out of it. Doesn't matter. Able to get the pass up to Joker, who's able to secure the barrier. Now Kainu below, card slightly wide. Mirremeg back to the corner, looking for it. X Maximus, there it goes. Banish tries to come through, but was able to evade that one. And now looking forward, no. Still denied, even after dodging what felt like nearly everything thrown his way. Doesn't matter, because Joker is able to be in the right place at the right time, send the core through. Point 10 in set 2.
It could not be closer. They were close in the group stage as well. The Zay's team got the better of that matchup, but in bracket, in winner side, Joker's team was ahead. These two so incredibly close in both the drafting strategy and both in results. And we're yet again at a 0.5 where the barrier pressure is there, but the defense is good as well.
Looking now, once again, there's the misdirection card from Thrash applying some pressure. Knocking Kainu away temporarily. Energy burst burn from Fresh, trying to hold on to the barrier. Still will hold on to at least one after the X Maximus was popped by Mirremeg. Well done to hold on to even one. Now we'll bounce around on a couple of drums. Joker able to get it through Zoro, who was moved up rather far forward. Kainu will try to keep it in the corner here, notably away from Xianzhu, away from the effective range of where he can plop down one of those anomalies. There it is. But Mirremeg in the other corner, able to find the barrier. Now Core going slow, bounces off the retracting goal gate, it looked like. Xianzhu, shadow swap up to the top side. Kainu, though, finds the slot to send it up to Mirremeg, and it'll be the set for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam Vaughn. This is so close.
Yeah, I really love the dichotomy of how the two teams operate, and something I think that's a really big issue for Royal Flush is, honestly, they don't have an easy way to stop Mako from beating the drum. The amount of value that I think that the speed and size is giving, not even just kind of, but especially Mirremeg. There's only so much you can do as a Finny if the X is already on top of you. She excels by denying the ball getting over to her court, right? But if the ball's moving so fast, and especially with, if I'm not mistaken, the team player getting picked up by Royal Flush in the last draft, she isn't able to just corner the ball in ways that she wants to, and that lets Mirremeg have more pressure on the Finny than probably what most players would be comfortable with. So I think that's going to have to be a pretty notable thing to watch out for if you're the side of Royal Flush. This Mako is giving a lot of hidden value.
To your point, Vaughn, on that last draft, Zoro now picks up the Chrono Boost, further enhancing that drum and bass. Already had the explosive entrance and is on 5 or Ponderer stacks, meaning that it's online even more often. But open goal gates on both sides now. Mirremeg trying to close the gap, can't do it there as the core keeps flying. Zoro does have an energy burst here. Xianzhu able to find the pass from Joker. Now off the anomaly. Joker playing incredibly well, but there is the energy burst in it. Gets sent up to Mirremeg again, who's able to deny Fresh the opportunity to send it away, Saya.
Yeah, and speaking of that draft, you mentioned the Chrono Boost. I'm going to mention the 1-2 punch on Kainu. Combined with the team player, this core speed is so fast. All the way up to Mirremeg every single time. Even if it gets banished, even if there's a pillar, Kainu will just send it again the next time. And this offense just does not stop.
And the reality is that core speed, coupled with a Mirremeg standing right on top of Fresh, that's all you need, and that's the winning combination that's put in the core plenty of times in the net so far in this game, and now eventually even more opportunities to find that exact play. Mirremeg dropping back this time, though, to the X Maximus, looking for some damage onto Xianzhu, but he'll pick up the orb to stay healthy for now. Fresh sends the core away, back up to the top corner. Kainu looking for the bounce. Once again to Mirremeg, but not able to come up with any value there. Mary Meg will wait for the orb. Meanwhile, Core goes down to the bottom side, and Zoro this time will hold in the corner, but the Anomaly comes up, finds one barrier. Zoro holds on to the second, but another double banish comes right on through. The Path Splitter comes up just a little bit too late, so the Core won't go in for the time being, but a beautiful play opens up the goal. Meanwhile, Core flies up to Mary Meg. Once again, barrier stricken away. There's the X Maximus, but wasn't able to find the strike. Now, Shionzu closing in with Joker. There's the Energy Burst. Zoro sends it away. Miri Meg sends it backwards. Energy Burst down to the bottom side, but Shionzu was there with the Shadow Swap. There uses the Energy Burst, but can't quite find it, and Miri Meg will once again convert in the goal box.
That's a really rough point. It kind of felt like Royal Flush were doing everything they could to try and get some semblance of possession, but the moment it went into Kainoob or Zoro's hands, it went either to the other or directly forward to Miri Meg, who constantly got offensive tries, and maybe Joker disrupting Kainoob could be the answer here as they take two barriers, and they do expend a flip, but Zoro does save it away and extend the point a little while longer.
Core going slow this time, though, on the red side of the pitch. Maybe only an opportunity, but no. Won't get converted on here. Joker now looking for the dribble to himself, and he'll put it away. Thanks to the secondary, setting it down to the bottom side, juking out Zoro, and was able to find a play there, but we'll see how replicable that actually is.
Yeah, perhaps they can try and interrupt Zoro a little bit on the drum and bass, maybe Kainoob on the passes. But it's not going to be easy as Miri Meg and Kainoob are once again pushing up. The strike shot used. Great strike patience from Fresh to not lose to Miri Meg there to maintain the very critical barrier. And Joker almost gets two, but we'll have to settle for one as that last barrier is still standing.
Energy Burst out. Now it's down to the bottom corner. Sent way across the pitch rather quickly. Once again, up to Miri Meg. Now that other corner. There's the X Maximus still online. Drum and bass continues as Zoro is able to keep banging it. There's another Energy Burst expended out of Kainoob. Lines up the piercing shot, but it gets sent away by Fresh. And possession will be transferred over to Royal Flush, even if it's just for a moment, because now Miri Meg comes right on back the other way. And the scramble is made in order to hold. Shionzu now taking a shot, but still can't quite get that core up fast enough into that net to surprise Zoro. There it is, off the back bounce. Now all the defensive resources get burned right there to keep that core from going out. There's another banish, this time on the defensive side, and still beautiful from Shionzu. Energy Burst used from Joker, but Zoro's there every day of the week, but it'll go behind him that time, and it's open goal gates on both sides. Fresh with a beautiful strike shot to prevent it from getting up to Miri Meg, and Shionzu credited with the goal on the demon angle. Point 15 in 3 sets.
Absolute heroics from Fresh on that point. Somehow held long enough for the offense to eventually get there, and we'll have to replicate that at this point as well as one barrier goes down. That Shionzu goal was spectacular, but my eyes were glued to Fresh, who somehow prevented the goal from going in for so long.
Piercing shot down to the bottom side. That core was going fast, but Fresh is able to send it away. Now Miri Meg has that X Maximus, has the extra speed for the drum and bass, was able to close the gap. But there's the banish. Anomaly comes out there, and it'll send the core away for a moment. But Kainoob closing in. Joker trying to play right there with the legendary midfielder. And core will start slowing down slightly, but even still, possession largely maintained from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. They secure the goal, and now this draft where they're really hoping a handful of powerful awakenings come up, as this is the last opportunity they will get. No extra energy awakenings here, but Miri Meg can't be too mad at the Rampage.
Rampage pickup, perfect form for the rune, but the more I stare at this draft, the more scared I get for Royal Flush, because they are not really getting the tools they need in this draft. The Super Surge Missile Propulsion and Hot Shot available for Joker at the very end. This does not feel good.
Doesn't quite. We'll see what comes through in the next set as we get right up back into the action. There's 2 anomalies burnt as the Shadow Swap is used from Shionzu just to try to hold the line. But it's not quite enough as Zoro continues to send it away. Drum and bass comes out. Won't be able to defend one barrier, but we'll get the other one away. And Snare Drum's out, but not quite with the spacing needed to secure it. And now Joker slides right in to take care of the goal. Another point on the board here for Royal Flush as they look to hold on here in Game 1. Remember, of course, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are coming from the loser side. Bracket reset, it would potentially be what they get to next with 2-game victories here.
Flip use from Zoro out of the corner, but the damage is starting to become quite the factor against Zoro here. Joker's going to chase him down, has the Super Surge, has the kill power, but does not hit the dash, does not interrupt the drum and bass, and now Mirimeg, the strike war so big with that size, and that's the goal from Kainoob as Mirimeg is making space. That is just a point that's indicative of the state of the game right now.
How fast was that core? Insane coming out of that energy burst right there. Now the Ensnare Drums come out, but Mirimeg finds a KO. Banish comes through. The stall for a little bit of time in this power play. It'll do the trick as now it's Heavy Metal Demon Gundam on the back foot, taking their time with this one. Mirimeg will let the core get out from away from him. Joker, though, slides in. There's one barrier off of that enhanced dash coming through. Fresh has Energy Burst, as does Xianzhu, as does Mirimeg, as does Zoro. Expect to see those burned in just a moment. There is the Banish and one burn. There's the second. There's the third. Drum and bass use. Xianzhu nearly KO'd, but he'll stay alive for a second despite his team giving up their goal barriers. Mirimeg looking for the KO versus Xianzhu, but he'll pick up the orb, so he'll stay alive for now. Big Finish is out. Fresh looks to continue to keep this core forward and tries to give Joker more opportunities, but it feels like this team is just not quite fast enough to keep up with the core, and Zoro will be credited with the goal after that energy burst. Beautiful angle there, and now it's game point for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
The scaling has come through for Zay's team. Royal Flush, I'm not sure how many answers there are other than just playing better and winning more, but there's only so much better you can play. Xianzhu is going crazy on both sides of the ball, but it's still the barriers taken, and the game is going to end pretty soon, I feel like.
Feels that way. Joker able to come in time, save a little bit on the defensive side here as well. Path Splitter out. There's the barrier. Now sends it down to the bottom corner. Xianzhu is there. Joker's trapped in the Ensnare Drums, not able to come up with the primary. Now Xianzhu takes a shot, but Kainoob's there on the Rose Warp, and the Shadow Swap is stomped on, preventing that from going in. Fresh gets involved with the misdirection card, but now the slot is cleared once again. Pass up to Mirimeg. Mirimeg finds the open goal, and that's one game on the board to Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
And what a game it was. We saw great plays individually, but near the end, it kind of felt like Heavy Metal Demon Gundam had the game in their hands. They had the core speed to send it to Mirimeg over and over again, who was absolutely massive and consistently got the barriers. And this is the Taiko Temple game. There are other maps up ahead, and now I'm just wondering if the side of Royal Flush will choose to use that perk that is in their back pocket.
We can only pray, Side. We can only pray. I seriously don't think they will, but hey, if I'm wrong, I'll gift a sub in my chat. If I'm right, you can gift a sub in my chat. Deal? We can put a little wager on it. But I do think that one of the most pivotal pickups, and I was talking about this after the series I subbed in for actually in staff chat, is the team player. I think that training on midfield, I swear I've said this on streams, on interviews since last February during the Arizona land. That training is so game warping for midfield. I promise there were so many points that I don't think they can win unless you have the core speed from team player. I strongly believe that. So I really liked seeing that picked up. And then once you have 1-2 punch on top of it, I mean, good luck reacting to like a flip strike. So I really thought getting the ball to Mirimeg, and Mirimeg really honestly played his part very well. Like Essence of Snake, I think kind of just said, hey, let's just run it like we do on Demon's Raw. Just be cringe and sit on the goalie. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. I've won an S tier doing this. I know it's another kind of S tier, but let's just do it Demon's Raw style. And Zoro, I'll play goalie with you. And it did kind of look like a little Demon's Raw light there. So I think that got a little bit too much to handle on the defensive end for Royal Flush.
Zoro has been flashing the Demon's Academy emote in the emote pack, so learning from the best there potentially is this team. But other thing, I think, Vaughn, to your point, that game was a beautiful example of that team player prowess and the fact that you get that pass so quickly up to your brawler and there's very little time to be able to react to it on the defensive side. But now, looking ahead, I mean, obviously that rune pick from Xianzhu didn't really work out, and it felt like while he was making plays a little bit earlier on, it didn't give him the same level of agency that Kainu might have had, right? On something like the Estelle, that feels like you could be a little bit more controlling of where precisely that core ends up. Other picks do we expect to see? Obviously, it's going to depend on the start, but now we're heading over to Clarion here, where both these midfielders will likely still be in. Anything could really fly here, but what kinds of picks do we expect are going to rise in priority in this draft? We imagine that a lot of these midfielders are going to be something that both want their hands on rather quick.
I'm a genius, and I'm going to prove it. I can see the future. Now will be banned. And then Xianzhu will pick Kai. Let it be decreed. I think the reason why the offense looked a little tough is because, take it from the guy who's had to prep against this team. I've watched a lot of VODs with these guys, and I've played tournaments with Xianzhu and Huss on some midfield Mafia lore. And these two look the best when they are, I like to call it in a 1-2 formation, as opposed to a 1-1-1 formation. So, in that game, Zoro was in his box, Kainu was a little in front, and then Mirmig was way in front, 1-1-1. Joker and Xianzhu look the best when they're moving in tandem, parallel with the ball. The ball movement those two have is better than any other forward pair in the game right now. That's where their strength lies. And Rune doesn't offer that because Rune can't keep up with the ball. He doesn't get a lot of slick kick value, and he can't take dash trainings. Xianzhu is best when they are on a character that can press their secondary and run really fast, but not Octavia. So what he's going to be looking to play, especially on Clarion, which was the map that everyone was scared of playing Showtime on in NASL, it's going to be now or Kai. And since the side of, excuse me, heavy metal, funny name, is
Demon
blue
Gundam.
side, Demon Gundam, they don't need to ban that now anymore. You saw them pinch the now because Kai isn't good on Taiko. So now I'm expecting them to ban the now and pick the Kai and give it to Zoro in the goal box. That's my hard ideal world. And then they force, not that the midfielder Xianzhu is bad at other midfielders, but if he's not on the Kai or now, I'd be curious to see if he could perform in a way that would help them win this round. So we'll see how the draft pans out, but those are my 2 cents.
You are close, Vaughn, but the start of this draft is the Now ban, the Aimee ban, and the Rasmus first pick, rather than the Kai. On the build different stagger swagger start here on Clarion. Perhaps that tracks here, but even still, some flexibility. And there is that Kai pick in second for Royal Flush.
Yeah.
Xianzhu likely to pick up that striker Saya, and we'll see how the rest of this one actually ends up panning out, but it feels like the rest of this is going to be less meaningful, dare I say.
Oh, this is very interesting. With the Mako being picked up from the side of not heavy metal Demon Gundam from Royal Flush. Fresh is not seen on the Mako nearly as much as his other picks, I think. So I'm not exactly sure where they're going with this. I think all will be revealed when they do lock in that brawler pick. But if it was directed at Zoro or the general composition of heavy metal Demon Gundam, I'm just a little bit confused here.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is worth noting is the simple fact that the goalie picks for the side of heavy Metal Gundam really they're not as concerned about, because if I'm not mistaken, they're probably going to sub in Katoni here. And that guy is a wizard on Erasmus on this map. I know that the Joker's also great. Two of probably the best Erasmus players we have in our region. I distinctly remember one time Katoni dropping, I think, literally 30. That's not like an exaggeration, like, oh, about 30. No, 3-0 KOs on Bozo Bunch when they played Bozo on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just wanted to get something they liked quickly. Rasmus on a size star on this map is, oh gosh, it's delectable. It's like, oh my gosh, every brawler dreams of having a size Rasmus start so they can take control of the game like this. And without a surprise to me, on the other side, Royal has opted into the Kai for Shianzu. And I talked all about how good Katoni is on that Rasmus, but I simply got my teams wrong. He'd be playing the Zentaro who's in today. So I talked all about that, but it's probably Zay. And I don't know how much you guys watched game 1, but I got 9-0'd by Zay's Rasmus on Night Market. I got slaughtered. So it could be Zay on the Rasmus. I'd like to see it. Curious to see which players the teams actually opt into playing. Never really sure, obviously, but I definitely like the draft from Gundam a lot. I think Atlas on this map is absolutely stifling. Hate playing against it. And if you've never played the Zentaro Atlas matchup from Zentaro's side, which my co-casters, I'm not sure if you have, it's miserable for Zen. It's just miserable. You can't use any of your trickery to fake out the Atlas abilities like other strikers can, and you can stall the core with your primary all you want. Atlas primary just goes boop, and it hits it out anyway. So it's definitely a challenging matchup for Zen. Also the lowest stagger striker. Atlas will get a lot of chip damage off on them especially. So it's going to be up to the Zentaro, whether it's Katoni or the Joker, to make sure that they're executing at a high level to make sure that Royal Flush can take a win here in this pivotal first set.
Katone does come in and is playing that Zentaro, and Zay comes in for Miri Meg on that Rasmus. We get rolling here in game 2. Remember, Heavy Metal Demon Gundam potentially on the verge of a bracket reset here. They would still need to, in addition to winning one of the next 2 games, need to win 2 of the following 3 to end up coming out on top. 2 built difference. The rest Stagger Swagger seems to be... How many Stagger Swagger starts have we had today?
A lot.
I feel like I've seen this Awakening come up almost every time.
A disproportionately high amount. Stagger Swagger seems to be upon us right now. And I think I've said many positive things about Zay Forever over the past 2 days, but this guy is undeniably just completely ridiculously performed in Play Better Win More 3. We're seeing more of it now, and I'm very confident with him on the Rasmus here.
Tone, beautiful Oni's blade, able to find the core on the gold barrier. Now Shianzu, in pursuit of the core, will step forward and just immediately strike it out of the core flip, unreactable, as both the Crystal Thorns and the projection were coming out on the backside. Now Royal Flush gets the first laugh.
Really good back passes here, but unable to find more than that thanks to a good interruption. Katone continuing to press forward, and that's the expanse cooldown gone from Zoro for the moment, so if they can push up, that could be a scoring attempt on the barrier, as Katone is really trying to find a way around the expanse and plays it so patiently and finds the barriers.
Been doing a fantastic job of securing those. Now looking for the slice and dice. Won't be able to pick up the direct away, and the clear is found. Oni's blade already comes out of Katone. Zay now pulls it down with the death touch, but Fresh does have that energy burst. Expanse in the middle is used, and now Shianzu looking to get it up to Katone. Nice flick option, looking for it. Keeps possession for Shianzu, and then sends it in to the net. Beautiful play there and execution, as Royal Flush now is up 2-0.
And that's like the one way to not have to deal with all of the Atlas stuff, right? You just have to hit it around him. You just have to stall it out, bait out the cooldowns. And so far, Katone has been doing that excellently in both points, in both the barrier take and the score itself. And here as well, delaying with the primary to find the barriers. And this Royal Flush team looks reinvigorated in this second game.
Katone closing in. There's the corner, and apparently Zoro was expecting that slice and dice to go a little bit further forward. Evade instead of finding the clear, and Xianzhu will get the first pick in this draft rather quickly. And a couple of big hitting options on the board here, most notable perhaps Catalyst, Deadeye, Rapid Fire, all potentially things this guy could look for, and indeed, we'll have to take away that Catalyst.
And Twin Drive, importantly, denied away from the Atlas, right? So really, really big awareness there to not let Zoro get an extra expanse to play with. That could have led to a lot more defense, these scoring attempts getting a lot harder. And Rapid Fire is great, but it isn't an extra charge.
Now Katone potentially with that extra charge could be looking for a couple more movement options with that EI rush. It's no dash range, but something as Zentaro, well, any character, right, can use, certainly. And also just the patience in general of these strikes, of these abilities from both Xianzhu and Katone as they continue to convert on these goal barriers by walking the core forward above all else. Looks to be the exact path to victory. Fresh will snipe it away with a strike shot. That'll go to the opposite side of the pitch. Kainoop now looking to the corner. Zay can't quite get super involved, but the goal barrier will fall anyway. Katone, once again, beautiful pass up to Xianzhu, looking to just shove it through with the barrage. Not able to do so there. Oni's blade. Now Kainoop buys some space. And Xianzhu rather low in stagger. Katone pops out. There's the energy burst immediately blocked by Zoro. Still has his own. Burns it early. We're in overtime now. Zay back to Zoro. Trying to just keep this one away from the prying hands of Xianzhu and Katone, but they continue to find their way to this core. Doesn't matter. Finally, Zay will be able to find and put one on the board for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam thanks to that pendulum swing.
Big goal for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, getting something started here as Fresh has a lot of meter available, but so does Zay. And if Zay can get a breakaway, maybe bait out a flip, maybe force out the flip, and wow, Fresh just burns that flip there. Not what you like to see if you're a fan of Royal Flush in this set, as Kainoop is going to capitalize on that by keeping the core contained up to Zay, finding the barrier, and Zay loses the flip, but that's a lot of damage. Of course, the Stagger Swagger coming in, but Xianzhu and Katone need to be careful.
Pendulum swing already burned. Fresh having to take the clear up to the top side. Xianzhu does have his own energy burst. Might have to use it here soon. And snare drums come out, looking for at least one. Katone will find one goal barrier, uses the energy burst. Won't be able to find much of anything as it was immediately denied. But Xianzhu will use his for the second one. Zay, meanwhile, picks up the Project Maelstrom orb and now is looking to ping-pong it back and forth with Fresh. But Fresh will find the goal line strike. It goes up to the top side. Lucky bounce away from that corner. Or plan, depending on how you look, for Royal Flush, and another one bounces off both of those center barriers and in. Everything is falling to their favor right now. The cards are coming up for Royal Flush in this game.
Now onto the Bounce House, a map where these barrier takes could be quite rapid, where goalies have a hard time covering both top and bottom with all of the core speed brought about by the bumpers, where Xianzhu and Kainoop will be the main stars here of finding angles around everyone. But Katone with the flick in the midfield will get first blood on the barriers.
Now looking again here at the bottom side. There's the energy burst out of Zoro. Pendulum swing comes through. Fresh able to hold on to the time being. Zay still has his own energy burst though. Here's the Oni's blade, but Kainoop able to send it away. The core will falter to the other side of the pitch. Zay's energy burst won't come up with much of anything either, and now everyone's in pursuit of that core as it flies up to the top side. Xianzhu looking to walk it into the barrage. It gets denied after that energy burst. The possession still maintained by Royal Flush. We're in overtime now. Giga Blast is out. Doesn't really redirect the core much of anywhere. And it gets back up to Zay there on the top side. Now Katone interrupts with the slice and dice. Crystallized Thorns get it away from Xianzhu most notably, and now Zay may be an opportunity, but the Death Touch already used there in that last interaction. Won't have that to continue mixing things up. There's the energy burst now. Keeps going back and forth, and Seems like the longest point we've had in a little while. As I save that, one gets close, but the drum and bass from Fresh is able to send it away and maintain his energy burst. There's one that will fall. It continues to ping-pong back and forth across the pitch. Xianzhu now on the barrage. There is the passive from Katone. Now looking again is the Giga Blast. That will send it through. Royal Flush now on set.
And what a great Giga Blast it was, using it as a second strike past Kainoob. Incredibly well played by Xianzhu, and of course Katone with the barrier takes, playing the Centauro pick so patiently, and that's not something that can be taken for granted. Centauro, a character where you're tempted to press all the funny buttons, but Katone is playing it so slow, so methodically, layering abilities with Xianzhu to take these barriers, and Royal Flush are looking to take this set.
Coming back together. Fresh now does have that energy burst again. Will lose one barrier. Now tries to get it out of there. Zoro just able to react in time. Dropping back away. And Xianzhu not able to be offensive. There's the Giga Blast. Burned as well. Haven't quite been able to see the same magic as some of those first plays we saw out of Royal Flush. And now Zay with a beautifully timed pendulum swing will be able to put it away. We're back on a goal 5 side. Once again
on the goal 5, but this one feels a little different, as that Stagger Swagger speed's going to kick in quite a bit on this particular variant. What a combo from Kainoob and Zay, the team combo to take away Katone, and Zoro's pushing all the way up, knows this is their chance to break open the game.
One barrier, Zay on the Whiplash, looking to capitalize on the power play opportunity, but only will find one. Looking again. Back to the other side. Here's the energy burst. Xianzhu not able to find that. And goes back to this red side. Fordai's down there for a little bit, and once again, these points are starting to extend. There's an energy burst opportunity. There's a barrier falling. And another one gets burned by Fresh. Continuing to see these bursts burned and oftentimes used incredibly well. Oni's blade is out. There's another energy burst. Kainoob not able to Rose Warp down in time. Katone up to the top side. Xianzhu can't quite keep possession though. Almost thought we were about to see another beautiful passing play between these two. But the connection isn't quite there. Interrupted again by Zay. Now the projection sends it to the other side. Damon Angle, Fresh is ready for it. Here's the flip. Kainoob ready this time on the Rose Warp. And Katone looking in with a rush, but no. Zoro is there. Once more. Death Touch out. Everything flying for the core, but nobody can find a way in. Kainoob plays patiently. Here's the Rose Warp energy burst of his own. Not able to find it. No one's been able to find teammates. No one's been able to find anything until that KO. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, potential opportunity here. Back and forth between Zay and Kainoob. The ensnare drum, smartly used from Fresh in order to buy just a bit more time, and will be able to do just that as Xianzhu sends it to the other side. Beautiful penalty kill. No one quite has the speed to keep up with the core, and no! It just slips in.
Out of all the ways a goal could have been scored in that moment, that might have been the most unexpected, and this draft could be devastating here because I'm looking at that fight or flight. That is a massive awakening.
Massive here as Xianzhu looks to keep up that speed, keep up that pressure. Literally what I just said a second ago about no one being able to keep up with the core. But the Chrono Boost does get denied here. Kainoob able to use that to his advantage with a little bit more presence on the Rose Warp, and the Timeless Creator left up for Zoro. So, couple of things going both ways. Vaughn, who do you favor in that last draft?
Oh man, I see Fight or Flight, Unstoppable, Perform. Those are some dastardly trainings, but I never want to really count out any brawler player that picks up that pancake stack. It gets so hard to deal with speed in anything. So it really could go either way, right? It's just truly going to be who can play better or win more. I think that this past point though is going to really say a lot. It sets the tempo of the first point, as well as how many stacks can Zay get away with really picking up here in this first one. Like it sets the tone for a lot, and Zay's goal is to try to get to the end of this point with at least 100. That's my take.
Expanse burned. Katone there, able to capitalize on the weird angle, and Royal Flush continuing to walk away with this one, Messiah.
Yeah, and Katone actually, that unstoppable pickup is so helpful, especially against Atlas, right? Those primaries no longer as much of a problem to deal with. The Astral Projection usually shuts down Zentaro, but if Unstoppable's up, Zentaro's the one who gets to win the interaction. That's another layer that Zoro has to keep in mind, as a lot of energy is being built up, and Zay Forever is building up quite a few stacks, especially since that last point was pretty long after all.
Not the Expanse again. This time, double backfires, hits both barriers. Zoro not feeling it right now. Hits the emote in the game as well. A little disappointed after that last one. Looking for the goal again. Vaughn was saying earlier, you know, the best opportunities, best scoring chances for Xianzhu and Joker have been when they both walk up together. A lot of those have been similar with Katone here as well. And now look for it again. Energy burst, but no, immediately denied. Beautifully done from Katone to seal the deal.
Amazing follow-up, amazing patience from Katone too, not automatically pressing the strike, just waiting, spacing it out a little bit to try and catch Kainu's timing. And that's not something you see every day. Now just 1 point away from sending us to game 3.
Yeah, it's definitely close back and forth, and this is going to be one of those maps where it's really difficult for the side of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam to get the ball out of the half. These middle triangles make it so difficult to clear with the speed that Xianzhu has. Fresh with the defense isn't able to hold that barrier quite just yet. It might not be over for blue team. Zay's got the flip. He's going to look to put it in with the flip. It's up to Kainu to get the ball to him, but a little antsy. Some of those grand finals nerves coming through. Tries to go for an early shot, which, of course, Fresh can just swat away. Bit of a neutral game state here, though, as Xianzhu brings the ball up. Kotoni, so comfortable with this Zentaro. Not quite set up to get a guaranteed checkmate, though. Making sure he's bringing this ball up. Kainu goes for the shot, and it does work out. Nice conversion on Fresh there. Kind of blinks out in front and makes sure he sends it home. That extra jump from Chrono Boost, I think, making the difference there.
Game point for Royal Flush now, as continues to try to hold on Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Remember, nobody wins the tournament off this point. We're seeing more games either way at this rate. Zay now looking for another barrier, not able to come up with it there. Oni's blade out. Katone has the energy burst, looks for the double, will find one. And now looks to stop the core on the bottom side. Royal Flush trying to maintain possession. Katone drops back, trying to maintain this tighter triangle, but that's very difficult to do with this Rasmus in the way. Both built different and big fish with a couple extra pancakes for good measure. Looking down. And now energy bursts galore nearly online for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Looking just to try to keep it slower. There's Zay once again popping it. Not able to come with any value other than burning Fresh's away. Here's Kainu on the defensive side using his. Now Xianzhu trying to keep it forward here. Or just send it just high of the barrier. Fresh gets it around. Looking again as Xianzhu, now in the blazing pace. Trying to get it down to Katone, but everyone's right on top of each other. Feels like the nerves are still omnipresent in this game. Expanse burned. At least there. Now, no. The projection doesn't find the core. And it's an open goal opportunity. There's the strike shot. Goes slightly wide on the shot. Now walking it in. Katone is there. Energy burst finds the corner. And it'll be Royal Flush sending us to a game 3.
That was an amazing game from Katone. Of course, Shianzu and Fresh played their part incredibly well, but Kotone was just there with the individual outplays, making sure that Kainub and Zay could not really get their offense started as reliably as we saw them do in previous sets and previous games. And the scoring efficiency onto Zentaro was just really, really good.
Yeah, I was not looking for that last pick Zentaro to play that big of a role, but hey, it did. Find the right hands, find the right striker, and that's going to be that to seal the deal. Now, of course, both teams have the opportunity to play whoever they want to, Vaughn, as everyone's gotten the chance to play in this match. Do we expect Joker to come back in here, or Kotone seemed to be doing pretty well for himself if they're able to get their hands back on this Zentaro?
Okay, so I think if it was another captain, there actually is potentially that debate. I know this guy. There's no way it's game 3 of the S tier PBW draft, and he is not kicking Kotone to the curb, and he needs to get in there, bro. There's no way. I would bet 10 million gifted subs, 10 trillion gifted subs, 10 billion lions, 252 Pokemon, whatever metric you want. There's no way the Joker's not playing. On my life, I'll keel over at this desk right now if he does not put himself in. There's no shot. This guy is a hungry beast, and he wants to. And also, there's no way, because I know who he's like. I would meme him so hard if he sat out and then his team won, and I'd be like, "Yo, little bro." Yeah,
when he was in, he lost the game.
Yeah, I know it would drive him crazy. So even though Kotone just played super well, Huss is coming in for game 3. I'm convinced. There's no doubt in my mind. So
Huss is coming
really
in
glad.
and picking the Octavia, or what here?
Okay. No, the real line is, for some reason you sub Shianzu out for fun. I have no idea why you would do that, but you could. And then you have Kotone and the Joker. Oh my gosh. No, it won't happen. I think Shianzu is mandatory. I think that guy just put on a clinic. I mean, kind of experienced the pain of... Look, I know we all like to talk about Estelle, but I'm a bit of an Estelle merchant now, like a little bit of an Estelle OTP. I'll be honest, I'm carried by the character, but it is brutal to play against a Kai with like 200 more movement speed than you. It's so hard to navigate the pitch. So I'm expecting to see the midfield matchup return. The Joker's definitely going to be in, and if I was the side of Heavy Metal Demons Gundam, there we go, I would probably, I'll be honest, Mirmeg looked good in that first game. I think he could stand to come back. Not that anyone on their team this game played like poorly, but I think you're at your best if you have Mirmeg getting fed by Kainib, or depending on the map, this team has been known to double Brawler. And also Kainib's played goalie a couple times this tournament as well. It's really up in the air. That's why I love the format. You really can't tell who's going to play what. So I'm definitely expecting, though, the Joker to play. It's going to be the Joker fresh. It's going to be Showtime if they were good. Let's be clear.
Whoa!
They're not using Billiard Brawl. I'm so sad.
No, of course they're not.
I thought you were the barcode glazer, Vaughn. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm the barcode glazer until he yaps in my DMs with the dumbest, most. He is such a troll, bro. As this Sean guy, he wins one S tier with me. Thinks he has the audacity. This guy, you would not believe. We call him the gaslighter in our little group, bro. He just is such a yapper. No, but I love Sean. I'm not surprised. Huss on Night Market, I'm sure he wanted to come in. And if I'm being honest, I could very easily see the side of Heavy Metal Demons Gundam playing a double Brawler comp. I actually expect it. They might ban something from it, but I 100% expect it. Sorry. I am wrong?
Unless it's by some miracle Dubu midfield. You're wrong. It's the X Kai Dubu for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Was now banned?
Now was banned. Yes, correct. They actually
Yes,
were the
thank
ones
you.
that banned now.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying. It was like the game 2 thing of just ban one of the Shianza characters and pick the other and just run around and see what happens. I'm so down with that. Lock it in. And Dubu is underrated. I think that character is just fine, so I'm down for that. What else got picked?
On the other side for Royal Flush, it's Asher Era Mako. Mako was the first pick.
This guy is such a. I'm down. I'm on my hate. I'm gonna hate it. It's my tournament. This Shianza guy is such a Chrono Boost merchant. It's so disgusting. If he does not have a character that can abuse Chrono Boost, he is so homeless. I'm down. The Shianzu glazing train stops here, bro. Is bringing out Era because that is how it works. I know this guy, bro. Win rate off of the Chrono Boost characters. Checkmate. Absolutely checkmated, bro. I know it. I do this. I mean, all good, bro. All good. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna kit comp and PBWM grams. This is what I. Woohoo! S tiers. Today I will watch the kit comp on Night Market. Like, are you kidding me? Please, man. Lock in something cool. It's fine. All good. The Chrono Boost. I'm down to call this guy the Chrono Boost merchant. I'm on my hater shit now. I've only been nice.
Wasn't that
No,
stole the title from I.
Oh well. Okay, well, Gret is like a beast at like Amy and Vice now and picked it a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm down for it to be the new one though. I'm actually so down. Like, it's over. See, now the cool thing would be if it was Aragoli here and they double brawl it up, but there's like no universe that's happening. So, yeah, they're
Fiery
gonna have
is not playing, Vaughn.
the Chrono Boost. Yeah, I know that guy almost took us out or took 3Z's team out with me on it. So anyway, we're gonna see Kai versus Era like it's NASL Season 2, and it's a timeless start. That's how you know, bro. All good. This Chrono Boost merchant whipped because he lost the Rune game. This is the Rune game. You're versus Kai midfield on timeless start. Oh, someone else talk. I'm annoyed. This is so all good, bro. Just Syed, say something smart.
So we're in the game here, and looking at the compositions, I really like that Heavy Metal Demon Gundam aren't doing anything too crazy. They're just keeping Zoro on the melee goalie here. He has looked very solid in general on the defense and not shaking it up too much, just letting him play the video game. I think that's very good for elimination game pretty much.
Well, we'll see if it comes to fruition. Vaughn, of course, mentioned that Dubu, a little underrated. Ends up getting picked here, and I imagine even that Kai earlier on when it was picked could have been flexed either to Kainoob or Zoro, just to try to take that away from Shianzu when it wasn't picked up first. But guess they had the priority on the Mako here. Twin Drive starts nearly across the board except for Zoro on the Timeless Creator. Makes sense, of course, but already 2 barriers down. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam came to play.
Ooh, nice strike shot there. Wow, that was a nice call out by Frightfully Fresh. Like, that's hard to do in the moment. You kind of have to like size up the brawler, and you have almost a Mexican standoff. Really nice reaction there from Fresh to keep this first point alive, K-Bot.
Energy burst. There's the rollout log. Fresh is ready for it. Miri Meg back in position again. Waits for the pass from Kainoob, but Fresh is able to swipe it away. And now traps Miri Meg for just a moment. Almost finds that bell ringer onto Shianzu. He's attempting to boost up the Joker. Can't quite have the same level of success, though, on the red side of the pitch, and Kainoob will just walk it right in with the barrage for the first one and pulls out the Octavia Shrug. Man.
That was a really nice goal too, bouncing it off the corner and then sliding it into the lowest possible part of the goal. And on Night Market, Miri Meg's gonna kind of have a similar effect to that Taiko Temple game, where it's so closed off to the point where if Miri Meg stands generally centered, he's eventually gonna get the core.
Look for that core speed to come up for Kainoob, but now gold barriers fall. Zoro low on stagger and low in mobility. Joker will find a way to sneak on forward and put it home. That time they kept the pressure up, just well enough to be able to secure both barriers. Energy burst now online. 2, of course, for Xianzhu and Fresh, and 1 on the other side for Kainoob.
Speaking
We'll
of
see
that
now as we
energy
head into
burst,
this
by
match.
the way, I really want to point out really quickly, Mirimeg's energy boost at the end of that point, I actually really liked it. If anyone caught that, it looked like he wasted it, but it was an attempt to hit stun Huss or the Joker out of his play, and I think it almost worked out really well. Like, I thought that was a really cool heads-up play because Zoro was on just one, like, stagger, and it was a really, really, like, smart brawler defense play, which is, let's be clear, very rare. So if anything, that shows me Mirimeg's thinking with his head. Wow, what a barrier though.
Zoro not having the best of luck with his creations right now. That one slips past the Tofu Fortress. Finds the right gap, but now down to Mirimeg again. Kainoob in position, picks up the speed, has the blazing pace here at his disposal as well, but won't mean an offensive play for now. Overtime as Kainoob starts to close in. Low on staggers, gotta be careful. Bounced around by the ensnare drums, has to evade. Now the core goes closer to the net. Zoro has the energy burst to send it away. Here's Mirimeg now using his defensively, and he'll be able to sneak it past Fresh. Kainoob low on stagger, could get knocked away and has to stay out of this play. So despite the offensive pressure, now it flips on its head as Kainoob had to get that health back up. Joker looking down to Xianzhu, just trying to maintain possession for now, and Xianzhu will get bullied by Mirimeg here. Enough to get that core away. Joker slips right forward out of that speed gate and is able to get it after Zoro. Set point now for Royal Flush.
Set point, and Royal Flush have a lot of meter here. Joker and Fresh working on flips. Joker's flip could be huge on the offense, and Fresh will try to maintain at least one barrier here. As once again, the speed gate, Joker, I think, barely missed it there. Not able to go on the offense nearly as much. Goes for the double barrier angle. Forces the strike war after the core stop from the primary and finds one. But this is an awkward spot for Fresh. Thankfully gets out of it. But it could have been really bad because Mirimeg was controlling the corner.
Now that Zoro moves forward. Oh my, there's a KO. Xianzhu taken off. Power play opportunity. Mirimeg is there. Energy burst in hand, looking for the barrier first. Now we'll use it. Committing for the barrier. Joker in position. Path splitter doesn't activate. Kainoob is around. Zoro somersaults away, but the core goes slightly wide. Kainoob now lines up the shot and finds the Giga Blast as well. Say it with me, folks. We're on to a goal 5.
That's, how many goals? 5 so far this set? Definitely.
At least 5, 6.
At least 5. That's a lot. That is a lot of gameplay happening in this grand final so far. There could be even more, especially if Mirimeg can be more efficient on this offense. And this time was creator Dubu. We almost forgot, but this Tofu Fortress is a bit of a terror.
Has been a problem when it becomes active. We'll have to watch out to see whether or not something like an extra special could pop up in a little bit. Even a Monumentalist going over to Zoro could help at all, just to get the core flying even farther away from the former particle accelerator. Xianzhu and Joker looking to maintain possession here, find the goal barrier for the trouble, but now it slips out behind them. Mirimeg almost has the opportunity, but Fresh has the energy burst. We'll send it away. Kainoob now looks to keep it in the corner, but no. Denied away. Joker tries to sneak on forward, will interrupt the Tofu Fortress at the very least. Passing opportunity denied by Kainoob, swatted away. Here's the energy burst. Joker baits out the barrage and now sends it right through. That came out blazing quick. Out of Joker's primary, and set 1 will go to Royal Flush.
Really good awareness to set up that play from Joker. And we'll get the first pick here. Rampage, additional size, looking quite scary.
Hey, Vaughn, team player.
No, not on this map.
Here for Kainoob. Not on this map.
He's gonna opt in for the speed and the matchup with Era. Whichever midfielder can press their space bar, or I guess whatever it is on controller, and run faster than the other one has the advantage here. You don't give the same utility and versatility that Era does. You just exist as Kai to blitzkrieg down a barrier. So if he gives up the speed, it's pretty much it's like a secession of the midfield. Shanzo still gets something good on Castellas, but in this matchup, the team player won't give you as much value, so he's going to opt in for like a very understanding dash training because it's all about the movement speed this game, K-Bot.
Well, fair enough. Seems to at least be working out in part so far, as now Kainu with the blazing pace looks to keep it forward to Mirimeg with that barrage, but Mirimeg sends it backwards. Another thing worth noting, of course, Mirimeg picking up this prime time as one of the last picks in the draft. Sure, you get the extra punch, but you're losing some of that extra power on that bell ringer. Might come back to haunt him if this one starts going the way towards KOs, but it doesn't seem to at the moment, as gold barriers are open for Royal Flush. Pat Splitter already used from Joker. Joker, patient, has the opportunity to send one down to the bottom side. Will do just that.
Very solidly played here. And this is, I think, the thing that I'm noticing most is that Zoro is not having as much impact as I would have expected. Not being allowed to walk up as confidently because Shianzu and Joker are just passing around the Tofu Fortress, being very aware of it, and also just pushing up together as a unit, making it difficult for Zoro to find those forward plays where you throw the Tofu Fortress and it basically guarantees a barrier. And with Timeless Creator, Siege Machine, that's exactly what you want the Dubu to do, but he's not being allowed to do it at all.
Oh. Mirimeg, smartly patient, and then uses the energy burst to find one barrier. That's great, but still need to take care of a couple more orders of business before a point gets scored. Now looking down to the bottom side. Oh no, Fresh misses the corner on that clear. All good though, able to save it away. Shanzu looking for the double. Core doesn't quite get fast enough there. And now Fresh, dangerous clear, but gets it down to Shianzu nonetheless. Here's the energy burst. It'll find one barrier. Joker now looking for the second. Can't quite find it there, but trying to bully Zoro away. Doesn't matter. Zoro comes forward in that somersault. It'll take care of this one, and we are in overtime. Goalies holding on to their barriers incredibly well thus far. Here's an energy burst. Almost finds a mean angle, but still able to get sent away by this defensive duo of Zoro and Kainu. Have been playing incredibly well. Kainu looking for the pass up to Mirimeg once more. Able to find it there, and now Mirimeg wins the strike war. Has another energy burst. Imagine you're going to see that used soon. Blazing Pace, though, already used from Kainu. There's the speed gate. Here's the energy burst, and there's the goal. Mirimeg puts it away.
I love the lack of hesitation there from Mirimeg. Sometimes when you flip, people are akin to like wait, but he played it in a way that he ate Fresh's first interaction and just shotgunned it. It's almost a mix-up to go immediately at these high-level games because people almost expect a mind game. So choosing the most simple option actually was, it turns out, the most effective mind game of all. Just, hey, shoot it right at the guy, and it went in. So Mirimeg, seriously, every time I notice a little play he's making, it shows me he's really thinking with his plays, even if he's playing a character as like straightforward as X.
Turns out thinking is what will get you more wins rather than your ego. Winning, what was that, 8-10 in a row in that ego check?
Yeah.
I digress.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
More.
I tried making a little joke reference there, and it kind of didn't land, but all good. Joker forward again, trying to find yet another goal, and now bounces off the Maelstrom. Jianzu not quite able to capitalize there. Nice strike shot away from Fresh, keeping both barriers for now. And concession maintained for Royal Flush, though Mirimeg comes right back in. Close to the energy burst yet again, and he'll have it very shortly, but even still, the Bewitching Beam finds the barrier. Energy burst online for Fresh, but the KO comes through. Kainu taken off of the pitch. Energy burst for Mirimeg will send it back and will attempt to kill this penalty. Do so pretty successfully. As Shianzu's got to be incredibly careful here on low stagger. Joker starts to try to step forward and will look to do so there. Both dashes used to get to the core to the top side. Now here's the energy burst. Everything gets thrown at the core, yet it stays out. But goes right to the hands of a waiting Joker. One more set away before we crown our Play Better, Win More 3 champions.
Well, potentially. Don't call it just yet.
Potentially.
Because Heavy Metal Demon Gundam have played better and won more before, but it is definitely tough. Or Ponderer being denied away from the Dubu, not a pick that you would usually see in a vacuum, but you cannot let that Dubu get more of those Tofu Fortresses in this situation.
So Catalyst falls to Shianzu here? I feel like that's the last player you want getting Catalyst.
Vaughn, we need some draft help. What's
Vaughn?
going on?
Yeah, we need some draft help. What's the biggest question, fellas? I love draft.
Orb Dancer from Joker, or Ponder, excuse me, from Joker first. Zoro picks Stagger Swagger second. Shianzu gets Catalyst third.
All right, TLDR, where's the kill pressure on these teams? Okay, whoever gets orbs is getting to 5. If you're already winning like this and you have control, the one thing you don't want is Dubu just walling you longer and giving kind of more attempts to potentially win the game, right? So Huss is just going to pick up the orbs and just marshal around both the midfield and then box out Zoro once he's get closer to 5, because you can trade those cooldowns on the Dubu and then have more cooldowns to actually get the goal. Gives a lot more damage, and he's never going to lose those orbs, so that's the logic there. Has some potential, has some merit. I don't know if it's objectively the correct play, but I completely understand the strategy.
So, unfortunately, that's the one that we understood. The one that we didn't...
Oh.
Yeah. The one that we didn't understand was Zoro's Stagger Swagger and Catalyst going to Shianzu.
Anyway, so Mirameg's gonna an X Prime right here, and Zoro's looking to confirm the kill. What could happen next, Kavon?
Lacour's going to bounce back and forth in the split barrier. In the speed gate, Fresh is trying to send it away. Worst in overtime. This core continues to find its max velocity. Joker, energy burst, now looking to the bottom side, gets a lucky bounce and will be able to send it to that barrier, but now is stuck in the Tofu Fortress, and it gives the opportunity on the top side of the map for Kaidoob to find Mirameg for the return goal.
That was a point. Those are types of points that Heavy Metal Demon Gundam need to take this game, and they do build up a lot of meter in the process. But I'm just looking at that Shianzu flip, because once one barrier goes down, I feel like the offense of Royal Flush just accelerates so quickly. But I think Mirameg's doing a great job of buying space in the midfield, especially against Shianzu, by just bell ringering whenever the core is even close to try and just make that space.
And to that point, has double the bell ringers, but oh my. Wicked bounce off of that night market barrier, and both gold barriers are full. Fresh has defended this one before, now gets denied by the Tofu Fortress on that energy burst, so it seems. Strike shot used, perfect pitch used, keeps it away from Mirameg there. Kainoob in pursuit, trying to interrupt Joker, now passing plays, opportunity. That's made. Maelstrom comes out, sweeps away the pitch, but Kainoob's still back in time to defend the goal barrier. 2 energy bursts on the line. Taking it slow for just a second. Kainoob will be able to come away with the core. Now the bell comes out. Joker able to almost find the goal there, and now looking to maintain possession. Has this energy burst, waiting to use it on the offensive side. There's the rollout log used. Fresh is ready with a strike shot to keep it away from Mirameg. That was another dangerous opportunity, but the dash punch combo comes out of Mirameg, and a power play opportunity ensues. Joker might have to use this one, but no! An unfortunate angle yet again. Tofu Fortress comes out here from Zoro, but it doesn't matter. Oh no! Mirameg so close in that corner, wasn't able to put it home. Finally, Kainoob will step forward and put it through.
And a very, very crucial bell ringer from Mirameg. This hit stun both of the members of the Royal Flush defense to make sure Kainoob could get that goal. And with it being 2-0, it looks like Heavy Metal Demon Gundam are on the road to a bit of a comeback here. At least one more draft, perhaps, as Zoro is almost on meter as well. But that's a barrier take quite early. And Joker and Shianzu about to get into position. But Kainoob, like was mentioned earlier, is just on these breakaways, pushing the core forward solo, and needs to be successful on this next barrier take in order to bring this team to the next draft.
1 goal barrier apiece now. Tofu Fortress used incredibly offensively here by Zoro. Shianzu looking low, has to burn the energy burst. Now doesn't have any energy to his name. There's the energy burst, though, out of Mary Meg. Still gets blocked by Fresh. Kainu maintains possession. Gets back over to Joker. Maybe has the opportunity here, but Xianzhu is still incredibly low. There's the barrage. There's the bell ringer. Xianzhu has to keep dodging and can't quite get involved on this play. It's starting to fall apart here. And there's the energy burst. Fresh is ready, though. Xianzhu, again, staggered. Not able to find anything, and now gets the orb taken away. There's, oh no. Gold barrier falls. Fresh burns the energy burst. The KO comes through, but it's not on the person you were expecting. The Tofu Fortress finds the Joker. Mirameg doesn't have the strike in time. Kainu not able to send it back. Lucky off of the corner once again. Sigh Relief comes through. Joker back online immediately forward, trying to find this last barrier. Trying to get this 1 point. There it is. There's the barrier. Here's the energy burst. Gets flipped around. I didn't even see what happened.
Kainu Giga blasted it backwards.
Goat Firelight 16 Giga Go to the chat. What a crazy goal scored. If only on his own goalie, but god damn, that was a sexy Giga.
Unfortunately, it was not in the direction that Kainu wanted. The wrong goal, perhaps, is now it kind of feels like Royal Flush have a bit of that mental momentum, perhaps. Laughing a little bit after that one. We take those kind of attitude. But Joker's being chipped down pretty low here. But gets the dash punch from across the map. Gets Kainoob. And suddenly a power play for Royal Flush.
Now Joker, though, able to find both barriers. Keeps possession. And the Bewitching Beam will shrink Zoro down. And prevent that one from coming through. An incredibly quick goal in comparison to what we've seen so far in this game. And all of the sudden, we are on tournament point for Royal Flush.
1 point remains in this tournament, perhaps, but Kainoob's trying to make it to 3 more as the set could reset it. Mirimeg with the Strike War win, and both barriers go down very early in the favor of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Pat Splitter out. Joker tries to keep this one forward. Doesn't want to get this one back up to Mirimeg. They want to win this one right here, right now. But Mirimeg is in position, gets trapped in by the ensnare drums. Or go to the other side of the pitch. Both energy bursts burned immediately. Kainu walks up to strike the core away, but Zoro's there for the clear at the very end of it all. Xianzhu able to get it up to the top side again. Joker, though, incredibly low. Has to be careful here, but is still going to stand tall in the face of everything. Here comes the Maelstrom, able to swipe through. Goal is open. There's an opportunity, though, as Kainoob's going to flip to send it up to Mirimeg. Mirimeg small. Can't quite find the Bull Rush to send it in. There's the Particle Accelerator. Send the core away. Xianzhu looking for Joker one more time. Kainoob is there with the barrage on the defensive side. Mirimeg, there's the top corner shot. Keeps it alive for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Another draft is happening in this game. The tournament is not over yet. Kainoob, first pick, and the guy with the most agency, it feels like, getting it. And I don't know, Vaughn. You're going to have to help me on this one.
Oh, a dash. Oh, he went unstoppable. He finally gave him the dashes. I legit think it doesn't matter how much speed he gets because the Mako is just helping out the air, keep up with him so much. And then it's just whatever falls down to the X. If I was him, I would take the dash. I think having the dash is actually pretty useful. Also for the CDR, which I totally get. That's like almost 24% blanket CDR at this point. Because if you're not aware, like X's max stagger, the math works out where he now just has a baseline. Oh, his build is actually great. He has like over 20% CDR on all of his abilities now because of how the stagger scaling works. Like he has no other things but that, and it's going to pay dividends for him. So I can completely understand why he opted in for it. Personal preference, probably better than what I thought for sure. So it's just going to come down to, again, who executes better. But I know that it's getting more and more difficult for this Kai to keep up with the era due to the cast the last shrink and then the Mako speed helping out. I think Mirimeg might need to run some interference on the Mako if they have a hope to win this game. But also he's doing a great job of applying pressure in the midfield. So it remains to be seen what's the best way to navigate this situation, but it looks like there's still a spark of hope left for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
And you talked a lot about the cooldowns on Mirimeg. that guy just cooldown dumped Joker across the span of the past point and did damage so quickly there. More cooldowns, more damage, and if that can happen very often, that's an incredible threat that Joker has to always worry about.
Kaidu looking for Mirimek again. There's the X-Max miss, but the energy burst is there. Xianzu will collect from the bottom side to make sure that the core doesn't go in, and now uses the Maelstrom to sweep through the bottom side of the pitch as well. Fresh, though, all there in time. Able to take care of it. Kaidu looking for Mirimek once more, but there's the ensnare drums. Bounces around a couple of ways. And now Zoro has this energy burst. There is the missile propulsion on that Tofu Fortress, extends that effective range and is able to get it further forward. But now it's Joker's turn to get the KO versus Mirimek. Doesn't matter. He gets KO'd thanks to the energy burst of Zoro. And now Kaidu is able to dribble it himself and send it in to the goal. I don't know what to say other than Kaidu doing Kaidu things.
And a very, very uncharacteristic late missed flip from Xianzu. Not what we see too often here. Probably not characteristic of the overall performance that will go on in this game, because right now it is the Mirimek show in front of the net. Plenty of cooldowns to work with, but they're using the strikes very well on the bounce to make sure that barrier is taken. And once again, it's Mirimek getting possession with the Bellringer to dribble and the Tofu Fortress, but not this time for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
There's the ensnare drum. Burned already. Joker finds yet another KO, but this time it's against Kainu, taking off maybe the player with the largest presence on the map. There's the Maelstrom sweeping through, but a nice evades come out from Mirimek and Zoro will still stand tall in the goal box. Kainu back online, immediately shrunken, but doesn't matter. Able to get the core out of there. Now Joker once again uses that primary, burns the energy burst though, and won't have that. Mirimek has the energy burst fresh, ready. Off of the Night Market barrier, Maelstrom comes through, takes Mirimek away, sweeps him off his feet. Power play opportunity here. Joker looking down to Xianzu, not able to find it. Interrupted with the Tofu Fortress. Kainoob has possession of the core, not able to come up with it there. Energy burst from Xianzu, and it's in. Bottom corner threads the needle. Incredibly played.
I did not think that would go in. I didn't think that was an open angle, but Xianzu knew it to be so. Little hesitation on that shot. Basically none. And that is the type of goal you need to close out tournaments.
One barrier will fall. Mirimek looking for Xianzu now. There's the bull rush. There's the bell ringer. Doesn't matter. Takes the midfielder out, and the rest of the team is able to pick up both goal barriers. Now the KO comes through. Zoro not able to find the clear, though. Opens up the goal barriers on the other side. Fresh has got the energy burst. Just need the penalty kill here, and the clear happens down to the bottom corner. Holds on for just a minute. The Tofu Fortress is still there in the Timeless Crater, but will now dissipate, and now it's possession back on right over to Royal Flush. Joker back online, looking down to Xianzu. The Maelstrom comes through, but it's not able to come up with anything. Mirimek continuing to bully Fresh and finds the open angle. Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, set point to send us to a decisive 5th set.
And I think Mirimek used the Bellringer very well there. I think it ate one of the hits from Fresh, making it one interaction for Mirimek up to the top corner. But now the core speed is really picking up here, and that's 2 barriers already down.
There's the energy burst now from Joker. Not able to come up with it there. Mirimek looking to the bottom side. Can't quite find it now. Trying to come up with something here. But the core will continue to stay alive. Energy bursts online for all members nearly of Heavy Metal. Now all members of Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. But Joker gets sent away. There's the KO. Power play opportunity again. Mirimek has a chance, but it's trapped in the ensnare drums. Fresh will hold on. Has the energy burst and saves the barrier. Maelstrom is out here. Mirimek finds yet another KO, effectively extending the power play opportunity There's the Tofu Fortress. It finds the barrier down to the bottom side. Zoro will pick up the strike shot in order to keep it out. And it's still standing tall on the backside. Xianzhu back online, immediately pops the Flutterfly, tries to get it on forward, tries to have some kind of an offensive pressure on the red side of the pitch. Not able to do so there. There's the ensnare drums, trapped once more. It'll get out, this time right on down to Joker's hand. Zoro is ready for him, though. Will win most of the interactions here. Kainu will assist with the Giga Blast. He'll win the final strike war to send it away. Now Joker tries to do the dribble thing again, but Zoro's ready again and now crosses him up to the bottom side. Tournament point again for Royal Flush.
And that's the difference between Mako and Dubu. Arrow was able to get there just in time. Frightfully Fresh was beating the drum, and it gets the critical pass to force this .5. I am so nervous watching this. I can't tell who's going to win here, Saya.
Yeah, and that's a lot of meter built up on Fresh. That's a flip available for the defense. That's a get out of jail free card for the Mirimeg that is approaching, but they don't even need it. They cleared away. They force Mirimeg away, and Xianzhu will be looking to make the use of this flip, but just does not want to take too much damage in the midfield here as Joker goes in, but doesn't find the barriers in that attempt. That's a roll down from Zoro. Zoro's burnt a lot of cooldown so far. This could be a very successful offensive push, but Xianzhu just getting bullied, just getting taken down so much, almost KO'd, but thankfully has a little bit of meter available to stay standing.
Kainu looking for Mirimeg once more, but the Joker is getting in the way every single time. And Xianzhu will drop back to pick up the orb. Once again, the ensnare drums come out, preventing Mirimeg from getting that one, and now the Maelstrom will pick up one goal barrier as this core continues to go back and forth. Overtime now as both goalies are holding onto their goal barriers. Fresh once again down to Xianzhu, who has energy burst. So does Joker here, and so does Zoro. Expect to see him on the red side of the pitch. There's one. Joker will use the second for the goal barrier. Mirimeg tries to zone away Xianzhu and takes him out of the play, meaning that the goal can't go in quite yet. And now Fresh, there it is down the bottom side. Zoro able to defend with the strike shot, but it's back to possession of Joker. Never mind, the Tofu Fortress comes out, preventing that for the time being. Kainu looking to take it himself up to Mirimeg. Wrong side of the bell ringer was the core, but Xianzhu will look to keep possession here for Royal Flush. There's the rollout log. It speeds up the core, and the Joker sends it home. His team, the Royal Flush, will go down in history as another team that played better and won more. They are your Play Better, Win More 3 Genesis champions.
And what a way to end it. It was close. There were multiple tournament points. And on this one, where they were behind for a short bit in this set, they got the passing plays. Joker found the dribbles and accelerated the core enough to get past Zoro in the end. A fantastic performance from Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, but Royal Flush are your champions here. And I gotta say it, I was so impressed by Frightfully Fresh. Not just in the grand finals, but throughout the entire tournament. He was holding it down when I thought the barrier was going to go down. He made it happen.
Continued to hold and got the job done. This Joker was able to lead his team onwards to victory, Vaughn. And this format, an incredibly unique opportunity for these players overall. Vaughn, what are you thinking here about this team that the Joker was able to put together and their ability to come through and win it?
You know, if I said I am surprised at the outcome, I'm not, but I think what I am surprised about is just how good these quote-unquote $6 players played. I mean, this was my favorite part of the tournament. Like, I think a lot of if you could maybe map a percentage of the amount of times we said certain usernames, like, it's so easy for our eyes to be glued to, you know, the star players that we see battling in these S tier grand finals time and time again. But I really want to point out, like, Mirimeg, Zoro, Fresh, Kotone, they all, it was so nice to see these players taken out of their standard team, and they could show off what they could do in games with the big dogs, right? Like, that's the beauty of this tournament format, was we got to see just so many different iterations of the classic OS that we all still come back to see, right? So I'm really interested in getting to talk to them. We'll have a winners interview shortly, and I think Joker is thanking his lucky stars that in that draft on Friday night, I think like 4 or 5 people got in a bid on Xianzi before him, but no one max bid. And so seriously, a really well played set from both teams down to the wire. I wasn't sure. We might have been getting a reset. It's incredibly rare, and I would have been so down for that.
Yeah.
I think if there was a reset, I just would have said like they each got like a perk or something. I was ready to play into the hype. So congrats to Royal Flush, and I'm expecting we'll see them on an interview really shortly. So anything else, Sai, or are we kind of do a quick break before we get them on?
We're gonna cut to a very short break before the interview, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Play Better, Win More, number 3, Genesis. We just watched Royal Flush win the event. We are now joined by them. Congratulations to you all for your victory. Joker, I'll send it to you first as the captain. How you feeling coming off of that series?
It feels really good, dude. Honestly, like, oh my god, I still can't believe you pulled it through. Well, we had a pretty good team, honestly, so we're obviously the favorites going into it. But that was hard, dude. Like, that was really difficult, and I'm sure you guys watching saw. So, like, I honestly popped off really loud, and my mom called me, bro. She told me, "Yo, shut up, man. We're trying to sleep." So yeah, that's how I feel. To answer your question.
Yeah, definitely a lot of emotions coursing through. One thing I want to highlight specifically is your choice of perks and maybe even opting not to use a perk in the final series. I'd like you to talk me through that a little bit, just because this format's so unique. I'm just curious to get inside the head of one of the captains. I'm always interested in this stuff. What was the logic behind when you tried to use your perks versus holding your perks? How much did you feel like it impacted your success? Was there anything you would have done differently on the run, maybe to make your life easier? I know you didn't really have many perk options, so you had to really pick and choose since you max bid. So, logic behind the billiard brawl, did you like playing it? And then maybe if you could have changed something, if you could go back in time. Clearly you won, but could it have gone a little easier?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, we took billiard brawl, right? Day one, we warmed up on it before we started. Like, we warmed up with the Ari's team, I believe, and it was a good warm up. They ended up winning a game actually on billiard brawl, and they're like, "Yo, thanks for the warm up. We actually needed that." But us, on the other hand, we lost all our games on it. And Snake's team, who was bottom of the group, even stole a game off of us on billiard brawl. So we're like, "Yo, this isn't looking good for us. If we're gonna go into day two, like, we should try to avoid it." And then, like, you know what, screw it. Like, if it gets like some situation where like it's looking really bad and we can pop it, we should just pop it, whatever. But we opted not to use it today, obviously. And if I could go back in time, honestly, Octagon would have been pretty chill for us, actually. We pulled the Octagon out on us today, and we did really good because in a warm up today that you weren't in this one, but you were watching it. I got X on Octagon with Prize Fighter, and that feels so good, dude. And then I pulled it up,
killed everyone.
and I think winners finals, winners finals, I pulled it out, and it felt really good. So I think if we had known that in hindsight, obviously, go back in time, grab an Octagon, put me on the X, and yeah, there you go.
I'll phrase my next question at the two guys who are not teammates of Joker, Fresh and Mr. Tony. One, I'd love to hear what your perspective was playing on a team with such an established duo, for Fresh especially, as the Joker and as Shianzu. And then Tony, what was it like as well playing on a team? We'll start with Fresh, but I'd like to hear from you as well. What was it like playing on a team that maybe, I mean, other than Calm, which was a very competent team, arguably probably your strongest teammates individually that you might have had so far? What was that experience like for you, stepping into the shoes, such big shoes as well, taking the spot of the Joker? I think winning almost every game I saw you play in. So Fresh, we'll start with you, and then we'll hear from Tony. Two new winners of S tiers. So congratulations! Hey, welcome to the squad, fellas.
Oh yeah. I had to channel my inner Barcode. I looked at all of his picks. I kept asking, like, hey, in this situation, what would you do with Barcode? I just tried to kind of like fill his shoes and be the goalie I needed to be for these two. Shianzu made it really easy. I would trust Shianzu with my life. Like, I hit the core probably in really bad situations to Shianzu, and he wins every strike war. It's kind of crazy. But some fresh lore, the Joker was actually my favorite player starting out. So, like, getting on his team, it wasn't even I need to win, play better, win more. It was I need to win for Joker. Like, I wanted to impress him, essentially. So I locked in.
Love you, bro.
I like
Thanks.
that. Yeah, I like that a lot. I didn't know that background knowledge, so that makes it even sweeter. And then Tony, let's hear from you. What was it like getting to play with Shianzu and Fresh, and also swapping back and forth with one of the most like historied players in NA with your captain Joker? Can you talk to me a bit about that? Because you've had a bit of a meteoric rise in the last like 6 to 9 months, I'd say, as a player in our scene.
So there were two main things that I was looking at going into this. There's the first thing of like, okay, I want to get drafted on a team that I thought I would have fun with and would enjoy. There were pretty much everybody there. I was like, okay, this should be fun, but there were definitely a couple teams where I was like, this would be more fun. out of all of those teams, wasn't expecting to get on Joker's team, wasn't expecting to get on Xianzu's team, wasn't expecting to get on Fresh's team. I like Fresh a lot. I like Xianzu and Joker a ton as well. I don't have a lot of experience with Xianzu as a midfielder, outside of one actually fairly recent in-house where my impression of him playing with me was, wow, this guy can pass with me really well. And for me, if you can pass with me really well, you are immediately in the top 3 of people that I want to play with, outside of, Cosmic Calamities specifically, because nobody passes very well. Not with me. I have a very specific play style, and it can cause a lot of disconnects, I think. So, playing with Xianzu felt extremely natural. It was insanely fun, and it felt like he knew exactly what I wanted to do, and I felt like I didn't do too badly in place of Joker. I'm obviously not the Showtime main brawler, but I felt like I didn't disappoint, and I'm really happy about that.
Dude, you did better than me, bro. What are we talking about here, man?
That's facts. That's facts. This guy. Well, I don't know. Nah, bro. But get the captain out. When you were in, it was freebies. And let's go to the last player on the roster. Mentioned multiple times that it was Xianzu. You and I have spoken a couple times in general, and I'm a pretty solid fan. I want to break down that set 5. I know exactly what it's like to be in a high intense pressure situation on Night Market, on Era. Feeling like, what were the nerves like going to set 5? Like, be honest with me, confidence at a high. Like, it looked really difficult to try to get the ball through. You had like a fine build, and I just want you to walk me through like, what were those final moments like leading up to the win?
The whole time, honestly, I was not paying attention to what was going on in front of me. I was just looking at Miribek. This guy would not get off me.
Yeah, he was such a nuisance. Bro was a problem. Okay,
like,
yeah,
literally.
continue.
Since I had Catalyst, it was completely okay. I'm just extremely happy that I've come so far as a player to be able to live against something like that. I feel like I played my life extremely well in those last few points on that last set that we just played, which makes me extremely proud, and I couldn't ask for better teammates. This guy, Fresh. How did he hold these down? I don't know.
He got some clutch holds.
So then you would say, Xianzu, that the X was definitely a pain point that game. Like, would you say that Mirrormeg had a pretty solid impact? It sounds like he was giving you like a lot of he might not have always been finishing the kills, but it sounds like he had a lot of pressure on you, right?
Yeah, I had an insane amount of pressure on me, but honestly, it was nothing compared to his Asher, which probably was the difference maker in that entire game. And also, Zoro played so well. I have to give it up. That guy played like a beast in these series.
He did. I like the grace even in victory, recognizing the skill of the opponents. I really want to shout out Zay's team as well. Zay, Kainoob, Zoro, and Mirrormeg. Very, very close series. I was expecting it to get reset for a second there, but you guys pulled it out. So as always, like when you're done with a big tournament, I'd love to hear any potential shout outs from any of the players. I'm trying to do this wonderful mode where I'm cutting the stream for 8 hours. So if maybe 30 seconds or less per person, we'll just go down the line. We'll go Joker, Xianzu, Fresh, Tony. Let's hear your closing remarks here.
Hey, shout out to I don't even know so many people to shout out. Like, shout out to my teammates right here. Shout out to Barcode, cheering us on. Gramello is DMing me too, cheering me on. The Bang, like all these guys, man, they're just like cheering us on, man. Love them. Shout out to the team we just played. Like, they smoked us in day 1 actually in the group stage. Zay played exceptional. Like, he had a crazy, amazing tournament, and he's also like just a cool ass dude too, DMing me like saying GGs and stuff. Like, congrats. So it's graceful in victory as well. And Kainu, bro, he's so good, man. He's so hard to beat. He did not make it easy for us. So yeah, shout out to all those guys.
All right, Xianzu.
First of all, shout out Megaverse. He deserves the shout out. Shout out to Liari for being the best at what she does. Shout out to my team, of course. This guy Fresh played like a beast. Katone, I couldn't have asked for a better sub brawler. At point in times, he even played better than Joker, I would have to say.
That's facts.
And shout out to Zoro. This guy needs to make NASL next season. I don't care.
I'm down. I'm super down with that. All right, Fresh, let's hear from you next.
I would say definitely shout out to my teammates. Shout out to you for hosting this. Like, this is awesome. I had a lot of fun with this, win or lose. Shout out to Zay, Puffy, 3Z, Fudgy, Liari, Gramella, Gret, Snake, and Gumi for not picking me so I can end up on Joker's team. and the biggest shout out I think is to Hook Resets and Borg, because like I don't think I would be in this position without the two of them helping me get there, and 3Z of course, but like helping me become a better player by bringing me up through NASL and stuff like that. So yeah.
All right, and last but not least, let's hear from Tony.
I'll just make mine short and sweet. Shout out to all the TOs and refs and everybody who helped make this happen. This was so much fun. This is my first experience outside of NASL with like something this professionally run, and I'm just really glad I was here. So thank you all for running this.
Oh, and shout out Oppabug. I wouldn't be the player I was today if it wasn't for that guy.
That's crazy.
The number one
That
talent
is
scout. Number one
shout
talent
out to Danger as well. Shout out to all of the pillars of the community for making sure Shianzu could left. Wait, what is your strike button? Is it a trigger?
Right trigger, yeah.
Shout out to making sure that he can press RT like the best of them.
Control
I'm gonna RT
robot.
and fave that sentiment.
Yo.
Smiley face. All good. Okay. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you coming on. Congrats on the win. And we'll take it from here. I appreciate it a lot. Congratulations on winning the first and only so far S tier draft tournament over a grillion hours. So, thanks. I appreciate it a lot, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. And with that, hey,
Vaughn, there's one more question to ask you.
What month is it?
No. Well,
ask it, though.
There's 2 more questions to ask you, Vaughn.
Okay, 2 more.
The first one, sure, is what month is it?
What month is it? Hold on, let me check my calendar here. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I don't
Where's
have one
my
on
calendar?
hand.
Oh my gosh. No, the bit is dead. I have a paper one. Let me just bring it up real quick. Oh, what is that? 1 second. You guys see what that says?
Oh!
It says September. It's September, guys. I'm a public school teacher, and this shit costs a lot of money to run. So drop the gifties. The hype train has started. Cakes with a W with the 10. I love. Hey, there's no sense in not shamelessly shilling. I do not have the goated art team that has the cool shop with the merch. I'm just a dude who has to pay a lot of people that helped run it. So please, if you played or watched and you want to see stuff like this for our scene, I believe very strongly in compensating staff. So everyone that has helped out is not doing it for free. And that gets pricey. So none of it goes to me, just to be clear. It's all already been spent. I'm just recouping it. So September, thank you, Cakes. That's my dog. So if you've got the capital, I'd love if you dropped a sub to support the huge undertaking by the community. It's not just a me thing. I want to say probably 30 people minimum that worked on this behind the scenes. The ref channel, the staff VC was going all the time. There was on day one, so many people hands on deck trying to figure it out. There's so many there was at least 5 different artists, over 10 different casters, 15 to 20 refs, multiple producers. Sai is 3-in-1 himself. So, and then Achi, running stuff behind the scenes as always. Brickbat helping organize. It's a lot, guys. I don't know. There's very few times where people talk about how hard TOing is because our TOs just do it, but it's way too hard, and I didn't even do anything. I just told people what to do. So this shit is hard. So that's why I don't do this very much.
And that leads me to my second question.
Yeah. You can ask
so
that
when's Play Better Win More for?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the people, if there's a demand for it, I think it might have to come back. I don't want to promise anything. It was 2 years since the last one. But I will say if the subs drop, I'm more interested. So if you want to see more and you want to see 4,
it all
you
comes
gotta
back.
sub.
It all comes back.
You gotta sub. That's all it comes down to. If you want 4, sub more. That's what I'm saying in this September. So
that's what we've been saying.
Before we head off, I already said a bit about the staff, but I want to thank everyone in the community. I have gone through multiple times in the OS lifespan where I thought, okay, this is it. It's over. Our community's not going to survive. like Philly was the last land, and then Arizona was the last land, and then New York City had 3K viewers and 40 teams, and like NASL 2 was the last one, and then NASL 3 I was gonna take a break, and now it's NASL 5, or OSAS for some reason has 10,000 people still. How many low ranked players can there be? They just keep coming. So I think it's really cool that we're able to have an event like this where it brings people together that aren't necessarily just like from one part of our scene. Like I really feel like there were multiple people that I actually met for the first time in VCs. Like I never talked to Tanky McTanky before. Like I'd only like yapped about him on CCL. So it's really cool to like sit down and talk with that guy. Or like I've never worked an event with Ether, and I actually called him Ether instead of Atir because I was like, hey, this guy's pretty cool. I'll actually say the name right. So I just think it's really important that one thing I appreciate a lot, especially about like the not even just the OS community, but the NA community especially, is I feel like one thing that we're getting a lot better at is like recognizing that there's the time we have here is limited. Okay, this isn't gonna last forever. So I just hope that sometimes people remember like when I was subbing in with the Vaughn perk and getting 9-0'd, or like when we were stressed about like ref stuff in the background, like. And who could say how long this is going to last? So try to remember, like, the people that you interact with daily are not going to be around forever in the community. So I like doing things like this because it helps remind everyone that we just like playing the game. And at this point, I like the people that play the game too. Except for when I spam emo and you can solo queue, but that's not a problem unless you're in solo queue. So don't worry about it. So yeah, big thanks to everyone that helped put this on. It was a huge undertaking. I think it's like 20 hours of streaming in the last 3 days. So, as always, Saya held it down in that regard like a beast. Without him and Achi and all the other Costco TOs, we would not have a scene. So, down for that. Maybe PBWM4 at some. This is definitely not an official announcement. If it happens, it won't be for at least a year. So if we can keep the scene long enough for it to come back around, I'll promise that I'll try to cook something up, and this time with less TTT or maybe differentiated TTT. So yeah, that's it for me. I thanks again for all the subs that I just saw come through. I really appreciate it. Get them in if you still haven't. One final shield for the fellas. I had to do it to them. So
and thank you,
that's gonna do
Vaughn,
it.
for
Yeah.
putting this event together. Of course, there are not many people that could orchestrate an event of this caliber and get as many folks involved as you do. So, as the orchestrator to the whole thing, your effort does not go unnoticed at all one bit, and we should take a minute to recognize that. But sounds like we're about done here. So I'll go ahead and wrap this thing up. Thank you all so much for joining us for Play Better, Win More 3 Genesis. We will see you in the very near future for the open qualifiers to the North American Strikers League that come up next month. Keep your eye out for more information on those events as they come up. But of course, the Omega Strikers Amateur Series continues on Bestie in Slot. Folks, that'll do it for us here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us over the whole weekend, and we'll see you again in the very near future. Have a good night.